Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 273. I'm not alone. Lu Yi had never seen such a way of consuming spirit pills before. Although Tree of Glyphs could burn away the pill poison, he wouldn't dare to consume this many spirit pills at the same time. He could only say that Zhu Jia was exceptionally talented. Lu Yi turned around when he heard footsteps approaching. It was Chu Qing walking toward him. Her hair still as messy as Lu Yi had left it earlier. She stopped in front of him before clenching her fist. Then she landed a soft, completely harmless punch on his chest. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Chu Qing exclaimed in realization, so this is how it works. She wasn't stupid. After she had recovered from her anger, she quickly wondered why Lu Yi was able to ruffle her hair, and quickly came up with a hypothesis. To put it simply, the prickly sensation would not occur as long as they did not reveal any killing intent. That was why the woman in the red dress had ignored Lu Yi when he rubbed her head earlier. The reason she came over to hit him in the chest was 1. To confirm her hypothesis, and 2. Payback for the humiliation he dealt her. She wasn't satisfied though, so she raised her fist and hit him again. This time she injected enough strength into the punch to cause a thump. Lu Yi looked at the woman in the red dress. The special apparition was swinging on her swing without a care for the world. Chu Qing hit his chest again and she uttered through gritted teeth, "You won't be able to hide here forever. The minute you leave this place is the moment you die." Lu Yi was an avid believer of paybacks, even one as slight as this, so he immediately started rubbing her head again and said, "I killed Chu Shui." Chu Qing blanched and began trembling immediately. Killing intent burst out of her heart, and the temptation to kill Lu Yi no matter the cost swelled greater than ever before. However, the ballooning sense of crisis also made her recognize reality. She was certain she would die before she could kill Lu Yi. The special apparition's cultivation level was ridiculously high. So she forced down her killing intent and smiled, her bloodshot eyes and fake smile combining to form the perfect image of a forced smile. "Don't worry, you won't die easily. The House of Wintry Blossoms still has dozens of cultivators. Each one of us will have a go at you when you fall in our hands. You will die a horrendous death." "I killed Xiao Yun." Chu Shui's fist paused for an instant before she started hitting him faster. "I might consider granting you a swift death if you beg for mercy now. What do you think? It's not a bad deal, is it?" "I will kill you." Lu Yi frowned when he said this. Although Chu Qing wasn't exuding killing intent, she had hit him enough times that his chest was starting to hurt a little. It wasn't like he could do unto her what she was doing to him either. It was one thing to kill her and another to molest her chest. Still, he felt like he was losing because her hair was already messy, and he didn't like to lose even a little bit. The moment he thought this, he leaped away from Chu Qing and said, "Zhu Jia, why don't you have some fun with her?" Zhu Jia slowly rose to his feet and walked toward Chu Qing. Her mouth unconsciously fell open when he stopped right in front of her. She was tall, but the body-tempering cultivator was almost a full chest taller than her. "Wait," Chu Qing started a bit panically. Zhu Jia dropped his fan-sized hand on top of Chu Qing's head. Then, he began rubbing earnestly. Chu Qing tried to retaliate, but she was unable to reach his chest even after she fully stretched her arms. What should have been a solemn, tension-filled moment turned hilarious instantly. Suddenly, a silent voice entered everyone's ears. "Why are you fooling around instead of looking for Tang Yuan?" Lu Yi the popcorn audience, Zhu Jia the bully, Chu Qing the victim and the utterly dumbfounded Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators at the sidelines all straightened their backs instinctively. "Leave now." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone answered in unison before rushing toward the exit. Chu Qing and the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators walked at the front while Lu Yi and Zhu Jia followed behind. The situation had suddenly taken a downward spiral for him and Zhu Jia. He hadn't expected the woman in the red dress to chase them out all of a sudden. There were a ton of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators lying in wait for them outside the compound. They would be attacked the moment they set foot outside. The woman in the red dress had already given them a warning though. Their situation would be far worse if they stayed. Their only option left was to make a break for it. He had a chance to escape, but Zhu Jia most certainly wasn't going to survive this. "I'll go first." A massive palm and a booming voice stopped him in his tracks. Before he knew it, Zhu Jia had already stepped past him and strode toward the exit. Lu Yi followed right behind him, and Amber crouched on his shoulder. A few seconds later, the compound's door slammed shut behind them. Lu Yi glanced around them. As expected, every way was blocked by dozens of thousand demon-rich cultivators at least. They were all glaring at him with murder in their eyes. Spiritual powers began rising. Spell cultivators began casting their spells, and ghost cultivators and combat cultivators released their flying weapons. Zhu Jia bent down and began channeling his boiling vitality. Lu Yi unsheathed his inviolable as well. Kill them, Chu Qing ordered. Right before they could unleash their attacks, muffled groans suddenly broke out all over the place. It was because their spiritual powers had suddenly become disrupted. The spells were all cancelled in mid-cast, and the flying weapons suddenly fell to the ground as well. The same had happened to Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. The duo only managed to take 2 steps before they were forced to halt in their tracks. Chu Qing's expression turned ugly as she stabilized her chaotic spiritual power in a hurry. Lu Yi did the same thing while sheathing the inviolable. The woman in the red dress had nearly given him a heart attack. He hadn't realized that her rule of no killing applied outside the compound as well. Perhaps the woman had forbidden Lu Yi, Zhu Jia, Chu Qing and everyone else involved from killing each other, because she had ordered them to look for her cat. Naturally, it wouldn't be in her interest for her cat seekers to kill each other. Lu Yi relaxed when he noticed this. For now they were safe. A while later, he finally let out a long breath and stabilized the spiritual power in his body. He then looked at the nearby Chu Qing and pointed a thumb behind himself. I'm not alone. He and Zhu Jia then strode toward the line of 1,000 demon-rich cultivators and forced their way through. There was absolutely nothing they could do to stop them. Chu Qing was seething with frustration, but so what? Nearly everyone had suffered from the woman's curse just now. She would be foolish to continue along this course now that she realized that her power extended beyond her compound as well. In fact, there was barely any difference at all. The second Lu Yi pushed his way out of the encirclement, he immediately cast Windwalk and ran forward. Zhu Jia wasn't stupid. He followed behind Lu Yi immediately. Chase them. Chu Qing waved her hand, and the 80,000 demon-rich cultivators immediately gave chase. The situation had returned to what it was before. But this time Lu Yi and Zhu Jia couldn't hide in the compound anymore. The woman in the red dress was clearly dissatisfied with their slack attitude. To head back now would be to court death. It looked like their situation had reverted, but in reality it wasn't quite the same as it was from before. There was one thing Lu Yi wished to test as soon as possible. It would be most interesting if things went as he thought it would. It wasn't long before they were a few streets away from the compound. Lu Yi abruptly skidded to a stop when he reached a round square. Zhu Jia followed suit even though he didn't know why Lu Yi had suddenly stopped running. A few breaths later, Chu Qing and the 1,000 demon-rich cultivators caught up with them. Surround them, Chu Qing ordered. They immediately formed a tight circle around the duo. The only reason they didn't act was because the apparition's invisible restriction was still present even though they were a long distance away from the compound. She knew this because she had tried to summon her killing intent multiple times during the pursuit to no avail. This frustrated her greatly because she could not take revenge even though her hated enemy was right in front of her. It was no different from torture. From the looks of it, the only way to remove the restriction was to find Tang Yuan. However, she had forgotten to clarify exactly what Tang Yuan was. She knew the apparition wasn't referring to the food. Apparitions did not need to eat to survive. In fact, there was an easy way to solve this problem. They were unable to kill Zhu Jia and Lu Yi because of the woman's restriction, but those who weren't at the compound earlier could. All they needed to do was to get help from other peoples. In fact, she had already contacted Sunlit Mountain about this. She requested if they could spare some men to take out Lu Yi. Unfortunately, Sunlit Mountain was already fighting against Hidden Light Sanctuary. Including the independent cultivators, about 300 of them were clashing against one another right now. In fact, they were hoping that she and the House of Wintry Blossoms would reinforce them as soon as possible. They were going to meet up with Sunlit Mountain before they ran into Lu Yi, and were occupied until now. Chu Qing was unwilling to heed her allies' call for help, because her sworn enemy was right in front of her. If she left now, There was a huge chance she wouldn't run into him again until the rift was over. That was why she had no choice but to wait. She would wait until Sunlit Mountain and Hidden Light Sanctuary's fight was over before borrowing their forces. They had already finished negotiations. Once the battle was over, Sunlit Mountain would assist the House of Wintry Blossoms in taking out Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. Then they would work together and sweep the rest of Grand Sky Alliance. It was an arrangement that benefited both of them. For now, their group only needed to stick to Lu Yi. The guy was already dead, he just didn't know it yet. She was just thinking this when something unexpected happened. Apparitions suddenly flew out of the pet crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, and soon at least a dozen of them were surrounding the young man and Zhu Jia. Most of them were Xianyuan City Watch except two special apparitions. Chu Qing was stunned by this. So, he really can control the Xianyuan City Watch. One of the special apparitions started crying all of a sudden. At the same time, she plucked a note on her pipa. Before they even knew what was happening, a wave of dizziness struck all of them. Spirit shackling ropes were thrown, and 8 unsuspecting cultivators were caught immediately. At the same time, Lu Sanbao struck them with his dice, and Yi with her spells. They began dying quickly. By the time the House of Wintry Blossoms recovered, some of their bound cultivators were already killed. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 274. The Woman in the Red Dress Punishment. Lu Yi wasn't just escaping earlier. Just like Chu Qing, he was performing various tests such as growing his killing intent toward Chu Qing or something. Unfortunately, his suspicions were spot on. The woman in the red dress cultivation level was powerful beyond measure, and he was unable to lift a finger against Chu Qing even after he was several streets away from the compound. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to inflict any harm against those who were chosen to search for the woman's cat. However, the rule did not apply to Yi. Maybe it was because she was hiding in Amber's body, or maybe because she was an apparition. Regardless of the reason, she was free to act as she pleased, and the same applied to Amber's ghost spirits. It looked like Zhu Jia and him had been surrounded by their enemies, but in reality he was getting ready to launch his counterattack. He would not have stopped otherwise. Chu Qing had to seek help from others to kill Lu Yi. But Lu Yi could skip this step completely because his helpers were already right next to him. They were all hiding in Amber's body right now. The big battle before had cost him a lot of ghost spirits, but those who survived were elites. The sentry leaders and special apparitions such as Lu Sanbao and Pipa Girl were all capable of giving his enemies a run for their money. It worked just as well as he expected, if not better. The surprise attack had killed a couple of enemies instantly, and the rest started attacking on instinct as well. This would have been dangerous for the ghost spirits and Yi because as powerful as they were, there was no way they could survive even one bombardment from 70+ enemies at once. Thankfully, Lu Yi had planned for everything. The second the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators attacked, Amber immediately inhaled in the direction of the ghost spirits and sucked them all into its stomach. At the same time, Lu Yi leaped into the air and charged straight toward an incoming offensive spell. A golden arc slash to be exact. It had been launched by a 9th order spell cultivator, and it was quite powerful. It was perfect for the experiment he had in mind. He quickly realized that his action was a tad pointless though. It was because Zhu Jia had suddenly scooped Amber into his arms before baring his back at the incoming spells and flying weapons. Stop! Chu Qing realized what was about to happen and screamed in panic. Some quick-witted cultivators were able to control their spells or flying weapons just in time to miss Zhu Jia. The slow ones though. At least a dozen spells or flying weapons bounced off Zhu Jia's back. At the same time, the golden arc slash was blocked by Lu Ye's protection. There was so much power behind the spell that Lu Yi was struck down from the sky. He hit the ground and skidded at least 10 meters before he came to a stop. He rose back to full height and flicked a finger across his own chest. Then, he looked at the 9th order spell cultivator who hit him. A fearful expression was growing on the guy's face. The same expression was spreading across the dozens of cultivators who struck Zhu Jia as well. Their spiritual power grew more and more chaotic until they reached the point of berserking. Then he heard a series of pops that sounded pretty similar to popping balloons. "Save me, Sister Chu." The 9th order spell cultivator screamed while stretching his hand toward Lu Yi. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the air. The dozens of cultivators were experiencing popping sounds as well. Lu Yi watched this whole scene with a grim expression on his face. His experiment was a success, but the consequences of disobeying the woman in the red dress rule, attacking a fellow cat seeker to be exact, were more severe than he had expected. This was the first time he heard of the popping sounds, but he still recognized them for what it was immediately. It was the sound of one's spiritual point being punctured. Judging from the painful looks on his enemies, it wasn't just one spiritual point either. Their spiritual points were being punctured one after another. This was the punishment of the woman in the red dress. Everyone felt chilled watching the afflicted cultivators losing their cultivation bit by bit as their spiritual points were punctured. They went from 9th order to 8th order, and then from 8th order to 7th order. That was as far as it went because they died before they could lose more spiritual points. Amber chose this moment to leap out of Wuxia's arms. Lu Yi didn't even need to give it the order before it opened its mouth and released its ghost spirits once more. Chu Qing's pupils shook violently as she screamed, "Run!" Peepa Girl began wailing once more. Although Thousand Demon Ridge was prepared this time and managed to shield themselves from the worst effects, that didn't mean they were completely unaffected. As if on cue, the sentry leader's spirit shackling ropes, Lu Sanbao's dice and Yi's spells started raining from above. The tables were completely turned. The group who chased Lu Yi and Zhu Jia before were now escaping for their lives. At the front, Chu Qing gritted her teeth hard enough to crush it. Right now, the situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous toward them because they couldn't so much as tickle their opponents with killing intent, while Lu Yi could command the Xianyuan City Watch to do some serious harm. It felt horrendous to be the victim of a one-sided beating. That wasn't all. If this was a fair fight, they could have wiped out the dozen or so apparitions with ease. The problem was that Lu Ye's pet could just inhale the apparitions every time they were about to be hit, and the stray attacks that hit Lu Yi and Zhu Jia would trigger the woman in the red dress punishment even if it was an accident. After witnessing the consequences with their own eyes, no one was willing to take the risk unless they were absolutely certain. So their current situation was this. They were unable to attack Lu Yi and Zhu Jia because of the woman's punishment. They couldn't just surround them and do nothing either because the Xianyuan City Watch Lu Yi commanded could attack them. Right now the only thing they could do was run like hell. Dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators ran at the front while the ghost spirits chased them, throwing spells, dice or spirit shackling ropes. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia followed behind the ghost spirits. It was impossible for the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators to dodge or block all the spells flying toward them. People kept being caught by the spirit shackling ropes and killed. There were over 80 of them at the beginning, but half of them were killed just a quarter of a day later. At this rate, Lu Yi was going to slaughter all of them. Zhu Jia was wearing a stupid look on his face because he had no idea how things had turned out this way. That said, he was perfectly fine with this. Trang Ling Ling. Suddenly, everyone heard a crisp ringing from nearby. It flowed through their hearts like a clear stream and cleared the mind a little. Lu Yi turned toward the source of the ringing and saw something unbelievable. A small but agile figure was running across the rooftop, and it was none other than a cat. It had bright and smooth white fur and a collar wrapped around its neck. The ringing had come from the small bell in the middle of the collar. There's actually a cat in this city. Honestly, he had thought that the woman in the red dress was delusional when she asked him to search for her cat. Some special apparitions requests were completely insane after all. Now though, Tang Yuan the white cat really did exist in the lost city of Xianyuan. Lu Yi did not know if he would receive a reward for bringing the cat back to the woman in the red dress. He hadn't fulfilled Lu Sanbao or Peepa Girl's requests after all. It was worth trying though. Who knows, the reward might be better than he thought. Lu Yi immediately applied windwalk to his legs and ran toward the white cat. The moment he was close enough, he immediately stretched his arm toward it. To his surprise, he missed. The white cat turned out to be much more agile than he thought. Right before Lu Yi could catch it, it suddenly sped up and dashed out of his grasp. Lu Yi landed on the rooftop but didn't stop. He continued to chase after the white cat. As the man and cat chase continued, Lu Yi realized that the cat only looked like it was slow. In reality, it was extremely agile. Every time Lu Yi was about to catch it, it would speed up just enough to dodge out of his grasp. It made him feel like he was being toyed with. Lu Yi frowned and slapped his storage bag. 2 flying weapons flew out and stabbed toward the white cat. The white cat immediately moved faster. It jumped at just the right time to dodge both weapons. Wuxia! Lu Yi shouted toward the bottom. The body-tempering cultivator immediately leaped into the air. He had seen the white cat a while ago and was waiting for the right opportunity to catch it. The moment he heard Lu Ye's call, he immediately leaped onto the rooftop, stretched open his arms and blocked the white cat's way. It almost looked like he was welcoming the creature into his arms. The white cat leaped toward Wuxia and caused him to reach out with his massive hand. He missed. Not only that, the cat landed on top of his hand for an instant before flipping into the air and landing lithely on his head. Lu Yi and Wuxia froze immediately. It was almost as if they had been frozen by a spell. On Wuxia's head, the white cat meowed once before licking its paws. It caused Wuxia to look above his head before staring at Lu Yi. He slowly stretched his arms and slowly reached out to his head. Lu Yi gestured for Wuxia not to act carelessly by shaking his head. However, he nodded right after that. The next instant, Wuxia's hands clapped above his head like lightning. Boom! A visible shockwave spread out from the point of impact. If the clap had hit, the white cat would be flattened like a pie even if it was an apparition. It was a short distance away from Wuxia though, and it was that disdain in its eyes. Wuxia pounced toward the cat like a vicious dog. There was a loud bang, and the man crashed through the roof and into the building underneath. Right next to the hole, the white cat peered through curiously as if it had been there all along. Lu Yi tried to seize the moment of distraction and rushed forward, but just like the previous times, it dodged out of the way right before he could catch it. The disdain in its eyes was definitely growing. Lu Yi thought to himself as he stared at the cat. Then he jumped off the rooftop. He could confirm now that the little shit was toying with him and Wuxia. It was so fast that he could never catch it with his own power. Since he knew it was futile to catch the white cat, he wasn't going to waste any more time on it. Right now, his top priority should be hunting down Chu Qing and her group. Wuxia stepped out of the room where the hole was connected to and looked up at Lu Yi with an inquiring look on his face. Lu Yi shook his head at him to indicate that the hunt was over. Amber wasn't idle when they were trying to catch the white cat. It never stopped commanding the ghost spirits to hunt down Chu Qing's group. On the way, they encountered a scarce trail of bodies that were clearly slain by ghost spirits. The white cat was following them on the rooftops beside theirs, bell ringing the entire way. It was clearly taunting them. But Lu Yi simply pretended that he didn't see it. They didn't go far before they sensed what felt like a turbulent mess of spiritual powers. It looked like there was a big fight ahead of them. It was at this moment Yi returned with Amber. When Lu Yi inquired her what was going on, she confirmed that there was indeed a big battle ahead of them. Judging from the scale, it was probably between Hidden Light Sanctuary and Sunlit Mountain. Chu Qing and her group had already met up with Sunlit Mountain. They returned after seeing that it was impossible to keep up the pursuit any longer. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 275 Save Them. They had predicted that Chu Qing would seek out Sunlit Mountain. Not only were they the mouse in their cat-and-mouse chase, they couldn't even retaliate against them. The only way they could survive was to meet up with their allies. There was some bad news though. According to EE, Hidden Light Sanctuary was currently being pushed back by Sunlit Mountain. Lu Yi was a bit puzzled by this. The House of Wintry Blossoms had not been able to provide their allies any support because he had been keeping them busy and even slaughtering them this whole time. Logically speaking, Hidden Light Sanctuary only needed to deal with Sunlit Mountain, and last time he checked their strength was more or less the same as one another. So why was Sunlit Mountain able to push them back? Back in the valley, Ji Yen of Hidden Light Sanctuary had attempted to recruit his aid. He had turned him down because he didn't like working with strangers, much less obeying their orders. He had believed that his journey would be more rewarding if he traveled alone, and that was proven true not long after he entered the lost city of Xianyuan. He would not have gained nearly as many rewards if he had worked with Hidden Light Sanctuary. However, Hidden Light Sanctuary was in danger right now. If Sunlit Mountain, a 1000-demon Ridge sect was able to defeat them, then all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators in the city would be in grave danger. That was why it didn't take him long to decide that it was time to pay Hidden Light Sanctuary a visit. Now was the time to work together with his allies. An incense stick later, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia had entered the combat zone where the two forces were engaging one another. The battlefield spanned at least a dozen streets, and every building could potentially be hiding an enemy or more. Just passing through the area might be enough to trigger the enemy to attack them. On a long street, several Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were mounting an organized retreat as they weathered the enemy's attacks. The street they were treading was red with blood, and their companions' bodies littered its entire length. They were outnumbered and outgunned by the enemy group pursuing them. They had already sent out the request for help, but their side was being pushed back to begin with. Almost everyone was facing the same situation as them. So how could anyone possibly come to their rescue? They were unwilling to resign themselves to death though. Right now, they were just waiting for the opportunity to drag their enemies to the grave with them. Unfortunately, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were fighting very conservatively, probably because they suffered the same trick before. They only attacked with spells and flying weapons, and they did not get close to their opponents unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, they were intending to force them to use up all of their spiritual power before killing them. Knowing what their enemies were planning, the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were unwilling to drag out the battle any longer. They exchanged a glance with each other before the leader commanded them to charge toward the enemy. Blood spilled as colorful lights sailed across the air. 2 cultivators were dead before they ever got close to the enemy. Another 2 fell a breath later, leaving behind only an 8th Order combat cultivator. He managed to reach one enemy cultivator, charge his spiritual artifact with power before bringing it down on their head. Unfortunately, a spell struck him in the chest and sent him flying before the attack could land. By the time he hit the ground, he was already on his last breath. Foolish cur. The leader of the Thousand Demon Ridge group humphed coldly before stepping forward to take the combat cultivator's life. He had just taken a step when he paused with a frown. "What's that noise?" he demanded. He could hear a rumbling noise approaching from the side. The next thing he knew, a towering figure blew a hole out of a nearby house and rushed out into the open. The leader exclaimed in shock, "Zhu Jia?" He clearly recognized the body-tempering cultivator. Contrary to his appearance, Zhu Jia did not actually know what was going on when he burst through the house. He was just moving toward the nearest explosion of spiritual power when he suddenly found himself being attacked by a group of enemies. He bowed his head and assumed a crouching position. Then, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Multiple ripples appeared on his body as the attacks landed. However, they were unable to stop him before they were forced to scatter and lose their formation. An unfortunate cultivator was even sent flying while his bones snapped like twigs. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators tried to return to formation, but not before a wail and the twang of a pipa hit them. As if on cue, the Xianyuan City Watch appeared on the rooftops and hit them with their spirit-shackling ropes. Flying weapons sliced through bodies and reaped their lives. It wasn't long before the group of 8 were reduced to just 1. Seeing that the fight was over, Lu Yi recalled his flying weapons and jumped down from the roof. While accompanied by some ghost spirits, he walked up to the bloodied Grand Sky Coalition combat cultivator and inspected his wounds. A moment later he sighed inside his head. There was no saving the man. Suddenly, the 8th Order combat cultivator's complexion improved as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. He was surprised to see the ghost spirits, but his attention was quickly drawn toward Lu Yi and Zhu Jia, hope reigniting from the ashes of his despair. He seized Lu Ye's arm and croaked, "Save them." "I will." Lu Yi nodded slowly. The arm let go, and the combat cultivator's life force quickly faded into nothing. Yi was sweeping the battlefield. Zhu Jia was lifting an incapacitated Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator and holding him in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't understand what Zhu Jia intended until he said, "Take the kill." "It's fine, you can kill him yourself." Lu Yi thought Zhu Jia was trying to pay back the favor he received with contribution points, not knowing that Zhu Jia was trained to be the first to charge into any combat situation, cripple the enemies, and leave the last hit to Sima Yang. Zhu Jia scratched his head after Lu Yi. He had killed some House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators earlier, but he did not remember at all because anger had completely overtaken his head at the time. Now that he was in control of himself, he found killing to be an extremely foreign concept to him. That said, he was a 9th Order cultivator. He might not have taken a life until recently, but that was only because Sima Yang forbade him from killing, not because he was unwilling to kill. So, Zhu Jia threw the 1,000-demon ridge cultivator on the ground after a moment of thought. Then, he raised his foot and stomped the terrified cultivator's head into pieces like a watermelon. It was quite the bloody scene to say the least. Lu Yi shot Zhu Jia a glance but did not comment on the rather brutal method of killing. He waved and said, "Let's go." He and Zhu Jia continued to follow the shockwaves and successfully rescued 2 groups of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators along the way. They had all been split apart by the enemy until they were rescued. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia followed the directions they were given and finally arrived at the main battlefield an incense stick later. All buildings within the main battlefield had been destroyed. Countless bodies were strewn across the rubble. The group led by Hidden Light Sanctuary had dwindled to just 100 or so, but the one led by Sunlight Mountain was over 150 strong. Right now they were trading flying weapon attacks and spells with each other. The 1,000-demon ridge group drastically outnumbered Grand Sky Coalitions, so they were able to force them back with ease. Their advantage kept snowballing as more and more Grand Sky Coalition cultivators died screaming and writhing. At this rate, they were going to be routed very soon. Not a single person tried to escape though. They all knew that escaping would only worsen their circumstances. If they stuck together, then they still had the power to put up some resistance. If they scattered, they might survive for now, but they would certainly be hunted down to the last later. Unfortunately, even though their unity was at an all-time high, there was no denying that they were just delaying their deaths. 1,000-demon Ridge's assault was fierce and unrelenting. They had mounted several charges already, but they were still unable to breach Grand Sky Coalition's defense line. They were wondering if it was time to switch gears and fight conservatively. After all, victory was firmly in their grasp. As long as they held steady and kept pushing, it was only a matter of time before they exhausted their enemy and killed them all. The numbers advantage was irreversible at this point. In fact, they were doing just that until the House of Wintry Blossoms met up with them and brought them a certain piece of news. Then they resumed their aggression and attempted to grind down Grand Sky Coalition's defense line in the shortest amount of time possible. To win before a certain variable could potentially shake things up. Unfortunately, they weren't fast enough. Both sides were locking horns with one another when suddenly, a sound attack in the form of a wail spread across the battlefield. Countless 1,000-demon ridge cultivators suddenly paused their actions for a short moment. The brief respite was enough for the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to take advantage of and launch a counterattack. That wasn't all. A bunch of ghost spirits appeared out of nowhere and tossed their spirit-shackling ropes. Caught completely off guard, at least 8,000 demon ridge cultivators were caught and subsequently killed. Suddenly, some Grand Sky Coalition cultivators heard something and turned toward the source of the noise. They immediately broke into looks of pleasant surprise. It was because they saw a towering figure. "It's Zhu Jia. That fucking Sima Yang finally came to our rescue. I guess he wasn't hopelessly stupid after all." Exclamations of surprise broke out everywhere. It would seem that Zhu Jia's arrival was surprisingly well received. Then again, the body-tempering cultivator was extremely famous in the area. So much so that even their enemies kept tabs on him. The point was, everyone's morale was lifted when they learned that the powerful body-tempering cultivator would be joining them. If nothing else, Zhu Jia's presence would make it so much more difficult for 1,000 Demon Ridge to break through their defense line. There were 2 things that puzzled them though. Not only was the body-tempering cultivator standing together with a bunch of apparitions, these apparitions seemed to be on their side since they were only attacking 1,000 Demon Ridge's cultivators. Also, the man casting fire dragons next to Zhu Jia did not look like Sima Yang. Meanwhile, Ji Yan let out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhu Jia as well. He had tried multiple times to recruit Sima Yang and Zhu Jia to their cause, but not only did he fail, the goddamn spell cultivator had tried to charge him an arm and a leg for their services. However, Gu Kanyang was currently languishing in the dungeons right now, and he was just acting as his replacement. Since he did not have the authority to make executive decisions, there was no way he could promise Sima Yang the rewards he desired. Now it looked like Sima Yang wasn't completely short-sighted. At the very least, he knew that it would be bad for everyone if they lost. He was puzzled by the apparitions surrounding Zhu Jia, but now wasn't the time to ask questions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they were attacking Thousand Demon Ridge, then they were their allies. It was that simple. On the other side, a young man was staring at the ghost spirits and Lu Yi with a stern expression on his face. He was none other than the legate of Sunlit Mountain, Qi Ming. Is that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect? Qi Ming asked with a frown. That's him, Chu Qing replied through gritted teeth beside him. He's the one who single-handedly destroyed your group? Qi Ming said in a tone that conveyed clear dissatisfaction. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 276, Counterattack. When Chu Qing finally met up with him, he had thought that they would be able to topple Hidden Light Sanctuary in one fell swoop. However, he was shocked to find that her group was less than 30 strong. Over 100 House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators had entered the Rift of Fortune this time. Even if some of them were unlucky enough to be caught and jailed by the Xianyuan City Watch, they should still possess a considerable amount of troops. In reality, their numbers had dwindled to just 30 or so, including those who hadn't met up with Chu Qing yet. That wasn't enough people to overwhelm Hidden Light Sanctuary's defense line in one go. At best, it was adding flowers to a brocade. Since the beginning, Qi Ming had messaged Chu Qing to focus on Hidden Light Sanctuary first and everything else later. If the Grand Sky Coalition sect was vanquished, then the remaining cultivators would only be sand they could sweep away at their leisure. However, Chu Qing could not let go of Lu Yi. He could have accepted this if she at least succeeded in taking out the cultivator, but no, they were reduced to less than 30 people. Although Sunlit Mountain wasn't the one who suffered those casualties, their loss had greatly impacted his plan. Naturally, he was incredibly displeased with this outcome. In fact, he would have called her a bimbo if they didn't share a good relationship with each other. Chu Qing could hear the criticism in his words as a matter of course. She felt aggrieved, but she could not deny that she had screwed up big time. She had told him everything on the way here. The main reason Lu Yi was able to destroy around 2/3 of her force was all thanks to that woman in the red dress. They would not have suffered such a horrendous defeat if the apparition hadn't commanded them to find that Tang Yuan they still had no idea about. Still, she definitely deserved the blame for the screw-ups. She was already trying to make up for it. We should take out the apparitions first. They are more trouble than they seem, Chu Qing suggested. The House of Wintry Blossoms had had enough of the apparitions. While the Xianyuan City Watch did not have many ways to kill the enemy, the spirit shackling rope alone was enough to cause havoc among their ranks. In a big battle like this, getting caught by the spirit shackling rope was practically a death sentence. I know, Qi Ming replied in a disgruntled voice before giving an order. Dozens of people immediately switched targets to Lu Yi and launched their spells and flying weapons at him. The fearless Zhu Jia immediately stepped forward to block all the attacks with his flesh and blood. At the same time, Lu Yi attempted to intercept as many attacks with his 2 flying weapons. His flying weapons moved quickly even though he could only control 2 of them at a time. Combined with Zhu Jia's defense, they were able to reduce much of the attacks flying toward the ghost spirits. Moreover, since they drew away a good amount of pressure from the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, the latter was able to recover and mount a much better counterattack. What should have been a landslide defeat actually started trending toward a stalemate. This outcome greatly invigorated the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course. The wailing noise was grating on the Thousand Demon Rich cultivators' senses more and more. The constant bombardment of spirit shackling ropes was a source of great annoyance as well. The lucky ones managed to break free before the flying weapons and spells could hit them, and the unlucky ones were killed as a matter of course. More and more Thousand Demon Rich cultivators were killed. The situation really was starting to stabilize. Realizing that Lu Ye's team was having a huge effect on the overall battle, Zhu Yan immediately ordered a squad of a dozen or so cultivators to move in their direction and share some of their burden. This allowed the ghost spirits to act to their heart's content. This was especially true for Peepa Girl as 3 cultivators surrounded and protected her at all times. Both Ji Yan and Qi Ming had realized the massive effect Peepa Girl had on a battlefield like this. The Xianyuan City Watch and even Lu Sanbao's method of attacks was monotonous. The former could only shoot their spirit shackling ropes, and Lu Sanbao his dice, but Peepa Girl's wailing affected an entire area. Every time she cried, Countless thousand demon-rich cultivators would suffer a short but potentially fatal loss of concentration. Combined with the twangs of her pipa, she was a killing machine capable of dictating the direction of any battlefield. Of course, Thousand Demon Ridge would attempt to kill her as quickly as possible. While everyone was busy murdering the hell out of each other, a blurry figure was slowly making his way toward Lu Yi. The man wasn't moving particularly quickly. Those who knew what they were looking for might even be able to spot a vague outline of sorts. However, no one had the energy to do so since they were embroiled in the big battle right now. No one could imagine that the enemy would be bold enough to infiltrate their backlands at this time either. Obviously, only a ghost cultivator was capable of such a feat. The ghost cultivator had withdrawn his aura so thoroughly that even the spirit artifact in his hand was fully hidden. He was slowly but surely approaching the tiger on Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber. According to Chu Qing's intel, the pet was the true reason Lu Yi was able to control the Xianyuan City Watch. That was why Qi Ming had ordered the ghost cultivator to kill it. The apparition should no longer constitute a threat if it was dead. In fact, the ghost cultivator had been skulking about since the beginning. His original target was Ji Yan, but he was unable to find a good opportunity to carry out the assassination until Qi Ming changed his focus to Amber. 30 meters, 15 meters, 7 meters. No one saw it coming when the ghost cultivator finally launched his surprise attack. Right before the attack could land, his vision suddenly blurred, and the surrounding noise suddenly vanished into nothing. Before he knew it, he found out that he was standing in the middle of a stone forest. Lu Yi looked behind his back immediately. He also took a few steps away from the front in a hurry. She lifted the concealed Nine-Realm scroll from the ground, and saw that an unknown figure had appeared within the painting. She immediately channeled her spiritual power to stabilize the Nine-Realm scroll. After she nodded at Lu Yi, the young man set Amber on the ground and waited for Yi to throw the ward scroll over his head. 10 breaths later, he shook the Nine-Realm scroll and Lu Yi reappeared along with a corpse. Lu Yi had to admit that a Ninth-Order ghost cultivator was someone to be feared. They were able to conceal their presence so well that he never noticed a thing until it was too late. If he hadn't anticipated such a possibility and laid down the Nine-Realm scroll beforehand, Amber would already be dead. This was a good reminder to be careful whenever he went up against one or multiple ghost cultivators. They could sneak up on him at any moment. Of course, it wasn't completely his fault. The situation was a bit chaotic right now. Qi Ming vaguely sensed something amiss when his ghost cultivator had perished. He immediately checked his battlefield imprint and confirmed that his fear had come true. His expression darkened instantly. The Ninth Order ghost cultivator was a member of Sunlit Mountain, and extremely proficient in the art of concealment. However, the enemy still killed him somehow. When he observed the battlefield again, he also noted that the enemy had recovered to the point where they were capable of launching effective counterattacks from time to time. Since Lu Yi had shown up with the apparitions, Thousand Demon Ridge's body count had climbed to 30 plus or so. Although they still outnumbered Grand Sky Coalition for the moment, the one-sided beatdown they were applying on their enemies before was long gone and nigh impossible to regain. The apparition's wail also ensured that their numbers advantage was neutralized. At this rate, they would end up with a Pyrrhic victory even if they won. Qi Ming hesitated to make the call, but he could see that the battle was growing worse for his side. In the end, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The Grand Sky Coalition wasn't going to let them go easily as a matter of course. They gave chase until Ji Yan gave the order to stop. Both sides suffered some casualties during the process. That was the end of the first big battle between the Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge. Almost everyone on the Grand Sky Coalition had suffered some degree of injury, and even Lu Yi had lost a considerable amount of forces. Lu Sanbao and Pipa Girl were fine, but his dozen of sentry leaders had dwindled to just 3. Most of them had been destroyed during the battle. It couldn't be helped. Considering how chaotic the battle had been, he could not have protected his ghost spirits perfectly even with Zhu Jia's and his allies' aid, not to mention that Thousand Demon Ridge had tried to mow them down for a while. If Zhu Jia wasn't present, he was sure he would have lost all of his ghost spirits. Ji Yan and a few hidden light sanctuary cultivators strode toward them. Before they even came close, they clasped their hands together and said, "Thank you for your timely assistance, fellow cultivator." We are all Grand Sky Coalition here. It is only natural that I aid my faction. Lu Yi returned the salute. Jian remembered Lu Yi now. They had spoken briefly in the valley before. Unfortunately, the young man had rejected his invitation at the time. May I know your name, fellow cultivator? I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect. Crimson Blood Sect? Jian's eyebrows moved up. Is it the Crimson Blood Sect of Bingzhou? The cultivators accompanying him looked surprised as well. They were clearly aware of the Crimson Blood Sect. Exactly. Jian looked Lu Yi up and down before asking doubtfully, about half a year ago, a Crimson Blood Sect cultivator named Lu Yi had fought a great battle against the experts of Thousand Demon Ridge at the peak of Golden Top. Could it be? It is I. Jian immediately exclaimed in realization. It really is you? I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Brother Yi. On that day, Brother Gu had told me how impressed he was with your feat, and that he regretted not being present to witness your greatness firsthand that day. Brother Gu would be most envious if he learned that I was able to meet you before him. If only. He suddenly cut himself off as if thinking better before smiling. Anyway, you are most deserving of your fame, Brother Yi. You praise me too much, Brother Jeeb. Jiyan made an inviting gesture. We have much to discuss, Brother Yi. Please follow me. A while later, they arrived at a large courtyard that had clearly seen better days. As they went inside, Lu Yi saw many cultivators receiving medical attention from the medicine cultivators. Most of the time, large groups like this were accompanied by some medicine cultivators. The same applied to Thousand Demon Ridge. However, very few cultivators were medicine cultivators, and that was even more obvious in this city. There were only a few medicine cultivators among the 100-strong group, meaning that they were absolutely swamped right now. Only those with serious injuries were carried into the courtyard to be treated. The ones with light injuries basically had to treat their own wounds. If you don't mind me asking, why is Zhu Jia traveling with you, Brother Yi? Where is Sima Yang? Ji Yan asked while shooting a glance at the blood-soaked Zhu Jia. He had a feeling he knew the answer, but he didn't dare to make baseless assumptions. Sima Yang is dead. I decided to travel with Zhu Jia after running into him by coincidence. Sima Yang is dead. Lu Yi wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought that Ji Yan was happy to hear of the death of the spell cultivator. That is a shame. Sima Yang may be an independent cultivator, but he is not without some merits. I had attempted to recruit him to my hidden light sanctuary to no avail. I did not expect him to die at such a place. He called out after saying this, Sister Lin. Sister Lin. A blood-soaked female cultivator with a scarf tied to her forehead ran over. Yes, Brother Ji. Jia pointed at Zhu Jia and said, please treat Brother Zhu Jia's wounds. He is one of the reasons we were able to seize victory today. Of course, the female cultivator responded before gesturing for Zhu Jia to follow. Come with me. Zhu Jia did as she said. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 277. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. After seeing Zhu Jia off, Ji Yan looked back at Lu Yi with a solemn expression on his face. Brother Yi, I'll be frank with you. Our situation is pretty bad right now. If you don't mind me asking, will you stay and assist us in repelling the enemy? Lu Yi replied affirmatively. That is why I have come. Ji Yan let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Lu Yi would most likely assist them, he could not be assured until he heard a proper answer. That is good to hear. He moved on to his next question. By the way, did you encounter the House of Wintry Blossoms while you were exploring the city? I did, yes. That was putting it lightly. They had clashed so many times there was enough material to compose a full tale. Something isn't right with them. Ji Yan voiced his worries with a deep frown. I'll be honest with you. The only reason we were able to hold on until now is because the House of Wintry Blossoms had not come to their allies' aid. I mean, they did show up in the end, but it was only a small portion of their forces. I do not know what their main force is doing, and that worries me. There is no way we can hold back Thousand Demon Ridge if they were to meet up with Sunlit Mountain. About that, you don't need to worry about the House of Wintry Blossoms, Brother Ji. What you saw is everyone they have left. Ji Yan looked at Lu Yi in puzzlement. Most of their forces are dead, Lu Yi clarified while performing a quick mental calculation in his head. At the beginning, Chu Qing had lost a dozen or so people when trying and failing to ambush him. Later, he and Zhu Jia killed another dozen or so people when he was saving Zhu Jia. After that, they and the ghost spirits pursued their main force for about a quarter of a day and killed over 30 people in the process. In total, the House of Wintry Blossoms had lost over 60 people. The House of Wintry Blossoms had entered the Rift of Fortune with a party of over 100, but he had to assume that some of them were caught and jailed by the Xianyuan City Watch right from the get-go. Therefore, Chu Qing's group could very well be the last remnant of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Ji Yan was going to ask how they died when he realized that Lu Yi had to have a hand in their demise. He could not have been so sure otherwise. Was it your doing, Brother Yi? You could say that. Ji Yan was stunned to say the least. To single-handedly vanquish over 2/3 of a 100-person party. It was an unimaginable feat even if he presumed that Lu Yi was underplaying Zhu Jia's role in this. Now Ji Yan realized he had been worrying about nothing. The main bulk of House of Wintry Blossoms had already met up with Sunlit Mountain. It was just that their numbers weren't nearly enough to pose a real threat. Is it because of the apparitions? Ji Yan immediately put two and two together. There were two reasons he was treating Lu Yi with the utmost respect. One, the Crimson Blood Sect was extremely famous. Two, he had witnessed the apparitions helping Lu Yi in the big battle with his own eyes. This was especially true for the special apparition who wailed and played the pipa. Without exaggeration, their casualties would have been much worse without her presence. That is correct. Again, Lu Yi nodded and responded affirmatively. Since he had made up his mind to fight alongside Hidden Light Sanctuary, there was no longer any need to conceal his advantages. At the very least, he should let his allies know what he was capable of so they knew how to maximize his effectiveness. Your abilities are truly unfathomable, Brother Yi, Ji Yan said with admiration. Lu Yi changed the subject. What is your plan now, Brother Ji? Ji Yan replied, we will rest and recuperate for the moment. Now that we have you and Zhu Jia, Thousand Demon Ridge should not dare to mount another attack without considerable preparation. Have you not considered retaliating, Brother Ji? Ji Yan replied, of course I have. The lost city of Xianyuan may be huge, but there can only be one tiger in a mountain. I am sure that Thousand Demon Ridge would return even though your and Zhu Jia's timely assistance have foiled their plans temporarily. After all, the casualties they took weren't enough to debilitate their overall fighting strength. Rather than waiting for them to return and defend passively, I plan to rest for the day and strike back tomorrow. What do you think, Brother Yi? I do not see a problem with that. In fact, that was exactly what he wanted to hear. The reason he hadn't made the suggestion himself was because Hidden Light Sanctuary was the de facto leader of the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition right now. Since he had thrown in his lot with them, he should at least hear them out before voicing his own opinions. He was glad to hear that Ji Yan's plan coincided with his. Do you know where I can find more special apparitions, Brother Ji? Since the plan was to attack Thousand Demon Ridge, he needed to replenish his ghost spirits as quickly as possible. If he could bolster his little army with more special apparitions like Lu Sanbao and Pipa Girl, then even better. He only had 2 special apparitions right now, but their influence in any battle was more valuable than 1 or more squads of spectral sentries. Pipa Girl's effect need not be said. Her cry and her pipa were capable of disrupting the enemy's concentration to a certain degree and lower their fighting strength. Lu Sanbao might not stand out as much as Pipa Girl, but that was only because the latter's skill could affect a massive group. His 3 dice were far more powerful and flexible than any 9th Order cultivator's spirit artifact, spell or technique. His attempts to search for special apparitions alone had yielded subpar results. He was hoping his search efficiency would improve if he worked with Hidden Light Sanctuary. Realization flashed across Ji Yan's features. He immediately said, you know what? I do know a special apparition. In fact, he is right around the corner. If you are in a hurry, I can send someone to take you there right now. That will be perfect. Ji Yan immediately called over an 8th Order combat cultivator and gave him some instructions. The combat cultivator immediately nodded and led the way. The combat cultivator obviously knew who Lu Yi was. He had also witnessed the young man and his ghost spirits during the earlier battle, But he was wise enough not to ask about the sensitive subjects. He simply made idle chat with Lu Yi and told him about the characteristics of the special apparition. Lu Yi made sure to remember them all. Lu Yi would have liked to run into some spectral sentries on their way to the special apparition, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. They soon arrived at a building with a lantern hanging at the entrance and an illegible inscribed board. After they arrived at the entrance, the Eighth Order combat cultivator stopped in his tracks and let out a small cough. "This is it, Brother Yi. I will not be accompanying you inside." Lu Yi nodded before pushing the door open and stepping inside. He had barely crossed the threshold when the door slammed shut behind him. Lu Yi looked to the front and saw a scholarly apparition working away at a paper with gusto. It was impossible to tell what he was writing, only that he didn't notice even after Lu Yi had entered his abode. Lu Yi strode forward and sat down on the opposite side of the table. He then waited patiently for the scholar to finish his work. An entire hour later, the scholar finally set down his brush and broke into a wide grin. He examined his own work for a moment before praising it wholeheartedly. "What a work of art you are." He looked up at Lu Yi and greeted him like he was an acquaintance. "Perfect timing. Come evaluate my work, will you?" He then handed the paper to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not accept it. He continued to caress Amber's fur and stare at the scholar in silence. According to the combat cultivator, the scholar wasn't a dangerous special apparition. Unlike Lu Sanbao, who wanted all who gambled with him to eventually gamble their lives away, this apparition only wanted to show off his work to outsiders and earn their praise. The problem was that the scholar's so-called work of art was so terrible that it hurt to give it any praise at all. It was why the combat cultivator hadn't accompanied Lu Yi even though it wasn't dangerous. His conscience suffered to tell such a bald-faced lie. Lu Yi did not know what kind of ability the scholar possessed, but he could see that his aura was richer than Lu Sanbao's. So he held a finger above Amber's head and tapped it twice. The ghost spirits immediately flew out into the open and surrounded the scholar. The scholar stared at the apparitions for a moment before holding his brush defensively in front of himself. He then threatened weakly, "A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists." "Makes sense," Lu Yi agreed. As if on cue, Amber opened its mouth and roared at the scholar. A moment later, the combat cultivator saw Lu Yi walking out of the building. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the young man was perfectly unharmed despite the earlier commotion. Brother Ji just sent me a message. He told me that the independent cultivators know another 2 places with special apparitions. Can you take me there? I think so, yes. Lead the way. This time the Eighth Order combat cultivator got to see exactly how Lu Yi was able to control the apparitions. When they stumbled onto a squad of Xianyuan City Watch, Lu Yi immediately instructed Amber to release the ghost spirits and captured them all. Then Amber swallowed the apparitions one by one. The combat cultivator could not help but be amazed. He wasn't an inexperienced fledgling, but this was the first time he saw a spirit beast with an ability like this. It was incredible it could control any apparition it devoured. 2 hours later, they arrived at the second location. This time, the Eighth Order combat cultivator went in with Lu Yi probably because he wanted to further his knowledge. He saw a bunch of spectral sentries flying out of Amber's body and binding the special apparition with their spirit-shackling ropes. After Lu Yi whacked them a couple of times with his blade, and his pet did what it had done to the Xianyuan City Watch earlier, the entire process was as fluid as it was practiced. It was quite the thought-provoking experience for the combat cultivator. 2 hours later, they arrived at the third building and stepped inside. A short while later, the duo came out side by side. Is there anyone else? Lu Yi asked a bit wistfully. He could get used to this. No. That's it. The Eighth Order combat cultivator shook his head. He looked a bit dazed for some reason. Let's look for the Xianyuan City Watch then. Special apparitions were rare, but the same could not be said for the Xianyuan City Watch. Although their numbers had dwindled considerably compared to the beginning, it still wasn't hard to run into one. A quarter of a day later, Lu Yi finally replenished his ghost spirit army in full. He wasn't able to gather many sentry leaders, only 7 to be exact. However, his number of special apparitions had grown to 5. Besides Lu Sambao and Peepa Girl, he now had a scholar, a blind fortune teller, and a butcher. It was a strange party, but then again maybe not. These special apparitions were cultivators of the lost city of Xianyuan until they met with destruction. Considering how big the city was, it was only natural that there were all kinds of cultivators in it. Ji Yan welcomed Lu Yi with open arms when they returned to their encampment. Clearly, he had heard of Lu Ye's exploits from his sect mates. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 278, Battle. Grand Sky Coalition was now ready to launch a counterattack. Ji Yan's scouts had also discovered Thousand Demon Ridge's latest encampment. They would officially mobilize half a day later. Originally, he wasn't sure if their side would win. Although Lu Yi and Zhu Jia's addition was a great boon, their overall number was still lower than Thousand Demon Ridge's. Logically speaking, it was a coin flip who would emerge the victor. He changed his mind after learning that Lu Yi had over 30 apparitions under his command, however. 5 of them were special apparitions no less, not to mention that these apparitions could be replenished even if they were destroyed. This meant that they technically had a near infinite amount of reinforcements as long as Lu Yi was alive. It did not matter if they lost the upcoming assault. They could just launch another assault at a later date and eat away at the enemy's strength slowly. They would run out of forces eventually. At the beginning, Ji Yan was prepared to die for his sect and his cultivation faction. No matter how he looked at it, losing Gu Kanyang at the very beginning and fighting 1 versus 2 against their neighbors was an irreversible disadvantage. He never thought that things would turn out this way, and so much better than even his most optimistic estimations. He could already imagine his upcoming promotion. At the very least, he was going to receive all kinds of rewards. Everything was looking up except for one thing. His senior brother and legate, Gu Kanyang. He wondered how Brother Gu was faring in the dungeon. The news that they would be launching a counterattack in half a day had already been spread. The independent cultivators were already messaging the friends who hadn't shown up yet to join them. Soon, another 30 or so cultivators joined their ranks. They were sure that there were still more independent cultivators hiding God knows where and doing God knows what, but there was nothing they could do about that. The independent cultivators probably thought that Hidden Light Sanctuary was going to lose and chose to preserve themselves, no matter how unwise that decision might be. Obviously, Thousand Demon Ridge's independent cultivators must be meeting up with Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. In fact, they should be able to gather more independent cultivators than Hidden Light Sanctuary. After all, it seemed like Thousand Demon Ridge held the absolute advantage in this rift of fortune. Lu Yi was very curious to know what they would think after the next battle. Lu Yi found a place to sit down to recover his strength and unlock the restraining locks of his storage bags. Amber needed some time to recover as well. It had used up far too much energy to command the ghost spirits, so much so that it was an entire size thinner than it was before. He was heartbroken to see it right now. Zhu Jia also sat down beside Lu Yi after receiving treatment from the medicine cultivator. He was still wearing nothing but a pair of pants. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he looked at the body-tempering cultivator. Zhu Jia had accumulated a ton of injuries after all the battles he had fought until this point, and a not insignificant amount of them went as deep as the bone. However, they were almost invisible now. There was no way the medicine cultivator's treatment alone could have healed him to this extent. His recovery speed must be ridiculous. Lu Yi took out a large piece of meat from the storage bag and passed it to Zhu Jia. The body-tempering cultivator did not hesitate to accept it and chowed down earnestly. It took Lu Yi 2 hours to unlock all of the storage bags. After placing all the items in one pile and sorting them out, he placed a small pile into a storage bag and gave it to Zhu Jia. "This is for you." The simple-minded man hadn't even owned a storage bag prior to Sima Yang's death. Heavens only know how he managed to survive this far. When Lu Yi was chatting with the 8th Order combat cultivator earlier, he had learned a little bit about Zhu Jia. Apparently, it was common knowledge that Zhu Jia was Sima Yang's cash cow. It was why both independent cultivators and sect disciples despised the spell cultivator. They considered it a sin to bully an honest man the way he did. It wasn't like no one had told Zhu Jia about Sima Yang's exploitation and advised him to leave, but the body-tempering cultivator never paid the advice any heed. It was as if he didn't want anything but enough food to see another day. The independent cultivators pitied him greatly, but there was only so much you could do to help someone who refused to be helped. It was rumored that Zhu Jia was born on the Spirit Creek battlefield and not Zhou, and it was all thanks to Sima Yang he was able to cultivate. The spell cultivator was only second or third order when he encountered Zhu Jia in the wilderness, and he decided to teach Zhu Jia some cultivation techniques after taking note of his talent. Since then, Zhu Jia had been his loyal servant. Zhu Jia clearly wasn't expecting the offer. He stared at the storage bag for a moment before looking at Lu Yi. Lu Yi gave his own waist a slap, and Zhu Jia broke into a simple toothy grin. He then hung the storage bag on his waist like Lu Yi did. There's a defensive spirit artifact in the storage bag. You may refine it for your own use, Lu Yi advised. Zhu Jia possessed some of, if not the toughest physique Lu Yi had ever seen in his life. Right now Lu Yi was strong enough to kill an ordinary 9th order body tempering cultivator with ease. Even an elite like Xiao Yun of the House of Wintry Blossoms only cost him a bit more time and effort. Even Xiao Yun was like a child compared to Zhu Jia though. Lu Yi strongly suspected that Zhu Jia possessed some sort of unique physique. That said, there was no such thing as an invincible physique. The numerous wounds Zhu Jia had accumulated earlier were proof of that. If he had a defensive spirit artifact though, he would be able to handle a massive attack better. Half a day passed by in the blink of an eye. When Ji Yan gave the order, 100 or so cultivators split into a dozen or so teams and set out. People could be seen traversing through streets and rooftops at high speed. They soundlessly made their way toward Thousand Demon Ridge's encampment. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. The Thousand Demon Ridge watchmen were alerted of their movement immediately. It wasn't because they weren't stealthy enough, but because it was simply impossible for a group over 100 strong to travel completely undetected. An incense stick later, the battle was fully engaged. Spells and flying weapons clashed fiercely in mid-air. Ghost cultivators were constantly trying to slip behind enemy lines and assassinate suitable targets. From time to time, a scream would pierce through the air before being silenced abruptly. While observing the battlefield, Ji Yan could not help but wipe away some cold sweat from his forehead. He had thought that the 30 independent cultivators they recruited would be enough to wipe out the numbers advantage the enemy had, but that was just his imagination. It was clear that Thousand Demon Ridge had had an influx of independent cultivators as well. This would have been a hard battle without Lu Ye's army of apparitions. He snuck a glance at Lu Ye's direction when he finally found the time to do so. He felt his confidence swelling when he saw how well the young man's apparitions were doing. He already knew from his 8th order combat cultivator that the one who commanded the apparitions was Lu Ye's pet. Since these apparitions were the deciding factor of this and all future battles, Ji Yan gave them the best protection he could afford. An entire group was dedicated to protect Lu Yi and his pet only. Not counting Zhu Jia, 3 brawny body tempering cultivators were currently standing in front of Lu Yi and Amber. There were also 5 spell cultivators covering their flanks with their spells. Of course, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia weren't idle either. They were doing their best to block or intercept the incoming attacks as well. Lu Yi had instructed Zhu Jia to refrain from reckless actions long before the battle began. In fact, he told him not to attack even if the enemy managed to close the distance. It was because he didn't want either of them to fall for Chu Qing's trap. He still remembered how horribly the House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators who hit him and Zhu Jia had died. The reward was simply not worth the risk. For obvious reasons, Lu Ye's corner was easily the most eye-catching of the entire battlefield. The Xianyuan City Watch threw spirit shackling ropes, and the 5 special apparitions did their own thing. Pipa Girl wailed and played her pipa. Lu Sambao killed his enemies with his dice. The scholar wrote words in the air using a huge brush that was 1/3 of a meter long that automatically flew into the enemy ranks and dealt damage. And the blind fortune teller kept tossing the ancient coins he used to tell fortunes into the air. It looked like he was fooling around, but every time his coins formed a straight line, someone in Thousand Demon Ridge's battle lines would let out a blood-curdling scream. The butcher was the only one who truly did nothing. More specifically, he was guarding Amber with his cleaver in one hand. According to Amber, the butcher was probably a combat cultivator. Since the battle hadn't devolved into a melee yet, he wasn't able to join the battle. If they could punch a hole in the enemy's defense line and force a melee engagement though, Lu Yi was sure that the butcher would be able to show off its true colors. In fact, a ranged battle like this wasn't particularly dangerous. Both spells and flying weapons had traceable trajectories after all. Theoretically speaking, those with good eyesight and fast reaction could avoid every hit. It was also why the Grand Sky Coalition hadn't collapsed under Thousand Demon Ridge's assault earlier. Lu Ye's apparitions made a pivotal difference though. Peepa Girl's mind-affecting ability was just ridiculous, and the Xianyuan City Watch's spirit shackling ropes weren't easy to dodge in this chaos. Just an hour after the battle began, Thousand Demon Ridge had lost over 40 cultivators. Their morale was also falling rapidly. Grand Sky Coalition wasn't unscathed, but their casualties were less than 30% of Thousand Demon Ridge's. Their numbers were now equal, and Grand Sky Coalition's morale was rocketing. Another hour passed, and Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line collapsed in totality. Everyone was retreating or running away. Ji Yan did not order a pursuit. Instead, he made camp on the spot and swept the battlefield. The reason he refrained from pressing his advantage was 1. Everyone had used up a considerable amount of energy, and 2. Cornered animals were always dangerous. Since the advantage was firmly in their hands, there was no need to take any unnecessary risks. They simply needed to snowball their advantage until they were completely unbeatable. Lu Yi threw a couple of spirit pills into his mouth and fed Amber some. He also gave it a wisp of the red essence so it could recover as soon as possible. Half a day later, most people had recovered their strength. Lu Yi opened his eyes and saw Zhu Jia staring at him. He cocked his head in confusion. Revenge. Zhu Jia said simply. Lu Yi immediately understood his meaning and fell into thought for a moment. He nodded. I'll set things up. Zhu Jia obviously wanted to claim revenge with his own hands, but that was impossible until the woman in red the dress restriction was lifted. That meant they needed to fulfill their promise to the apparition. A moment later, Hidden Light Sanctuary took the lead and led everyone toward Thousand Demon Ridge. It was during this time Lu Yi sought out Ji Yan and spoke to him about something. Ji Yan nodded affirmatively. The lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but not huge enough to hide a group that was almost 100 strong. Moreover, Ji Yan had ordered his ghost cultivators to follow Thousand Demon Ridge when they had retreated. He knew exactly where they were hiding right now. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 279 To Catch a Cat. Spells and flying weapons continued to strike down on one's enemies from every direction. The battle was fierce, and the surviving members of Thousand Demon Ridge were all prepared to dive. It was the second day of the pursuit. Thousand Demon Ridge had clashed against Grand Sky Coalition 4 times, and each time it had ended with their defeat. During the first 2 clashes, they were still able to put up some measure of resistance. However, their numbers eventually dwindled to a point where they lost the ability to do battle against the Grand Sky Coalition completely. The enemy just outnumbered them too much. By now, there were less than 30 surviving Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. Even Qi Ming of Sunlit Mountain had been slain during the earlier battles. Currently, the group of 30 were barely surviving under the leadership of Chu Qing of the House of Wintry Blossoms. They all knew it was a matter of time before they died though. The only way to live was to break out of the encirclement. They did so very soon. After probing the Grand Sky Coalition's encirclement and finding a weak spot, Chu Qing immediately led them on an all-out assault. It was impossible for Grand Sky Coalition to stop them because they numbered just over 100 people. Their encirclement wasn't nearly tight enough to stop a group of 30 from breaking through. An incense stick later, Thousand Demon Ridge left behind 10 bodies, but was able to escape successfully. Everyone was panting like a dog and running away as quickly as they could. They all let out a sigh of relief when they noted that no one was chasing them. They didn't dare to stop though. They kept running with the goal of putting as much distance between them and Grand Sky Coalition as possible. On the battlefield, Ji Yan sought out Lu Yi and said cheerfully, "We have done as you said, Brother Lu." Was the Grand Sky Coalition so spent that they weren't even able to send a squad to chase down their enemies? Of course not. It was questionable how well the pursuit would have gone though. After all, the enemy wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be killed. They were going to keep running until they ran out of energy, or their pursuers did. Either way, it wasn't really worth the effort. Plus, Lu Yi specifically requested Ji Yan to let Chu Qing's group go. He had plans for them, and Ji Yan was more than willing to oblige the man who turned the tables for them. My scouts will keep an eye on them and notify you of their whereabouts, Ji Yan added. Thank you. Lu Yi nodded. And thank you for helping out with the white cat as well. It is no problem at all, Ji Yan said with a grin. Anyone could see that the man was very happy right now. Lu Yi caught a bit of rest before going away with Zhu Jia. They were going to catch a cat. It was going to be a headache, to put it mildly. Lu Yi had only met the white cat one time, and he was unable to capture it even with Zhu Jia's assistance. The little shit was just too fast for either of them. He had already come up with a proper plan to catch the cat. He would know how effective it was when they executed it. Before he could do that though, they had to first locate it. Thankfully, the Grand Sky Coalition had plenty of people left. Lu Yi had already requested Ji Yan to mobilize his men to search for the white cat. The remnants of Thousand Demon Ridge was a concern, but he highly doubted that they would be stupid enough to show their faces. They could afford to leave them alone for now. The woman in the red dress would remove the restrictions she had imposed after he returned the white cat to her. They would then be able to do whatever they wanted to Chu Qing's group. If the white cat turned out to be too elusive to catch, then they had no choice but to leave it to their allies to finish the job. One way or another, no one from Thousand Demon Ridge was leaving the lost city of Xianyuan alive. It wasn't long before the ghost spirits he had lost in the battles had been replenished. They tried searching for the cat next, but unfortunately they didn't see or hear a peep about it. An entire day passed before finally, Ji Yan messaged him saying that someone had found the white cat. Perking up, Lu Yi immediately rushed toward the specified location with Zhu Jia. About an hour and a half later, Lu Yi met up with a ghost cultivator. They traveled in stealth until they reached a certain corner, and the ghost cultivator stopped in his tracks. He poked his head out for a look before pulling back and saying, "It's right over there." Lu Yi looked. He saw the white cat lying on a rooftop and curled up like a ball. It was snoozing away peacefully right now. Well done. Do you need my help? The ghost cultivator asked. It's fine. I can handle the rest. The ghost cultivator nodded and went into hiding. It wasn't long before he disappeared completely. Lu Yi looked at the white cat again to confirm that he hadn't alarmed it by accident. Then he started executing his plan. A moment later, a squad of 5 spectral sentries passed by the street right below the rooftop. The resting cat swayed its tail but paid it no heed. It wasn't long before another Xianyuan City watch squad passed through the area. This one had 6 spectral sentries in it, and their presence caused the white cat to lift its head with a bit of puzzlement. It still didn't suspect that something was amiss though. The white cat finally realized that something was wrong when a 3rd Xianyuan City watch squad appeared close by. It swiftly rose to its feet, looked left and right warily, and got ready to leave. It was too late though. The Xianyuan City watch beneath the rooftop turned toward it, and tossed out their spirit shackling ropes at the same time. Meow! The white cat meowed while dodging all of the spells with supernatural speed. It then started running in a certain direction at full speed. Unfortunately, it didn't manage to go far before a wailing sound and pipa twangs came from the front. There was also a scholar standing next to her, and writing large words at the white cat. At the same time, apparitions began appearing from every direction. They instantly formed a tight circle around the cat. Lu Yi had literally deployed every ghost spirit under his command to capture the white cat. Even he had entered the fray after empowering himself with Windwalk. He could practically hear the alarm bells ringing in the white cat's head as it meowed louder. It really was too agile. It should be impossible for anyone or anything to dodge 20+ spectral sentries throwing their spirit shackling ropes at them continuously, but somehow the damn cat was able to dodge again and again. It kept trying to break through the encirclement but was foiled again and again. The ghost spirits kept closing in on it until it looked like its capture was all but inevitable. Suddenly it turned around and shot toward Zhu Jia like a ray of white light. It instantly arrived in front of the body-tempering cultivator. Zhu Jia tried to catch it with his massive hand but failed yet again. Not only that, the cat jumped on top of his head and sat down. It even turned around and shot Lu Yi a disdainful look just like the last time. Angry, Zhu Jia brought his palm down on his own head but still failed to hit the white cat. It had already landed on the rooftop and was currently walking away at a leisurely pace. All Zhu Jia did was to knock some stars into his eyes. While leaving, the white cat did not forget to look back and savor Lu Ye's dark expression. Its delight was at its peak when suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of danger paralyzed its body. It puffed up its fur and let out a high-pitched meow before it abruptly vanished into thin air. The space where it was a moment ago was distorted, and there was what looked like a stone forest in the background. Lu Yi and Yi descended at the spot at the same time. Yi grabbed the Nine Realms scroll and channeled her spiritual power into it immediately. Lu Yi had Amber withdraw the ghost spirits before entering the ward scroll together with it. The Nine Realms scroll was their final insurance and a trap Lu Yi had laid specifically for the white cat. He had purposely stationed Zhu Jia in the direction of the ward scroll. He had realized that the white cat was incredibly smart the first time they met. He knew there was a high chance it would rush toward Zhu Jia if forced into a corner. He didn't really think that the ward scroll would be needed since he had the white cat completely surrounded with 31 ghost spirits and Zhu Jia. But he was glad that his caution and preparation had paid off. Zhu Jia walked up to Yi but did not follow Lu Yi into the ward scroll. He was now acting as her protector because she could not able to spare her concentration for anything else. He looked at the Nine Realms scroll. In the painting, a ton of figures were attempting to corner a white cat. From time to time, the spirit shackling ropes would be drawn as well. It took a little over an hour before Yi finally gave the Nine Realms scroll a shake and manifested Lu Yi. The man's face was dark and unhappy though. It was also covered in scratches. The white cat was currently held by the scruff of its neck in his left hand, unable to move even a muscle. Its eyes were teary like that of a bully victim. Too bad no one was falling for it. "Let's go," Lu Yi said before making his way toward the woman in the red dress compound. The white cat wanted to escape as a matter of course, but every time it tried anything Lu Yi would immediately inject its body with a wisp of spiritual power. It did not feel good to be invaded by his burning power. A few fruitless attempts later, the white cat had no choice but to abandon all hope. They soon arrived at the compound. Lu Yi pushed open the door and found the red figure swinging on the swing just like before. When he came to a stop behind the woman in the red dress, the prone cat suddenly came back to life and started making a series of meowing sounds at its master. It sounded like it was complaining about the unfair treatment it had received. Lu Yi frowned deeply because he could see that the white cat was very important to the woman in the red dress, and his actions against it could hardly be constituted as friendly. It would be bad if the woman got angry with him. He squeezed the white cat a little tighter. It immediately got the message and stopped meowing. "Have you found Tang Yuan?" the woman in the red dress asked. Lu Yi responded by handing over the white cat. "Let it go," she instructed. Lu Yi did as she ordered. The second Lu Ye's grip loosened, the white cat immediately shot toward the wall as a white blur. Clearly, it had become addicted to the outside world and wasn't planning on staying home anytime soon. Unfortunately for it, a red ribbon easily caught up to it and wrapped it like cocoon. Then it dragged the despairing and struggling cat back to its master. Lu Yi had to hide how pleased he felt. "That's what you deserve, you little shit." The woman in the red dress placed the white cat on her lap and caressed its back gently. The pet laid down as if resigned to its fate and stopped struggling. Lu Yi thought it would resume its complaints and attempt to take revenge against him, but surprisingly, it didn't happen. "You did very well," the woman in the red dress spoke up. The second she said this, Lu Yi felt as if an invisible restriction was lifted from his body. He looked at Zhu Jia and got a small nod from him. Clearly, the body-tempering cultivator had felt the same thing as him. He wondered if Chu Qing's group had experienced the same thing. If they hadn't, well, that would be most interesting. If there is nothing else, then we shall take our leave right away. Lu Yi shot Zhu Jia a look after saying this. They then turned around and walked toward the exit without any hesitation. The special apparition was way too powerful to be converted into a ghost spirit, and she had come very close to screwing him over. Naturally, he wasn't going to stay here even a second longer. What if she tasked him to find her Yuanzi or Wanzi or whatever next? That would be an absolute nightmare. The sooner he was away from this place, the better. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 280, Revenge. Wait. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia froze when the woman in the red dress called out to them from behind. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yi asked while turning around, fingers brushing against the hilt of his blade. You returned Tang Yuan to me, but I don't have much to give you. Take this. An item suddenly flew toward Lu Yi after the woman was done speaking. He caught the item and found that it was a palm-sized medallion, an authority pass. The item looked fairly worn and traditional-looking, but that was normal considering the lost city of Xianyuan was an ancient city from God knows when. Lu Yi did not know what the medallion was made of. The word immortal was engraved on one side of the medallion, and order on the other side. The picture of some sort of fierce creature was engraved on both sides of the medallion as well. What is this? Lu Yi was going to ask the woman in the red dress what the authority pass was for, but he suddenly found the compound shrinking, or more accurately going away, rapidly in his vision. The next thing he knew, he was standing outside the entrance and staring at a closed door once more. This scared him because the woman had somehow moved him without any warning whatsoever. He could not begin to imagine what her true cultivation level was. He knew better than to re-enter the compound and ask the woman about the authority pass. She would have told him herself if she wanted to, not to mention that she had expelled them from her home. That said, an authority pass was an authority pass. He could guess what it was used for, though he would have to test out his assumptions as a matter of course. Lu Yi tapped on his battlefield imprint and sent out a message. I'm done, Brother Ji. Ji Yan replied quickly, I'll send someone to bring you to your destination. Do you need our help? It's fine. This is personal. They waited until the ghost cultivator who led them to the White Cat a while ago reappeared in the distance. After they met up, the ghost cultivator once again took the lead. It wasn't long before they encountered a squad of spectral sentries. Their guide immediately concealed himself, and Zhu Jia got ready to charge. Amber was at max capacity, so they could not convert this squad of Xianyuan City Watch for their own use. They could only take them out. He put a hand on Zhu Jia's shoulder to keep him calm. Then, he grabbed the authority pass from his storage bag and waved it at the incoming squad. The hostile sentries abruptly stopped in their tracks. The sentry leader even saluted Lu Yi and said, My lord. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. This was more or less what he had expected to happen. He had already guessed that the authority pass might be able to affect the apparitions in the city to an extent. The woman in the red dress wouldn't have gifted it to him otherwise. His suspicions were now confirmed, and the implications were even bigger than he expected. He still did not know what the authority pass represented, but somehow it got the sentry leader to call him my lord. Since he's treating me as his superior, does that mean I can command or mobilize all Xianyuan City Watch now? Lu Yi dared to think. I have a mission for you all. Come with me. Do you have a commander's warrant, my lord? We are tasked with patrolling right now. We are unable to leave our post without a commander's warrant. Warrant? I don't even know who the commander is. Unfortunately, it would seem that the authority pass was less useful than he imagined. At best, it removed the hostility of the Xianyuan City Watch. The holder of this authority pass should be able to travel almost anywhere they wanted to in the lost city of Xianyuan. That might be a great boon for the others, but not so much for Lu Yi. I see. You may continue your patrol then. Lu Yi waved the sentry leader off a bit languidly. Yes. The sentry leader responded before taking his leave. The ghost cultivator broke out of his concealment and stared at Lu Yi with a look of surprise on his face. It was incredible enough that his pet could control apparitions, but an authority pass that gave him some power over the Xianyuan City Watch and made them address him as their lord? He had never seen something so unusual with his life. He was damn sure that the intel he received from the Divine Trade Association did not mention such a thing either. This was incredibly valuable intel because the lost city of Xianyuan wasn't a singular occurrence. Eventually, some cultivators would enter this place once more. Whoever managed to obtain an authority pass would never have to worry about the Xianyuan City Watch anymore. He reckoned that this single bit of intel was worth hundreds or maybe even 1,000 spirit stones. It was at this moment the ghost cultivator recalled something. He hurriedly messaged Ji Yan about the matter. Ji Yan was greatly moved when he learned of the medallion's existence. He told the ghost cultivator to assist Lu Yi in wrapping up his business before discussing the other matter, to which the former agreed. The ghost cultivator led Lu Yi and Zhu Jia down a certain direction. Every time they encountered a squad of sentries, Lu Yi would use the authority pass to shoo them away. For whole hours later, they finally arrived at a clearing. 20 or so cultivators were gathered at the location. They were all injured. They were probably the last 1,000 demon-rich cultivators in the entire city, and Chu Qing and Ruoyan were among them. Lu Yi was surprised that they were sitting out here in the open. The ghost cultivator warned, they were in hiding before. I'm not sure what prompted them to come out. Beware of the possibility of traps, Brother Yi. Normally speaking, these defeated dogs would do their best to conceal themselves from their hunters. However, the lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but it wasn't that huge. They could hide, but it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. They certainly would not be able to remain hidden if Grand Sky Coalition made a concentrated effort to root them out. That was probably the true reason they had relocated to this clearing. They couldn't ambush anyone here. But the opposite was just as true. Let's go. I think they're waiting for us. Lu Yi waved for Zhu Jia to follow him before stepping toward the 1,000 Demon Ridge group with one hand on the inviolable. The body-tempering cultivator followed right beside him as countless apparitions exited Amber's body. Zhu Jia's eyes grew redder and redder as he glared daggers at the woman named Ruoyan. The ghost cultivator would have joined them, but he recalled Ji Yan's message and stayed where he was. The cultivators of 1,000 Demon Ridge grew more and more restless as the two cultivators and the ghost spirits came closer. Amidst the crowd, Chu Qing opened her eyes and slowly rose to her feet. She stared calmly at the incoming group. Lu Yi stopped when he was about 100 meters away from the 1,000 Demon Ridge group. He and Chu Qing stared at each other until the latter broke the silence. I knew that the two of you would come. Lu Yi did not say anything. Did you find Tang Yuan? Chu Qing asked again. When Lu Yi had returned the white cat to the woman in the red dress, the restriction placed on him and Zhu Jia had been lifted. The same had happened to Chu Qing and the others. That was the moment Chu Qing had noticed that something was amiss. It was because things were a little too coincidental. Of the 20,000 demon-rich cultivators who survived the battles, 70% of them belonged to the House of Wintry Blossoms. In fact, the rest of them were independent cultivators. Chu Qing hadn't thought too much about this when she successfully broke out of the encirclement and led her people to safety. She thought her sect was just lucky. This was especially true for her and Ruoyan because they hadn't received many attacks throughout the battles. But what if it wasn't luck? What if someone wanted to keep them alive so they could personally take revenge at a later date? She put two and two together and realized the truth after that. Out of everyone in the Grand Sky Coalition, there was only one person who had the ability and the motive to do such a thing. He was Lu Yi. The woman in the red dress restriction had been lifted. No one could stop them from killing each other anymore. That was why she had made the snap decision to relocate to this clearing. It was to goad Lu Yi and Zhu Jia into appearing personally. Had they chosen to stay in their hidey hole, Lu Yi might have judged that it was too dangerous to go after them and just watch from the sidelines while his allies slowly and painfully ground them down to the last. At least this way, they might have a sliver of a chance of taking Lu Yi and Zhu Jia to the grave with them. Chu Qing looked like she wanted to say more, but Lu Yi could not be arsed to drag this out any longer. Attack! The ghost spirits immediately attacked in unison. Peepa Girl's wails and Peepa Twangs were the first to reach the enemy. It was followed by the spirit shackling ropes and the other special apparitions' unique attacks. The butcher apparition, who was unable to do anything in the previous battles, finally got to show off his skills as well. He rushed toward the remnants of 1,000 Demon Ridge together with Zhu Jia. Of course, their enemies weren't just going to lie down and submit to their fate. They immediately launched their own counterattacks. It was a one-sided massacre. Lu Ye's ghost spirits alone could have overwhelmed the group, but they were assisted by Zhu Jia as well. The reason body-tempering cultivators were valued no matter where they went was because no one was better than them at soaking up damage. This was doubly true since Zhu Jia had refined the defensive spirit artifact Lu Yi gave him earlier. Holding a shield in front of him, he acted as the point of their formation and charged toward the enemy. No one was capable of stopping him. Cries of shock and blood-curdling screams filled the air as he sent them flying. At the same time, the butcher raised his cleaver and cut down all who happened along his path. Their defeat was carved in stone after that. Suddenly, a disproportionately large blade sailed straight toward Jujia's head from the side. Jujia bent lower to dodge the attack. At the same time he twisted toward the threat and punched. The violent attack crushed the cultivator, blocking the way to bits, but Jujia wasn't even looking at him. From the moment he saw the owner of the large blade, his mind became consumed by the overpowering desire for revenge. He lunged forward. It was chaos, but for some reason, Chu Qing was completely untouched by the battle around her. She wasn't moving either. It was because Lu Yi was staring at her this whole time. Lu Yi slowly unsheathed the inviolable and pointed its tip at the ground. He then declared, "Block 3 of my attacks, and you may live to see another day." The second he said the word day, he transformed into a blur and caused Chu Qing's instincts to scream at her. She instinctively crossed her 2 swords protectively in front of herself. Not a moment too soon, a saber flowing with fiery red spiritual power struck the weapons. There was a metallic clang as sparks flew everywhere. An indescribable amount of force traveled through the metal and down her arms. Despite injecting every bit of power into the block, the overwhelmingly swift and powerful attack had still nearly broken through her defense. Her body kept sinking as the blade of Lu Ye's saber twisted downward and pierced through the fabric on her shoulder, revealing the armor beneath. She gritted her teeth and mustered more force and spiritual power into her arms. Right before she was about to push Lu Ye's saber away with everything she got, a glyph flashed from the blade of the inviolable. It was gravity well. There was a buzz, and the air itself became distorted. Now it truly felt like a mountain was pressing down on her. She was already crouching to begin with, but now her knees struck the ground like a meteor. Pain forced itself onto Chu Qing's features as she vaguely felt her leg bones breaking. Humanity's Great Sage Chapter 281 Dungeons. Straightforward and direct combat had never been Chu Qing's forte. If she had a choice, she would not have wanted to reveal herself this early in a fight. Having attempted an assault on Lu Yi before with the help of Qiao Yun and Ruo Yan, she knew just how dangerous and formidable an enemy Lu Yi was. That was how she knew that Lu Yi wasn't just bragging when he said that he would consider sparing her if she could survive 3 blows from him. Lu Yi possessed the capital to be magnanimous. But the last thing she expected was how she failed to even endure 1 blow from him. There was no finesse at all in the attack, just sheer speed and brute force that easily trampled down what feeble defense she strived to put up. The incredible force was gone abruptly. But there was little reason to be happy. The sight of the tiny crimson sparkle fleeting around sent a jolt of chill through her. An upswing came all of a sudden, the blow striking both of her dual swords simultaneously, transmitting enough force to cause pain on both her perlicus. Her arms throbbed with a stinging numbness. But these were the least of her problems. Steel rang into the distance as the blow knocked both her weapons into the distance. As her knees buckled, Chu Qing griped with the loss of both her weapons as she looked up. There he was, the young man with a face of stone driving his saber straight at her heart. The third blow. If I survive this, would he really spare me? That was the only thing that came to mind. Pathetic. That was the one word she would describe herself with. To think that she believed that her chance to avenge Chu Shui had arrived when she stumbled upon him. But instead of killing him, her last stand had turned out to be nothing more than a one-sided massacre of her people, and the subsequent skirmishes saw the House of Wintry Blossoms raking in more deaths than kills. And yet now, here she was, distantly hoping that her enemy would show her mercy. Chu Qing realized how she had overestimated herself. The resolve that she had always believed to be as steadfast as a rock had crumbled in the face of death. A dagger materialized in her grip. There was no need to evade the incoming blow. She would never be able to, but it posed a chance for her. She was wearing armor. If this blow failed to kill her instantly, then she might be able to triumph just yet. The dagger gleamed with cold malice, and she swung it furiously at Lu Ye's neck, its sharp edge arcing for his artery. Then it stopped. The dagger came to a halt just inches away from his throat. Strength left quickly from Chu Qing's limbs. She could not move. But her eyes throbbed. She slowly lowered her gaze and saw the heavy-set weapon jutting out of her armor-protected torso. It had run through her. She had felt as if 1,000 needles were spearing through her the moment the saber cleaved through her. Is there anyone who doesn't wish to live? Lu Yi muttered softly as he gingerly drew inviolable from his fallen enemy. Chu Qing's body crumpled to the ground, her eyes rapidly losing all glimmer of life. That rang true. Was there anyone who would not want to live? The same could be said for the fifth-order young boy at the top of Golden Tip not so long ago. Yet so many had wished for his death and many still did. He did not know any of these people who thirsted and craved to see him dead on the packed earth. There was no vendetta, not even a feud. So why? Ha! Zhu Jia's voice resounded not far away. Lu Yi gave Inviolable a forceful swing to flick away the blood as he shifted his gaze in Zhu Jia's direction. The brawny body-tempering cultivator was taking blows from Ru Yan while steadily pressing forward, forcing her into a corner. The defensive spirit artifact he wielded earlier was no longer in sight. Perspiring heavily with coils of steam rising from the surface of his taut and hard skin, the crimson aura he emanated lumbered ponderously forward, colliding with the ochre-brown aura of Ru Yan, whose large weapon was only good at causing superficial damage. It was not without good reason. Ru Yan appeared to have taken a punch from Zhu Jia that was strong enough to have smashed her shoulder blades, judging from the entire arm that now hung limply on her side. Despite her best efforts to resist him, she had lost the battle. The moment Zhu Jia was close enough, he found a chance to seize her oversized weapon. Ignoring the edge gnawing into the flesh of his palm, he yanked the weapon towards himself, pulling the petite Ru Yan close. He viciously jammed a foot into the smaller girl, sending her careening with blood spewing out with bits of viscera. Ru Yan crashed to the ground at last, no longer able to move. Zhu Jia sealed his victory with another foot planted into the girl, snapping her ribs into pieces. Lu Yi could only think of a few adjectives fit enough to describe watching Zhu Jia fight. Savage, brutal, and epic. At length, Zhu Jia flung away the oversized saber. He marched back to the fallen Ru Yan and bent down. He grabbed her head like a tiny ball with those large and wide hands of his and lifted it, not taking his eyes off her for 1 second at all. His eyes livid, his nostrils flaring, steam billowing out, like a raging beast eager to feast on her flesh. Ru Yan's lips trembled feebly. She wanted to say something, but all that could be heard were the sickening gargles of the frothy blood escaping her mouth. Zhu Jia took her head and slammed it into the hard ground like a melon, dyeing the dirt with a slick of red. Ha ha! Zhu Jia threw his head back and let loose a bestial roar of triumph, satisfaction, and vindication. I've gained revenge. At last. The battle was over by the time Ji Yan and the rest of Hidden Light Sanctuary arrived. The fall of Chu Qing and her 20 or so brethren signified the end of the Thousand Demon Ridge campaign this time. Naturally, it would not be remiss to expect that some minor elements of the Thousand Demon Ridge might have survived, but they would be no threat to the status quo. Lu Yi would be more than happy to deal with them if and when he was to stumble into any of them, but he would not devote any more time and effort to hunting them down. He found a spot on the stairs and sat down to break the magical seals of the storage bags he looted while Zhu Jia sat beside him, sharing some meat jerkies with Amber. Ji Yan strode up to Lu Yi, looking like he had something to say. Is there something I can help you with, Brother Ji? Lu Yi did not want to beat around the bush. There is, I'm afraid, Ji Yan nodded. Well, here's the thing. We came with Brother Gu Kanyong as our captain. But Ji Yan told Lu Yi his tale. Gu Kanyong was the legate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost in the battlefield, a figure of great power and prestige among his peers. But it was due to his poor luck that as soon as he stepped into the Lost City, he was immediately discovered by the City Watch, whose officers quickly apprehended him. Gu Kanyong only had his poor luck to blame. Many tried to save him but to no avail. But not without good reason. The dungeons of the Xianyuan City Watch were kept by spectral guards wielding powers so great that no amount of Spirit Creek realm cultivators could hope to match. Gu Kanyang's Hidden Light Sanctuary brethren had little hope of saving him until they knew about the authority pass that Lu Yi received from the mysterious woman in the red dress. That prevented what embers of hope they had from extinguishing. At long last, Lu Yi grasped what actually happened. When he first came, he knew for a fact that the Thousand Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition factions coming for the Rift of Fortunes were respectively similar in strength and size. That was what left him confused as to how the tables had turned against the Grand Sky Coalition side right off the first conflict. As it turned out, Ji Yan was not the legate. He was merely a stand-in, which explained his inferior leadership. In the meantime, the thought of saving the people now imprisoned in the dungeons had not crossed Lu Ye's mind. After all, he knew none of those who had been arrested by the Xianyuan City Watch. But hearing Ji Yan's pleas, perhaps the authority pass really could work. He had been miffed at the fact that the prize after what was an arduous pursuit of rice bag before returning the cat to its mistress was only just an authority pass that seemed to serve no purpose. But if the authority pass could gain him entry into the dungeons, then that would shine a different light on things. Lu Yi dug into his storage bag and found the authority pass, which he tossed at Ji Yan. An overjoyed Ji Yan never stopped muttering words of thanks until he rounded a corner and was out of sight. He quickly rounded up his men and they hurried straight to the dungeons. It was time they liberated Gu Kanyong from the jails he had been consigned to. An hour barely passed and the Hidden Light Sanctuary people came scurrying back, looking absolutely gloomy. Lu Yi did not fail to notice that their numbers had dwindled noticeably. He stared at them incredulously. "Brother Yi," Dian gasped hoarsely, panting for air, "I'm afraid you need to come with us." "What do you mean? Is the authority pass useless?" If the authority pass was not working, Lu Yi could see no reason why his presence would. "It's not the authority pass. My men showed the authority pass to the guards at the dungeons, but they were accused of stealing the pass and were immediately apprehended by the city watch. It was only due to the quick reactions of the one carrying the authority pass that he managed to throw the authority pass back to the rest of us, or we would have lost this too." That would explain the missing number of people. They have ended up as fresh inductees into the underground prison of the Xianyuan City Watch headquarters. But the attempt had not been a futile one. It showed that the authority pass worked, but only with the right user would the City Watch not feel that it has been stolen. And Ji Yan had noticed when Lu Yi encountered the City Watch, all he needed to do was wave the authority pass and none of them did anything to arrest him. But when his men used the authority pass on the City Watchmen, they were treated as nothing but common thieves. It did not take long for him to work out that Lu Yi was the only person who could use the authority pass without any consequences, and that prompted him to come back quickly. That was rather unexpected for Lu Yi. That would mean that the authority pass was not the only gift the woman in the red dress had given him. She had acknowledged him, making him, and maybe even Zhu Jia, the rightful users of the authority pass. Anyone could steal the pass and it would still be as useless as a glass hammer. "Very well. I'll see if I can help. But I can't guarantee anything though." Lu Yi got to his feet. "No matter, my friend," said Ji Yan. "Whether you succeed or not, the gratitude and friendship of the Hidden Light Sanctuary are yours." "All right, let's go then." Lu Yi motioned with an arm, gesturing for Ji Yan to lead the way. The former had no idea where the city dungeons were, and what they looked like. Ji Yan readily agreed. It was a hike that took almost an hour for them to reach a corner of the city where there was an imposing edifice with a large sign in front that said, "Dungeons." These must be the dungeons of the Xianyuan City Watch. More than a dozen Xianyuan City Watch personnel stood guard outside. Notwithstanding the frequent patrols of City Watch guards passing by every now and then, there was no doubt. The dungeons were as impregnable as a castle. One look and Lu Yi could see that this was one place where violence would solve no problems. He would be a fool to not expect more City Watch guards still inside. "All right, so here goes," said Lu Yi. Amber crouched on his shoulders like a demure feline would, holding the authority pass between its teeth. Jiaju stepped with him. Lu Yi swiveled his head and stared at him. "I'm coming with you," he said firmly. "Don't force things, my friend," Ji Yan was saying. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia strode to the dungeons. As he drew closer, the Xianyuan City Watch sentries gave him not so much as an ambivalent glance. That was enough to restore hope to Ji Yan. He exhaled a long and easy breath. His guess was right. The authority pass could only be wielded by Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. Only they were the rightful owners of the authority pass that the Xianyuan City Watch would recognize. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia made a beeline straight for the dungeon entrance where a City Watch guard stopped them. Zhu Jia's muscles flexed nervously as he shifted uneasily. Lu Yi kept a wary hand on the hilt of his weapon. The spectral guard emanated a glow that indicated that he was not only stronger than any Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Even Feng Yuechan paled substantially in comparison to this Cloud River realm apparition. This was not a fight that Lu Yi and Zhu Jia could hope to survive. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 282. The House of Wintry Blossoms. The Cloud River Realm Watchman appeared to be a captain or a lieutenant, at least, Lu Yi realized. "How can I help you, Lord Prefect, sir?" muttered the spectral captain with a cursory glance on the authority pass Amber held in its jaws. Lord Prefect. So that's the authority that the pass carried. Lu Yi noticed, although the name of the title Lord Prefect sounded odd to him. Prefect of what, I wonder? "I've been informed that you have arrested some people?" Lu Yi asked. "Yes, sir," responded the watchman. "We found intruders trying to enter this city. A blatant disregard for rules and order. Hence we had, by the charge the Lord Governor entrusted upon us to keep the peace, arrested them all." Keep the peace? How could it be not peaceful enough when there's not even one resident of this city alive? Lu Yi almost scowled aloud. But Lu Yi knew that while the spectral city watchmen retained some form of sentience, their intelligence remained low, or they would not have so easily acknowledged him as Lord Prefect. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Lu Yi said curtly, "And it is by her ladyship's orders that I'm here to escort the prisoners." Her ladyship? Doubt teemed on the captain's face, looking like he was struggling to understand who her ladyship was. A hint of dawning revelation erased all that a second later. The form of address must have struck a bell. The captain frowned. "These dungeons are the most carefully guarded areas in the City Watch's charge, sir. You may escort the prisoners, but only with a written statement from her ladyship herself." Lu Yi could not know what exactly her ladyship meant to the captain, but he was trying to imply that he came with the authority bestowed upon him by the woman in the red dress. Since she could give him the power of Lord Prefect of the city, it was plain enough that she must wield considerable sway here. But it would not be practical to search for the woman in the red dress and ask for her help now. Lu Yi quietly channeled his power. The grip on the hilt of his weapon tightened slightly. With a stony face he said, "I don't have any written statements. All I have are orders that came directly from her lips. You can refuse to accede to that command, but you can bloody well do it to her face personally." Troubled, the captain of the City Watch did not know what to do. But Lu Yi, on the other hand, was delighted. This showed that the woman in the red dress influence really could be relied upon. So be it. I think even the Lord Governor himself wouldn't deny her ladyship's request. "Come with me then," the captain of the City Watch conceded at last. He lifted a hand and placed it on the heavy-set doors of the entrance. The set of doors shone with a momentary flash. Convoluted swirls of runes sprawled all over the door, burst with a bright glow in the next second before they were gone, and the door gradually swung open to admit them. Not far away, Ji Yan, who had been watching from a corner, exhaled a long and relieved breath. Lu Yi looked like he was going to strike at the captain of the City Watch, and Ji Yan had been worried sick. If a fight were to break out, he and the rest of the Hidden Light Sanctuary would charge forward to assist. After all, Lu Ye's heading to the dungeon was for his sake. Honor dictated that the sanctuary should do their best to at least safeguard Lu Ye's well-being. Fortunately, everything had turned out rather well. Although the sight and sound of the door slamming shut behind Lu Yi, as soon as they were inside the dungeons of the City Watch headquarters, did little to quell his anxious jitters. If their infiltration were to go awry, they would be stuck here with a company full of city watchmen behind a set of locked doors. The only thing that calmed Lu Yi down was the absence of any sign that the captain of the City Watch had suspected anything. Without a word of protest, he led Lu Yi and Zhu Jia down a long flight of stairs that wound deep underground. The spiral stairs wound more than 100 meters downward. The downward trek took quite some time before they finally reached the bottom of the spiral. The passage was damp and dark, and what light that illuminated the stone-hewn passage came from the flaming brands flickering feebly in the darkness. Furious snarls and angry howls could be heard coming from the rows of jail cells up ahead. Lu Yi scanned the cells and found a familiar face crawling towards the bars. A look of recognition registered on the face of the person before it was replaced with that of surprised joy. That must be a member of the sanctuary. One of the ones who had been with Ji Yan before he was captured. This one, Lu Yi pointed at the incarcerated Hidden Light Sanctuary acolyte. The captain of the City Watch waved. Another spectral figure that looked like a jail warden appeared quickly with a huge set of keys jingling as he approached. "Take this one out." The jail warden muttered a wordless acknowledgement and immediately did as he was told. The hidden light sanctuary acolyte quickly got out of the cell to find Lu Yi giving him a knowing look, motioning for him to stay with him at all times. Next, they pressed on further. The captain and the jail warden quietly followed behind. Lu Yi just strolled past another jail cell. He looked inside and another haggard face replete with shock that eventually gave way to relief squeezed itself through the iron bars, crying, "Please help! Friend Lu Yi!" Lu Yi looked at the hidden light sanctuary acolyte beside him. The latter shook his head, not recognizing this stranger. Lu Yi lifted his hand and showed his battlefield imprint. The stranger's face fell, although he was quick to force a smile. "I'm also a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. Please, help." Lu Yi ignored him and just pressed on. The commotion was enough to tell everyone else locked down that the situation was changing. Every other cultivator behind bars stood behind those said bars, waiting to see what was going on. As soon as Lu Yi came by a cell, the hidden light sanctuary would help to identify any allies. For those that he didn't know, he would ascertain their loyalties by checking at their battlefield imprint. Any Grand Sky Coalition allies were duly rescued while all others, who belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi was more than happy to leave to their own devices. It did not take long for Lu Yi to realize that there was more than meets the eye with these underground dungeons. The cultivators who were kept here did not have any visible wounds. They were not ill-treated in any way. All they were subjected to was detainment. But all of them, aside from the few hidden light sanctuary acolytes who were just locked down here, looked frail, their faces white like the color of death. Even standing appeared difficult and some had to be carried by Wuxia on his shoulders. Lu Yi knew what he sensed, a rotting aura lingering about them. That was what was lurking around these dungeons. The moment Lu Yi stepped off the spiral stairs, he felt it. The inexplicable sensation of something trying to invade his body. Something sapping away what vim and vigor in him, making him feel tired and drowsy. What exactly it was Lu Yi did not know. But he knew that they needed to leave. Fast. His pace quickened. But that was hardly the full extent of his troubles. As the throng of cultivators liberated from incarceration grew, the captain of the city watch was slowly turning surlier and grumpier at a visible rate. Lu Yi had taken out too many people from his custody. "Brother Gu!" A cry jolted Lu Yi awake from his deliberation of the situation. The hidden light sanctuary acolytes had found their legate Gu Kanyang. Lu Yi motioned for the jail warden to unlock the cell and several acolytes rushed in to retrieve the severely depleted Gu Kanyang. "Surely you now have enough, Lord Prefect, sir?" The captain of the city watch asked with undisguised hints of annoyance and irritation. "I dare say we have." Gu Kanyang was kept in the deepest cell of the dungeons, not because of his strength and power, but rather because he was the first to be caught. Lu Yi had found every cultivator that needed to be saved. It was time to go. The procession of 30 men began to wheel around to leave. Most of them looked pale. Wuxia had to help carry 2 in his arms, with an additional 2 under both his armpits. The rest grappled with each other for balance as they left. Step after step, the procession limped slowly out of the subterranean dungeons amid the cries and curses from the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators still locked in their cells that were all eventually stifled with the deafening and final boom of the dungeon doors mercilessly slamming shut. They followed the circumvoluted stairs and ascended back to ground level, much to the tearful joys of the cultivators who had been wallowing in the despair that they were going to be locked down in the dungeons for good with the keys to their cells tossed away. Few of them knew how Lu Yi managed to pull off the stunt of engineering their salvation, but all of them did know to keep their silence. Whatever questions swelling inside them could wait for a better, or safer time. Lu Yi gestured to Wuxia for him to leave with everyone else, while he stayed back a little longer to stall for time. At last, he gave the ghostly captain of the city watch a salute. "That's it then, good sir. Thank you so much for your cooperation." The captain merely snorted with apparent disgust. Lu Yi was not at all displeased. He spun on his heels and left. He regrouped with Ji Yan, who was practically on his knees with gratitude. Lu Yi waved off his ceaseless words of thanks. All he did was take a leap of faith and it paid off. He would not have felt responsible if he did not have the means to make a difference. But fate had seen fit to place the very instrument of his Grand Sky Coalition comrades' salvation in his hands. Ignoring the plight of so many downtrodden comrades would only have made him feel guilty, especially since so many comrades had arrived in droves just to fight and even die for his sake back when his identity as a Crimson Blood Sect acolyte was made public. If there were still 1,000 Demon Ridge remnants lurking around the Lost City, their number would not be enough to change the status quo anymore. With most of them now either dead or behind bars, the rest were more likely to just lay low until this was over. The sum of anything dangerous in the city had become limited to just the roving patrols of the Xianyuan City Watchmen. Meanwhile, the Hidden Light Sanctuary contingent had found an empty mansion where everyone could stay inside and recuperate, while they waited for the duration of the Lost City's appearance to expire. Everyone who had been liberated from the City Watch dungeons was relocated here. Ji Yan and his men were all here, to convey their thanks properly and in person, and also to invite him to stay with them for the time being. I'm afraid I still have some unfinished business. We'll meet again when I'm done. Ji Yan knew better than to pry. Very well, Brother Lu Yi. I wish you good luck. He promptly left with his men to attend to the others. Lu Yi waited until they were well out of earshot before he peered at Zhu Jia. The hulking body-tempering cultivator had been his stand-in sidekick since the death of his former partner, Sima Yang, staying by his side all the time with the reminiscence of a Siamese twin. Lu Yi could attribute it to his fondness for Amber, but he knew that there was also what he first said to Zhu Jia. Since we both share the same enemy in the House of Wintry Blossoms, why don't we work together? But their partnership could have ended with the demise of the whole House of Wintry Blossoms contingent. So what plans do you have for the future? Lu Yi asked casually. Zhu Jia kept his head low, uttering not a word. He had been with Sima Yang for so long, and it had always been the latter who made the decisions on where to go and what to do. Deciding had never been his forte. Now that Sima Yang was no more, Zhu Jia felt helpless and lost. Well, if you have nowhere else to go yet, I was wondering if you want to stick around with me a little longer. That sounds nice. Zhu Jia readily agreed. Lu Yi was delighted. Zhu Jia was an asset any order and sect would salivate over. A ninth order body-tempering cultivator. Any doors would be more than glad to open to admit him, rules and traditions be damned. It was because of Sima Yang that he had not joined nor pledged his allegiance to any order. But now things had changed. Sima Yang was no more, and if Zhu Jia could stay around given time, he would become a full and invaluable member of the Crimson Blood Sect. The membership of the Crimson Blood Sect might have grown by incredible leaps and bounds, solidifying the outpost's strength and position in the outer ring areas of the battlefield, but Lu Yi could barely confess to having enough men under his command that truly possessed real fighting capabilities in a battle. That he would arrive here and stumble upon such an asset in Zhu Jia was beyond his wildest expectation. Despite knowing how unkind and unethical his notion was, Lu Yi couldn't help but give thanks to both the demise of the House of Wintry Blossoms contingent and Sima Yang, both the winds that had helped to steer the useful Zhu Jia into his open arms. Lu Yi surmised that Zhu Jia might even agree to become a full member of the Crimson Blood Sect now, but he did not want to push things so prematurely. Things like cultivating a sense of belonging and loyalty to the sect needed time to foster true loyalty in the lumbering body-tempering cultivator, which was more important than mere lip service could provide. But since they were not yet back at the outpost, Lu Yi would have to rely on the bond he and Zhu Jia developed so far. If Zhu Jia could wholeheartedly serve a piece of filth like Sima Yang with such unwavering steadfastness, Lu Yi was confident that his friendliness and kindness to the former would prevail in swaying him. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 283, Dashed Hope. At any rate, Lu Yi could rely on Amber as the link that bonded both him and Zhu Jia together. But how did Amber manage to win over Zhu Jia? That appeared to be an enigma that Lu Yi could still not wrap his head around. They barely knew each other, but they looked inseparable. What's your contribution point tally at the moment? Lu Yi asked, something occurring to him suddenly. At the ninth order, Zhu Jia must have unlocked all prerequisite 180 spiritual points needed for him to begin training in a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Heaven-grade cultivation disciplines, more often than not, were in painstakingly scarce supply. But the easiest method possible of obtaining one was from the Vault of Providence. But the use of any cultivation discipline from the Vault of Providence would be limited to the individual who purchased it from the vault, making it impossible for it to be transferred into the ownership of others. But heaven-grade cultivation disciplines are the key to reaching the Cloud River realm. A cultivator without heaven-grade cultivation discipline would have no way of unlocking subsequent spiritual points, making the Cloud River realm unlikely. Therefore, for any cultivator ready to ascend into the Cloud River realm, there was no avoiding procuring a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. These things have never been cheap, hence the need for cultivators to begin saving up on contribution points as early as possible. Owing to the real possibility of not having enough points by the time one reached the Ninth Order, many cultivators, especially independents, were forced to wallow in the dreaded state of quiescence until they had gathered enough points, which clearly was the case for Zhu Jia. With 0 kills since the day he struck up his enduring partnership with Sima Yang, he barely had any chance to score any contribution points. 35, Zhu Jia muttered quietly. Lu Yi knew the amount would be low, but hearing it to be this low was clearly a shocking revelation. A Ninth Order cultivator with only just 35 contribution points to proverbially rub together? For all Lu Yi knew, the 35 points came from the House of Wintry Blossom's enemies he had killed earlier. That would only mean that the late Sima Yang had been hoarding all the kills, leaving none for Zhu Jia. Lu Yi did not have to guess how long Zhu Jia had been stuck in the Ninth Order. Needless to say, it must have been a long time, and that would mean that he needed a heaven-grade cultivation discipline fast. He would never be able to make it just by killing enemies. There were other ways, but they needed to get out of the Lost City first. They pressed forward and reached the heart of the Lost City. Most of the cultivators, both the Grand Sky Coalition ones and the Thousand Demon Ridge ones alike, had intentionally given this area a wide berth when they were exploring, as this place was the closest to the governor's courthouse. If the woman in the red dress was terrible enough, who could tell if the Lord Governor of the city wouldn't be worse? So many times the lost city of Xianyuan had appeared to the realms of man, yet no one living had ever claimed to have seen the Lord Governor of the city before. It was said that those who had seen him never lived to tell the tale. But Lu Yi did not come all the way here for an audience with the ghostly leader of this city. He only came here to see if there was any benefit that he could turn to his advantage. The thought of coming here had not crossed his mind until he realized that the authority pass the woman in the red dress bestowed on him might be more useful than just saving Gu Kanyang and the other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. But what other benefits could there be? What was the Lost City famous for? The legendary pond of divine purification. Anyone who had learned enough of the Lost City would know about it. Would the authority pass enable Lu Yi entry into the pond? If it did, then this could make this trip so much more worthwhile. The benefits of the pond of divine purification centered on one's soul, one's aspect that could not be seen nor felt. Cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm still lacked the means to train and hone their souls, but that did not mean that souls did not exist. Everyone had a soul, and if Lu Yi could use the pond to enrich his soul as he had with his physical body at the Dragon Spring, it would be extremely helpful in the long haul. But the pond sat right inside the Lost City's Lord Governor's court. With the benefits of the pond in mind, Lu Yi had decided that he would have to risk meeting the mysterious and enigmatic Lord Governor of the city himself for one chance at the pond. What if he succeeded? At the entrance of the Lord Governor's court, 2 squads of the city's City Watch stood guard. But they were not the garden variety City Watch guardsmen roaming around the city. Both the squads were elite cadres of the City Watch, more potent in combat than their ordinary counterparts. The glow they emanated was enough to impress Lu Yi that they wielded powers no weaker than the captain Lu Yi had the chance to brush shoulders with at the headquarters. Lu Yi marched up to the entrance of the Lord Governor's court with Zhu Jia in tow. The moment they noticed him, the sentinels trained their watchful stares at him, and Lu Yi almost crumbled with the substantial weight that fell on his shoulders at the same moment the stares did. One of the guardsmen barked menacingly. "This is a restricted area. Keep away." Lu Yi took the authority pass from Amber and held it aloft, saying, "I'm here on orders of her ladyship." He could only hope that the authority that the woman in the red dress conferred to him might gain him entry. But none of the city watchmen bulged. One of them growled, "Leave or endure the consequences of trespassing." It was obvious enough for Lu Yi. The only reason he was not yet being attacked was the authority pass he was holding. But Lu Yi was not happy to give up just yet. He pressed just one step further, much to the intense displeasure of the two squads of city watchmen, whose hands shot for the swords hanging from their belts. Tension lingered in the open area outside the entrance, hanging between Lu Yi and the city watchman like a pendulum. The sentries snarled in unison, "Stay back!" Zhu Jia clenched his fists, his aura rising and his skin aflush with a heaty red swelter as if he was spoiling for a fight. Lu Yi seized him and pulled him away. Together they scarpered off. They were barely 2 blocks away before Lu Yi finally stopped. Beyond any doubt, their attempt at the pond of divine purification had failed. The situation was telling enough. The authority pass that the woman in the red dress had given him wasn't enough for Lu Yi to enter the Lord Governor's court. That meant that he would have no way of reaching the pond of divine purification. It was a shame but understandable. If the biggest prize of the lost city of Xianyuan was so easily accessible, then it would not have been the biggest prize after all. It would have been as cheap as the dirt that collected at the bottom of everyone's souls. "Let's go." With a beckon at Zhu Jia, they strode away. Lu Yi contacted Ji Yan. Any hope about wanting to reach the pond was as good as dashed in its entirety. But with most of the 1,000 Demon Ridge elements purged and not much good left in the city to be gleaned, there was nothing else to do but wait. Ji Yan's reply came soon enough, pointing him in the direction of the abandoned mansion they found. The journey took 4 hours before Lu Yi arrived at the designated spot. Ji Yan was there waiting for him. The latter greeted him warmly. There was no mention of what Lu Yi was doing. The spacious residence must have once been used by a wealthy and large family. They went inside and after a flurry of corridors and avenues, they finally reached a separate little cottage within the estate grounds. Extremely grateful for Lu Yi's help, the Hidden Light Sanctuary people made sure that Lu Yi was well fed by sending over good food every day. There was no telling when their time in the Lost City would expire. It had only been 7 to 8 days since it appeared. It could be weeks or even months before everyone could get out, but there was no need to hurry. The nice atmosphere filled with rich ambient spiritual power was a boon for training and meditation, which he gladly delved into with so much free time. Besides his usual training, Lu Yi spent time reading the tomes and manuscripts Lady Yun had lent him to study glyphs. Even though the construction of glyphs would take a slight toll on his spiritual power reserves and somewhat impede his progress with meditation, the materials he now read were all about defeating magical wards. She had specifically gathered a collection of that topic when he mentioned to her that he wished to learn how to defeat magical wards. To do that, he needed to first study how defensive wards worked, and that had everything to do with glyphs. The peace and silence of the environment of the cottage helped to keep him concentrated. Although it lasted only 2 days, a mob of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators led by Gu Kanyang and Ji Yan came to the cottage looking for him. They were all cultivators Lu Yi had rescued from the Xianyuan City Watch dungeons. They were here to personally express their gratitude. Explorers of the Lost City were known to have been arrested by the spectral sentinels of the city, but few, if any, ever survived the dungeons. Therefore, the cultivators were aware that they would have been doomed if Lu Yi had not come to save them all. Only those who had been down there knew the horrors of the place. How just by staying there death could come as quickly as a wind's breath in the night. So, here they were, to see and talk to Lu Yi themselves. Everyone had a nice, short moment to talk, save for Gu Kanyang and Ji Yan, who waited for everyone to leave so that they could have Lu Yi for themselves. The former had a proposal. On behalf of the Hidden Light Sanctuary, he had come to propose an alliance, which Lu Yi was more than eager to say yes to. After all, that had been one of his objectives of coming to the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Using their credentials as legates of their respective orders, the two made their pact. Technically, such a pact would be limited to the confines of the Spirit Creek battlefield, but it was enough. Next, Gu Kanyang extended Lu Yi an invitation to visit the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Lu Yi agreed to that as well. The conversation wandered back to the dungeons, which sent chill down Gu Kanyang's spine. Anyone who stepped into the dungeons would feel the will to live slowly being eroded, he claimed. Death would swoop down on whoever stayed inside, constantly drawing away all life from anyone locked in there until the person was nothing more than a dried and shriveled husk. That was why Gu Kanyang looked like a gangly root when he was retrieved from his cell, as if he had been down there for years without food and sustenance. He was not hurt, yet his vitality escaped him with the swiftness of air exiting a punctured balloon. The badly depleted Gu Kanyang would clearly be needing some time before he could regain full health. Listening to his account explained the strange, foul sensation he felt when he was inside the dungeons. Lu Yi wasn't long enough inside the dungeons to feel the same toll as Gu Kanyang had endured. That too explained why only a few survived such a trip into the Xianyuan City Watch dungeons. Death would begin constricting its fingers around any living person who stepped inside. Stay too long and anyone would die. Maybe only someone with great physical strength and vigor could survive. People of robust health like Zhu Jia. He might be able to stay long enough inside the dungeons until the disappearance of the lost city and yet still survive. The men spent a bit more time on small talk before Gu Kanyang finally took his leave. Lu Yi saw him out of the enclosure and as he was heading back to his cottage, something caught his sight. There was Zhu Jia sitting on the ground meditating. If Lu Yi were to sense more closely, he could feel the ambient spiritual qi swirling towards the body-tempering cultivator and into the pores all over him. That was sign enough that Zhu Jia must possess great talent, or else this phenomenon would not have occurred. As a native born and bred in the Spirit Creek battlefield, Zhu Jia and his talents were discovered by Sima Yang, who led him into the world of cultivators. The third order spell cultivator had, back then, begun showing Zhu Jia the ropes only for him to catch up and grow faster instead. No cultivator without exceptional gifts in the arcane crafts and combat could accomplish such a feat. Zhu Jia opened his eyes all of a sudden. He must have felt someone watching. He saw Lu Yi staring at him and he stared back incredulously. Zhu Jia, you already have 180 spiritual points unlocked. Why are you training when you do not yet have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline to work with? With all 180 spiritual points unlocked, there was no need for Zhu Jia to meditate. Without a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, he would not be able to unlock more spiritual points and his reserves of spiritual power would not grow further. Meditating would only have the effect of keeping his reserves full and nothing more. Nevertheless, Zhu Jia had been diligently devoting time to meditation. He would spend time eating, resting and having fun with Amber. The rest of his time he would use it to meditate. Seeing this only made Lu Yi want to get him a heaven-grade cultivation discipline as soon as possible. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 284. Zhu Jia's Mutant Core. Zhu Jia's exceptional talent should not be allowed to go to waste. Zhu Jia cracked into a silly grin at Lu Ye's question. His hand wandered to his belly and he tapped himself there. Here. For storage. What do you mean? Zhu Jia scratched his head. Struggling to answer the question, he decided to just demonstrate. He gave himself a punch into his gut and regurgitated something out of his mouth. Something ochre brown and round like a spherical marble. Lu Yi stared at the odd sight blankly. How could Zhu Jia be hiding something like this in his stomach? What is this? Zhu Jia tossed the tiny round thing at Lu Yi, who quickly caught it. The latter examined it closely and something that Shui Yuan had told him about some time ago popped in his mind. A mutant core? Lu Yi had heard about how spirit beasts would form something called a mutant core inside their bodies upon reaching the Cloud River realm. Their power would henceforth be drawn from the cores. To humans, mutant cores had a variety of uses in the brewing of pills and the forging of spirit artifacts among all others, including the erecting of magical wards. What sat at the very center of his palm looked awfully like one. Wait, so Zhu Jia is a spirit beast turned mutant. But nothing suggested that he was one. He appeared every bit a sound and proper human, and he had none of the traits that usual mutant cultivators exhibited. So, if this wasn't a mutant core, then what could it be? He looked more carefully again. The surface of the marble wasn't as smooth as he expected. Countless tiny protrusions littered every millimeter of the small orb, giving it a coarse surface. Finding no sign that would remotely illuminate him as to what this tiny item really was, Lu Yi tried channeling his power into it, and his face contorted almost immediately. He detected huge amounts of power contained inside the marble. Spiritual power so vast and so pure that if forcefully released, it could be destructive and deadly. Lu Yi quickly withdrew his powers to prevent triggering any unwanted eruption. Then again, he realized how valuable this marble must be to Wuxia. Yet the lumbering giant of a man just willingly tossed it to him, unhesitatingly and unwaveringly. The extent of trust he had for Lu Yi made Lu Yi feel rather pleased and touched. Lu Yi pondered over what Wuxia was saying earlier and came to a conclusion. So the power that you draw during your meditation, you store in here. That's right, Wuxia nodded. And you can tap into it whenever you need to. Whenever I need to, yes. Lu Yi exhaled. Incredible, he thought. He had seen quite a lot of items and instruments with abilities and functions to store spiritual power. Weapons too depended on glyph. Spirit bank to temporarily save up small amounts of spiritual power inside for extended periods of telekinesis. But one could construct and conjure all the glyph spirit bank they wanted, but they would ever come close to competing against the unbelievably vast amounts of spiritual power stored inside this marble that had been sitting inside Wuxia's belly. That was the answer to the mystery of why Wuxia had been meditating even though he did not have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. The marble would absorb every shred of spiritual power he gathered and store it for future use. Power that he could arbitrarily tap into whenever he needed from within this strange marble. In other words, Wuxia might have reserves of spiritual power far beyond any other Spirit Creek realm cultivator, including those who had already begun using heaven-grade cultivation disciplines. For 2 to 3 years Wuxia had been stuck in the Ninth Order without any observable progress. One could barely comprehend how much spiritual power he had amassed inside this marble. Nevertheless, this particular method brought something to Lu Ye's notice. Wuxia's progress might have been stymied by his lack of a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, but he did not allow that to be any hindrance to his meditation. His patience in training had never once waned. All he needed was just a suitable cultivation method that he could work with, and he could well rely on all the spiritual power he had been storing up until now to break through as many spiritual points as possible to catch up. Lu Yi peered at Wuxia, feeling breathless with awe. Where did Sima Yang find this freak of nature? He's a talent that the Crimson Blood sect cannot afford to let slip past its fingers. Lu Yi held the tiny marble in his hand for a while longer. Still unable to divine what it really was, he just gave it back to Wuxia. Whatever it was, he had now concluded that it was no mutant core. In fact, its value far outstripped that of usual mutant cores. This, if were to be seen by others, might invite trouble, especially from those who coveted this item. You need to be careful, Wuxia, and not flippantly show this around. Did Sima Yang not tell you about this before? He did. Wuxia responded curtly as he swallowed the marble back into his belly. The same melancholy that haunted him earlier reared its head once more at the mention of Sima Yang, and Wuxia hung his head somberly. Lu Yi retrieved a big slab of meat. Wuxia took it, and that seemed to be the trick to lift his spirits. The following day, Lu Yi was at the small enclosure of his cottage. He placed both his hands on the ground and channeled his power continuously. A brilliant glob of light shone beneath his palms, just over the ground, before radiant, silvery lines began to spread from the light, bursting farther and wider into a gossamer network of intelligible runes. The webs of undecipherable runes and lines stretched for a radius of several meters wide. Next, the luminescence vanished abruptly as if nothing had been happening just seconds before. But anyone that could perceive spiritual power could feel the emanation of spiritual forces there. Lu Yi, is that a magical ward? Yi, who had been watching from the side with an idea of what he was up to, asked. Lu Yi responded, getting up to his feet. He extracted a ponderous and thick-set tome from inside his storage bag, which he referred to briefly before he nodded approvingly as if to himself. He thought, some results at last. What he had just done was a testament to what he had learned after so long. He finally harnessed enough knowledge about glyphs to construct magical wards using his own spiritual power. Of course, without something to provide proper anchorage like a ward keystone, the magical ward he just constructed could be easily defeated. But this was nevertheless a good start. One small step in his study, but a giant leap for his overall strength. He had finally achieved elementary success in the study of ward casting. Wuxia, Lu Yi called. All right. Wuxia yelped as he awoke from his stupor. He too had just been watching from beside. Go ahead and try. But don't channel your power. Constructing the magical ward might have worked, but it was still very weak. All it would take was for Wuxia to channel his power and the ward would fail. This was not unlike what caused Lu Yi to restructure his glyph, gathering spirits to prevent it from failing at the first contact with excessive pressures of spiritual qi. It took altering the magical circle of the glyph into tiny little funnels, and that seemed to have solved the problem. All right, Wuxia responded, marching forward. Slowly, Lu Yi urged. Too fast or too forceful and the ward could vanish. Wuxia froze with his foot halfway in midair. At a glacial pace, the foot came down very carefully, all the while searching Lu Yi's face cautiously for any response. Only after Lu Yi nodded did he finally move his other foot. That wasn't easy at all. He nearly had a cramp because of this. That took a couple of minutes before he finally reached the center of the magical ward's area. The shiny lines on the ground that had vanished earlier pulsed with life once more like unextinguished embers, emanating with spiritual power before a blast surged at Wuxia. Remembering Lu Yi's instruction to not channel any of his spiritual power, Wuxia just stood there, taking the blast with his body. When the dust settled, he scratched the back of his head innocently with a dubious look on his face. PFFFTT. He nearly burst out laughing. The blast was just so weak that even a fifth order could easily have done better. The sprawl of shiny lines and runes that fanned the ground gradually ebbed away at the completion of the blast, the entire magical ward disintegrating into sparkling dregs that dissipated into the atmosphere. Lu Yi kept a long and thoughtful look on his face, transfixed at where the magical ward was. He was not at all surprised by the potency, or rather the lack thereof, of the magical ward. After all, he was still a novice with a long way to go. Constructing this ward itself took several glyphs, including glyph Death Arc, the glyph that fired the blast at Wuxia. Because of his studies, Lu Yi could now construct glyphs which were not part of his original assortment of glyphs from his tree of glyphs. But these glyphs that he learned from the many materials Lady Yuan lent him require time to master. Still unstable and weak, it would still take some time of training and practice before he could properly use them in battle. Hence Lu Yi thought of trying them on magical wards. This was the first time Lu Yi tried his hand at erecting magic wards, and it was feeble, obviously, from Yi's outburst in reaction. But anyone who knew better, especially ward cultivators, would gulp hard with shock. They would be amazed. For Lu Yi's magical ward was one that did not have a point of anchorage. It was conjured solely relying on his spiritual power and nothing else. It would not have even worked, low potency or not, if he had committed even the slightest mistake. If constructing glyphs could be seen as writing a word with a pen, then the conjuration of a magical ward would be like writing an essay. Worse, one wrong move and Lu Yi would have to start all over. There was no margin for errors at all. Such a task demanded a great if not perfect manner of control over one's spiritual power, to say the least. Such a performance on his first foray into conjuring magical wards deserved praise. If Lu Yi were to employ the use of ward keystones and a nexus for his next ward casting, the attempt would not only be easier, it would be substantially stronger and more potent. Technically, ward cultivators were a branch of the glyphweaver family. Only ward cultivators focused their study and training solely on the conjuration of magical wards. That spoke volumes on how vast and how huge the study of glyphs could be. No man could fully learn everything. Hence one could only focus one's efforts and time on one specific discipline. The discipline of ward cultivators concentrated on the study of ward casting, while glyph warlocks pinpointed on the use of glyphs in battle. Those who specialized in tattoo-type glyphs focused on providing support in battle. Each discipline had its respective role and focal points, making the study of their glyphs in stark contrast from others, just like how smiths who forged spirit artifacts learned glyph constructing so that they could cast layers of enchantments on the very instruments and weapons they built. Even Lady Yuan herself, for all her talents and knowledge about glyphs, wasn't a master of all trades. In the meantime, Lu Yi had never tried making ward standards or keystones before. The forging of these items needed specialized materials and tools, making this an endeavor best attempted at the fastness of the outpost. At the moment, the matter at hand should be his mastery of ward casting, or more aptly put, ward destruction. For that reason, he cared little about how good the wards he conjured were. He only needed to understand how the wards were conjured so that he could grasp the points of defeating wards conjured by others. He gave Yi a playful glare before he retreated into his cottage to continue his training and study. He pored over tomes and manuscripts, cramming his brain with as many fragments of the vast knowledge of glyphs as he could. The existence of his tree of glyphs allowed him to employ the use of various types of glyphs. That gave him the misconception that he was already a fully fledged glyph weaver. But only today did Lu Yi realize that while he wielded talents that made him a prodigy, he was still nowhere near a fully competent glyph weaver. While the tree had afforded him great convenience, it made him a mediocre glyph weaver at best. He still had a long way ahead before he could count himself a master glyph weaver. The gifts of the tree of glyphs might be plenty, but not yet enough. Days went by as Lu Yi would emerge from the cottage to try out new wards and such to experiment with his understanding. From his failures, he learned experience. From his triumphs, he ascertained his understanding thereof. Each and every day he made progress. Progress which began to increase from gradual to exponential. But one caveat remained: he needed to try his skills on a real magical ward to properly see if he was making any real headway. The first one that came to mind was the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Here's to hoping that Gu Kanyang won't regret extending his invitation to me, Lu Yi mused. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 285. The Lord Governor of the Lost City of Xianyuan. Training, meditation, practice, and reading. Lu Yi did not know if anyone else was making full use of his or her time to be productive, but he certainly was. For one moment, Lu Yi was toying with the notion of setting off back to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost and just locked himself in his chambers to train in peace and quiet, undisturbed. But his being an Eighth Order reminded him that doing just that would be erroneous. Staying too long in the outer ring areas would be detrimental to his own progress, to say nothing of the scores he wished to settle with those who had almost caused his death at the Battle of Golden Tip. He needed to stay in the inner ring areas. Once he had grown strong enough to venture into the central areas of the battlefield, he would begin his crusade of vengeance. The moment of reckoning would arrive for all those who slighted him not so long ago. He fought through 43 rounds during the Battle of Golden Tip, but a lion's share of the 43 orders and sects were outer ring area orders. That made it inappropriate for him to attack them. Doing so would only invoke an uproar. Li Baxin told him before that what happens between the outer rings stays in the outer ring. It was a custom that every sect and order in the Spirit Creek battlefield observed so universally that it had become law, a mutual understanding between both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge that all cultivators adhere to. Any enmity between outer ring orders should only be resolved between outer ring factions. No one else from other areas, the inner ring or the central areas, was to be involved. Any disobedience of this rule would be met with heavy and unyielding repercussions. In the meantime, being in the lost city of Xianyuan did not hamper Lu Ye's progress a bit. With a spiritual point unlocked every 3 days, his total tally had now reached 160. He might need to have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline ready before his visit to the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost, just in case. One day Lu Yi felt bored. He extracted his seed of the mystic fruit from inside his storage bag. A visit to the Rift of Illusions to stretch himself might just be the change of pace he needed. Reading all day had made his whole day bland, and with nowhere else to go since the lost city was still teeming with the city watch patrols prowling about, he needed something else to do. Moreover, Lu Yi had sensed a connection between the Rift of Illusions and the Rift of Fortune that led him into this lost city, although he could not yet put a finger on it. Both had the same appearance of a mysterious domain filled with plumes, prowling mists with shadowy figures that would appear out of nowhere. Corroded ghosts barreling through the thin, gossamer veils to attack him. That was all he knew. At the same time, when Lu Yi produced the seed of the mystic fruit from his storage bag, somewhere in the deepest corners of the lost city, a pair of eyes blinked open. The figure stared blankly for seconds as if lost in contemplation. Next, the figure vanished into thin air. Back inside the cottage, Lu Yi was frowning. He was just about to channel his power into the seed when the strangest sense of foreboding and dread gripped him. Someone was watching him. He surveyed the inside of the cottage. Nothing seemed out of ordinary. He carefully looked around once more. The bizarre tingling was gone. Still holding the seed, Lu Yi decided to give it another try. His powers surged. Crack! The bang caught Lu Yi unawares despite his premonition. His hair shot up at the sight of a figure that had appeared without warning, a man almost in his late 30s, clothed in rich, regal robes of silk and purple. The tall and stern man, exuding authority and majesty, seized Lu Ye's arm, albeit with a look of exasperation. Lu Yi stared into his eyes, shocked and awed by the sudden visit and the stranger's might that looked effortless on the stranger's part as Lu Yi failed to free himself even with a couple of forceful tugs. This man is dangerous. Very dangerous. More dangerous than the lady in red. Who the hell is he? How did he appear so suddenly and what does he want? A flurry of thoughts assailed Lu Ye's mind. He could detect no malevolent intent from the stranger. The stranger did not have to. His vast powers easily made him a giant, and giant have no concern for the cares of ants. Even the deluge of thoughts did nothing to prevent Lu Yi from ripping Inviolable out of its sheath, which he swung hard at the stranger. Clang! The swing stopped short of hitting its target. It was stopped by the stranger with just two of his fingers. Lu Yi could feel the corners of his eyes twitching nervously as he peered down at Inviolable's blade from the other side. The door burst open suddenly with Jia storming forward and Amber roaring beside him. They had heard the commotion from outside and had rushed inside to Lu Ye's aid. The former was on fire with a flaming red aura enveloping him, while Amber was unleashing every single one of its spectral lackeys. Stop! Hold it right there! Lu Yi barked. But Jia, in his overzealous frenzy, refused to heed the call. As soon as he reached the stranger, he delivered a furious punch, only for himself to be bounced back instead, and he crashed to the ground in a tumbling roll. What was more astounding was the fact that none of the apparitions that Amber released did anything to attack the stranger. They stood there like frightened chickens, if not scarecrows, with distant looks in their eyes, leaving only Amber to charge forward alone while he fired a spell. The white feline erupted back into its full form, baring its fangs as wide as it could, and chomped down on the stranger's head, where it soon realized that it could not close its jaws. So was Yi's spell. It barely left a scratch or a bruise on the stranger, who only looked more exasperated, if not utterly irritated. Lu Yi withdrew his blade and returned it to its sheath. Yi and Jia took their positions cautiously beside Lu Yi. At several meters away, facing Lu Yi, the stranger stood there with Amber still clinging to him, surrounded by the many apparitions the tiger conjured. That's enough, Amber, Lu Yi called. Amber obediently dislodged its jaw from the stranger's head and released its hold on him. The stranger exhaled a long and deep breath and adjusted his rich purplish robes. He sat in the chair opposite Lu Yi, saying, "Peace, my friend. I bear you no ill will." Which was true enough, Lu Yi thought quietly. If this stranger came with any sinister intent, all four of them would have been dead by now. Lu Yi gave the cadre of apparitions another look before he too broke his silence. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Lord Governor?" Taken aback by the subtle revelation, he stared at Lu Yi with disbelief. The stranger looked just as surprised himself. He shifted in his chair to assume a more comfortable position and smiled thinly. "And what makes you think that I'm the Lord Governor?" "I encountered a mysterious lady in red who enjoys riding a swing, and I was under the impression that she is the most powerful entity in this city until you appeared. It's you who is the most powerful being in this city, and it's not by a close margin. The lady in red's a far cry from what you really are, and I can't think of anyone who could be more powerful than she is, except the Lord Governor of the city." "Just because of that? Rather circumstantial, don't you think?" "Them too." Lu Yi motioned at the apparitions around them. Amber clearly wanted them to attack, but they didn't. The only explanation I could think of is that what remaining instincts these apparitions still retain clearly are loyal to the Lord Governor of this city. "Let's just assume for 1 second that you're right then." The stranger dipped his chin in resignation. That was the farthest he would go to admitting that Lu Ye's guess was correct. He really was the Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan. "As for the purpose of my being here," the Lord Governor spoke as he lifted up Lu Ye's mystic fruit seed nestled between his two fingers. His expression took a turn and became grim. "This is not something that is supposed to be used inside this city, or any other part of the whole Rift of Fortune for that matter." "Why?" "Let's just say that doing so would bring about very terrible consequences. For example, Some horrors are best left unsaid, my friend, smiled the Lord Governor, refusing to explain further. He tossed the mystic fruit seed back to Lu Yi. Lu Yi caught the seed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he pondered about the horrors that were mentioned. He could barely guess the true nature of these horrors, but if the Lord Governor of this city came specifically to warn him about this, he knew better than to just dismiss it lightly, especially since he had a good feeling that deliberately using the mystic fruit seed again would also incur his wrath. Do you have tea? The Lord Governor asked all of a sudden. No. More's the pity. The Lord Governor rose up and stepped closer to Lu Yi. He clenched his fist and feigned another cough, saying, "There is actually one other matter that I've come here to speak to you about." "By all means, Lord Governor, pray tell." The Lord Governor eyed the apparitions and said, "You cannot take them with you. For doing that will also bring about very terrible consequences. Not very terrible consequences per se, but you'll kill them." That was certainly the last thing Lu Yi expected to hear, for he fell silent for a couple of seconds, totally confounded. The Lord Governor wasn't at all amused to see Lu Yi being surprised. The last thing he ever wanted was to appear so haphazardly before Lu Yi. In fact, his original intention was to employ some sort of magic to remove the apparition's bond to amber, so that they would remain here when the time for Lu Yi and all other intruders of the lost city to be booted out arrived. Lu Yi would be none the wiser until he got back to the battlefield, and he would have the impression that apparitions of the lost city could not be transported elsewhere. That would be the end of the miseries for all parties involved. That was until Lu Yi took out his mystic fruit seed, the very object that had forced him to make such a sudden entry, just so that he could personally speak to Lu Yi. This personal meeting would make it unbecoming for him to quietly keep the apparitions here in the lost city, making this conversation all the more necessary. Is this an order by the Lord Governor? Evidently, Lu Yi would be reluctant to part with a potent force such as these apparitions. They might not be useful in the long run, but Lu Yi could certainly come up with numerous uses for them at the moment. "It's a request," the Lord Governor responded pensively. Lu Yi understood what he was trying to say. "But these apparitions are not mine, they're Amber's. It's up to the tiger and not me. Maybe you can try making an offer to Amber instead?" The Lord Governor ignored Lu Yi's attempt to deflect the responsibility and instead maintained an intent upon him. Lu Yi could see that his cheap trick wasn't going to work. This conversation only started a few minutes ago, but Lu Yi could already tell that the Lord Governor was not a person who enjoyed bullying or strong-arming people into saying yes, or he could have saved his breath and just done that to make everyone acquiesce to his demands. But that was also why Lu Yi thought that he might perhaps try to derive some benefit from the situation. The Lord Governor said request, so that might imply some sort of deal. Although Lu Yi could also confess to wondering if he might frustrate the Lord Governor instead and resort to using force instead. "All right, name your price." The Lord Governor exhaled heavily in resignation. "The pond of divine purification." A look of concession cracked upon the Lord Governor's face as if he had seen this coming from a long way. "Would I be able to interest you in something else? A new spirit artifact perhaps?" He quietly extracted and unfurled the 9-realm scroll. 2? Or maybe 3. "I'm afraid spirit artifacts are just tools and equipment. The significance isn't equal at all." "I suppose you have a point there," the Lord Governor muttered, nodding his head in agreement. "Very well then. The pool of divine purification it is." Saying he was thrilled was an understatement. But Lu Yi did his best to not look gloatingly gleeful as he traced a finger in a circle over his head, indicating everyone present, and we're not leaving anyone behind. The Lord Governor snorted. "Maybe you should call those people outside. Get the dogs and even the cats while you're at it," he added testily. "Surely not," Lu Yi remarked facetiously. "We mustn't be too greedy in it. It's been a long time since I hit someone, so you better not try me." Lu Yi immediately kept his trap shut. He enjoyed being the one doling out the beatings, not receiving them. The Lord Governor gave him a nasty look before he finally sighed. With a wave of his hand, he set the apparitions free. Amber shook its girth as if something was just cut loose from its cut of fur. One after another, the blank and distant looks in the eyes of the apparitions faded away, gleaming once more seconds later with consciousness. The apparitions respectfully bowed to the Lord Governor before they dissolved out of view. "Let's go," the Lord Governor called curtly, and Lu Yi felt a strange, invincible force wrapping him along with the rest of his companions. The last thing he saw was their stares at him before everything went blurry. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 286, The Pool of Divine Purification. By the time Lu Yi and his companions regained their senses, they found themselves standing just in front of a large pit with tendrils of mists hovering lazily out of its bottomless abyss. Sentinels of the Xianyuan City Watch stood guard around the area of the pit, and the captain immediately bowed and saluted at the sight of the Lord Governor appearing. The master of the city waved a hand to dismiss the captain. Lu Yi looked at the pit. He could see nothing inside except the roiling plumes of fog rolling out of a hole in the ground listlessly, and somehow the mist just wouldn't leak out of the edge as if an invisible wall was keeping them confined inside. Is this really the legendary pool of divine purification? If this is a pool, then where's the water? He sidled close and whispered, "Lu, the mist. I have a feeling that they could be a boon to me." As a spectral entity herself, Yi had a certain sensitivity toward the spiritual qi circulating in the mist. Lu Yi could not feel anything, but Yi was positive that if she could enter the pool, she could derive plenty of benefits. "So, that's it?" Lu Yi panned his focus to the Lord Governor just beside him. "Just jump in." The master of the lost city paced a couple of steps nearer to the pool with his hands held behind his back, as if he was surveying its interior. "That's right. Just jump in. But you have only 6 hours. After which, I will transport you back to where you came from." He barely finished speaking when Lu Yi threw himself inside. There was no time to lose, and Lu Yi knew he would need to make good use of every second he had. As he plunged down the shaft, Lu Ye's weight pulled him down into the blackness of the pit. He plummeted deeper and deeper, until he began to feel something amiss. Is it me, or is this godforsaken hole disguised as a pool just too deep? The Lord Governor mentioned nothing of this sort. Lu Yi was about to activate glyph wings when he felt an invisible force coming from below his feet and stopping his descent. But the feeling below his feet was not of anything rocky or even remotely solid. It felt like stepping on cotton. He looked at his feet and saw nothing below but the gaping darkness of the abyss staring back at him. All around him, his sight was obscured by fog assailing him from all sides, and he could not find Yi and the others. But he was not alarmed. They must be somewhere in the pool as well, and must be safe. With only 6 hours, Lu Yi wasted no time in sitting down and beginning his meditation. Being here reminded Lu Yi of his experience enriching his physical endurance in the Dragon Spring, where one needed to breathe in the deep scarlet effulgence from the spring to gain the benefits. Unlike the spring, Lu Yi could feel power enveloping every inch of his skin and entering his body. The sensation of being weightless left him in a very relaxed and tranquil mood, dispelling all the discomfort that had been accumulating from his long hours of insipid study. Such were the effects of immersing oneself inside the fog of the pool of divine purification, a spiritual cleansing that refreshed one's mind and spiritual self. If Lu Yi was at a higher rank where his senses could perceive his own soul or other ectoplasmic substance, then the benefits that he would enjoy would be far greater than his imagination. Even so, just being here was already a huge boon to him and most particularly his spiritual well-being. But if he could already derive such benefits in his normal state, what about meditating? Would he gain even more? Realizing this, Lu Yi constructed more glyph, gathering spirits around himself. The luminescent images of funnels hovered over every single one of his spiritual points. More churning swirls gathered around Lu Yi, rushing furiously into him. The torrents of energy being absorbed into his body greatly enhanced the clarity of his state of mind, and Lu Yi was feeling himself growing lighter and lighter. Standing by the edge of the pit with his hands behind his back was a curious Lord Governor of the lost city in deep contemplation. 2 of the 4 signs have been revealed. In fact, they share a resemblance with that one. Intriguing. He was still murmuring to himself when he discovered a strange development occurring where Lu Yi had jumped into. His face looked grim. What is going on? What method is he employing to make the consumption of spiritual qi around him faster? That was not anything worth celebrating or applause. The energies released by the pool were so rich that just immersing oneself inside its gaseous emissions could make one spiritually stronger and more potent. But as with all things, moderation is the key to success. Wanton consumption or absorption of the energies would only cause one to be disintegrated by the sheer power of the energies. He won't need 6 hours. By the looks of things, this brat will be out of the pit in an hour if he knows what's good for him, mused the Lord Governor. But the Lord Governor did nothing to stop Lu Yi. In fact, he stood there and watched with interest, eager to see what Lu Yi would do when he discovered the problem. The enrichment of one's spiritual being was something that many hoped for but oftentimes failed to achieve, thus making it easy for one to lose oneself within the pool. In the meantime, Lu Yi was still busy and thrilled in constructing more glyph, gathering spirits funnels. The more energy he consumed, the more he felt light and free. The inexplicable sensation of thrill and ignition was intoxicating and overwhelming enough to engulf him in joy and confidence, making him feel that he could accomplish anything. Feeling perturbed by the bizarre sensation, Lu Yi stopped constructing more glyphs. If the experience of enriching himself at the Dragon Spring had taught him anything, it was to not tempt fate by pushing limits further than he ought to. Lu Yi paused and re-examined himself. Something had changed. His spiritual senses had become more acute, no longer vague and murky like before, and the more he consumed the energies teeming the fog, the stronger the clarity became. As a matter of fact, Lu Yi could even see the energies flowing in his veins. He could see his tree of glyphs, how it was growing and how many of the leaves on its boughs were aflame. Then he saw himself sitting cross-legged, hovering in the middle of a bottomless shaft, surrounded by a deluge of fog swirling around him like a swarm of bees over a bed of flowers. That terrified Lu Yi enough. For one to see oneself from such an angle was surrealistic enough. He instantly thought of the tales of astral projection that he had heard before. Then it hit him, something was terribly amiss. He lowered his gaze and looked at himself. He had become something like a spectral being. The link between his body and his spirit was weakening. This cannot be. What in heaven's name is going on? He quickly stopped whatever he was doing and focused hard. That was when he felt a strong pull. He once again opened his eyes. He was back inside his body, sitting down in the middle of nowhere. He no longer was in his spectral state anymore. Something is wrong with the fog. Lu Yi understood that he needed to tread more carefully from now on. He made sure that he was fine and reflected on what happened. It did not take long for him to pinpoint the issue. Beyond any doubt, the pool of divine purification enriching properties could do any cultivator a lot of good. But Lu Yi realized that he needed to be careful since, as a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, there was a limit to how much good his physical body could take. If his spirit were to become too strong for his body to sustain, then it would break free from the confines of his physical body like what happened just now. The degree of this matter could be worse the stronger his spirit became. Once his spirit broke free from the force that bound it to his physical body, he would become a real spectral being, an apparition free and completely separated from its vessel. That was certainly not a price Lu Yi was ready or eager to pay. Being a spectral being had its uses, but without a physical body as an anchor, there was little he could do as well. His options would be severely limited. He did not have her own physical body, but as the spirit possessed Amber, Amber was, in a way, her physical vessel. Now that the problem has been identified, Lu Yi practiced more caution. At the Dragon Spring, Lu Yi did not have to worry about absorbing too much of the blood-red diffusion that the spring emitted. All it took was a short duration of time for him to get used to the enhancements of his body. But the pool was altogether a different story. Having one's spirit become too strong and too potent wasn't good news. From the 130 glyph gathering spirits he constructed, Lu Yi quickly cut down more than half the amount to prevent the situation from getting out of hand. He needed to slow down his intake of energy. Moments later he cut down another half, leaving only 30 gathering spirits funnels operating. But that barely improved things. He had absorbed too much energy from the pool, making the growth of his spirit now at a zenith. Any further and his spirit would be forcibly extricated from his physical body once again, this time possibly for good. He paused and waited. Ultimately, he concluded that all 30 gathering spirits funnels too needed to be unmade. Lu Yi wasn't enjoying this one bit. Here he was, surrounded by so much energy, yet all he could do was sit and allow his body to absorb it at an arduously ponderous pace. Outside the pit, the Lord Governor was still observing. His head nodded. That Lu Yi had discovered the crux of the problem, and had decisively chosen to drastically lower his rate of absorption had come as a huge surprise. Interesting fellow. We mustn't be too greedy, eh? One really should understand that there's always a point where too much can do more damage than good. His sentiments of feeling impressed were quickly proven to be misplaced after all, as Lu Yi took out his storage bag, made sure that its opening was as wide as possible, and began waving it around as if to fill its insides with as much fog as possible. That was hilarious enough for the Lord Governor that he groaned with exasperation. One must not be greedy? What a load of bollocks! Inside the pit, Lu Yi was peering into his storage bag. Did he manage to fill the bag with some of the fog? No, he doubted it would be enough anyway. The storage bag was not without its limits. There was no telling whether this method would work and how much energy he could gather. He had heard rumors about how people had brought back droplets of the pool's water to be presented to their elders and mentors as gifts. How on earth did they even find the water? He wondered. Lu Yi stowed away the storage bag. That was when his gaze panned downwards. The swirling fog containing all this energy must come from somewhere below, he realized. But how far is the bottom of this pit? Is the real pool really down below? He clipped his storage bag back on his belt and dove down, falling deeper at breakneck speed to seek the bottom of the shaft. He plummeted down the shaft with more fog wheezing by him as he fell. But it was not fast enough, and he activated glyph wings and zoomed all the way down. He punched through the fog like a lark streaking through clouds in its flight. After almost a quarter of an hour of diving, the bottom of this shaft was still nowhere in sight. Lu Yi was beginning to wonder if this pool was really a bottomless abyss. His long dive was beginning to feel unsettling. Outside the pit, the Lord Governor had elected to just sit by the edge and watch with his chin cupped in one hand. Humans who were alive were known to enter the lost city of Xianyuan every now and then, but seldom had the Lord Governor shown himself to them. It had been long since he had stumbled upon anything as interesting as this. He had been watching Lu Yi, and unbeknownst to Lu Yi himself, he had never been falling any deeper. In fact, he had been right where he was all the time. It was just the strange and otherworldly properties of the fog surging upwards that had given him the impression that he was moving. At last, Lu Yi withdrew his wings. He stopped and looked around, pondering quietly. If he could not determine the true depth of this pit, and he could not ascertain if he reached the bottom, why couldn't he just find some other way to produce the droplets? The fog should be thick enough for him to condense into liquid, like how normal vapor could be changed into water. As to how, Lu Yi had found an idea. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 287. The liquid energy of the pool of divine purification. The fog, the mysterious energy of the pool of divine purification in its gaseous state, was dense enough to be turned into liquid. Lu Yi only needed to gather as much of the fog as he could, and it could easily become liquid already. Lu Yi wasn't sure at first if this would work. The idea occurred to him just out of the blue, and he decided to just give it a go. After all, there was hardly anything to lose even if his hunch failed to work. Lu Yi held his hand out before the swirling fog rising up to his face. He channeled his power. Each almost the size of his hand, yin and yang primary elements materialized right before his eyes and clicked into each other like Chinese Luban lock puzzles. In mere seconds, the glyphs grew so many that they filled his sight. The Lord Governor was sitting by the pit when he saw what was going on inside. Shock filled his gaze. He did not expect Lu Yi to be a glyph weaver and one who was able to construct glyphs with such ease. Those are glyphs? The Lord Governor realized. And they are taking the shape of something large, big. Is that glyph? Gathering spirits? Unlike the usual gathering spirits that the Lord Governor had seen before, what Lu Yi was constructing was different, bigger and strange in form. With a wide opening that tapered into a smaller neck, the Lord Governor recognized what it was. A funnel. A funnel. The Lord Governor straightened up nervously. Damn, this fellow is becoming more than a mere nuisance. He had agreed to allow Lu Yi and his companions access to the pool of divine purification only because he deemed that they would not consume too much of the pool's energies. For the release of the apparitions they were thinking about spiriting out of the lost city, this did not seem like a terrible price to pay at first. But if Lu Yi really was going to do what he believed he was trying to do, then this would not be a trade. It would be a scam. He had fallen victim to a scam. Inside the pit, Lu Yi exhaled a long and deep breath. He had just constructed the biggest glyph, gathering spirits funnel he ever had. A funnel as far as 30 meters wide. This had easily depleted a considerable portion of his spiritual power. He would have constructed an even bigger funnel if he did not have to worry about the risk of failing. Now that it had been completed, all he needed to do was give it a go and see if it would work. He paused. More fog was swirling and gathering around the funnel, and the plasma was beginning to grow thicker. The force of the glyph was drawing in every shred of the fog nearby, pulling it into the funnel and compacting it while it spouted out of the bottleneck at the bottom, pouring out like a huge geyser. No, this helps to gather all the energy, but I need to do something to let it actually condense. Lu Yi lifted his arms and channeled his power, discharging spiritual power to seal off the bottleneck at the bottom of the funnel. Without an outlet to escape from, the energy was compressed further and further until droplets of liquid appeared inside the funnel. The droplets grew larger and larger, putting on more and more weight until they slipped down the edge of the funnel and collected at the bottom of the bottleneck. It works. It really works. Overjoyed, Lu Yi watched the amount of liquid increase. Little by little, the waterline rose as more droplets resembling dewdrops accumulating in the center of a lotus leaf in the morning slid down the edge of the funnel and into the bottleneck. Meanwhile, the Lord Governor watching from the edge of the pool could take no more. The pool and its energy constituted not only the source of power for the entire lost city of Xianyuan, it also provided power to the other parts of the Rift of Fortune. Therefore, there was no way he could allow the energy from the pool to be depleted so wantonly. If only he did not give Lu Yi 6 hours. He had mistaken Lu Yi for a middling cultivator, so 6 hours should be more than enough to satisfy him. Only now did he realize that he had severely misjudged not only Lu Yi's gluttony but also his ingenuity and shrewdness. If only he had promised 1 hour. But there was nothing much he could do. A promise is a promise, and the die had been cast. As Lord Governor and a man of his word, he could not just head inside and drag Lu Yi out like a naughty child. He looked left and right, making sure that none of the Xianyuan city watchmen were looking his way. He aimed a finger at the pit and twirled in circles. Back inside the shaft, Lu Yi was watching as the liquid energy accumulated with thrill and satisfaction when the air around him began to toss. The peaceful air turned choppy as if a storm was beginning its rage, and the gigantic funnel warped and shattered, releasing the fog inside, which scattered into the air as soon as it escaped. They were gone. And the droplets of liquid energy that he managed to accumulate so far, after all his troubles and efforts, began bursting into the air. Lu Yi frantically channeled his power and groped for every drop he could seize before they dissolved into nothing. He had lost some, but at least he managed to salvage the lion's share of what he managed to produce earlier. From his storage bag, he found a jade flask which he used to store all the liquid. He gave the vessel a gentle shake, finding it half filled. There must be at least a dozen droplets inside by his reckoning. He had never heard of anyone bringing that much liquid energy out of the pool of divine purification before. Most stories mention only just a handful of drops. Nevertheless, the success of his first try was enough to spur him to another attempt. If there was anything that he had learned from his first endeavor, it was that the glyph, gathering spirits funnel that he constructed needed to be smaller. Being wider made the process faster, but it lacked stability and strength. If there was turbulence again, the earlier mishap might repeat and thwart his efforts. Therefore, he decided to construct a small funnel this time. He focused his spiritual power in both hands and began constructing his glyph once more as swarms of yin and yang elements fell into shape before his gaze. Lu Yi finished creating another giant funnel, although this one was markedly smaller than the earlier one at barely 20 meters wide. Lu Yi extracted a vial of mystic fruit cider from inside his storage bag, and consumed it to replenish his spiritual power quickly. With a smaller funnel, the droplets of liquid energy that it yielded were expectedly fewer. But somehow, the funnel failed to last longer than the bigger funnel he constructed earlier. But this time, as soon as the turbulence of air began, Lu Yi was ready to secure the droplets as soon as the funnel collapsed and poured them all into his jade flask. Lu Yi repeated the process again. The cycle would go on and on. In spite of having more mystic fruit cider to restore his power, Lu Yi nevertheless felt overwhelmed. The refreshment of his spiritual power just couldn't keep up with the incessant and taxing depletion from every attempt. As time passed, the funnels that he could construct eventually became smaller and smaller. Even so, none of them could hold out long enough to produce a satisfactory yield. Lu Yi finally lost track of time, but he did not stop until he felt a strange force constrict around him. Realizing that his time should be up, Lu Yi hastily collected what droplets that had formed in his last attempt. And he was fortunate his instincts served him well. As soon as he was finished, his vision went blurry. By the time he could see properly again, he was back in the enclosure of the cottage that was within the grounds of a large mansion where the rest of his Grand Sky Coalition allies were taking refuge. He crashed to the ground on all fours, an indication of how fatigued he was. Amber and Jujia materialized just beside him. Seeing Lu Yi on the ground, wished to come over to help him up, but she did not look normal herself. Her spectral self was pulsing with a strange glow and she, despite her struggles, failed to walk in a straight line. It was as if she was tipsy. She was not the only one. Even Amber and Jujia were displaying similar traits. All of them wobbled around unsteadily, as if they had just survived a drinking competition. Perhaps 6 hours really were too long for them. Each of them could barely get used to the sudden disorientation. Nevertheless, there was hardly anything to be alarmed about. They would fully recover in just a few days. Lu Yi got to his feet, waving a hand to indicate that he was fine. Satisfied that Lu Yi was uninjured, Jujia immediately sat on the ground and began meditating. He too vanished, retreating inside Amber to rest, while the tiger laid down on the ground and rested its head on Jujia's lap. Within seconds, the giant feline was in a deep slumber snoring. Back at the Lord Governor's court complex, the master of the lost city of Xianyuan surveyed the aftermath of Lu Ye's visit. He sighed. The pool of divine purification had suffered a considerable loss, but fortunately, he had intervened just in time to prevent permanent damage. That a young cultivator like Lu Yi could pull off such unusual methods to turn the fog into liquid really was beyond his expectations. To say nothing about the strange concoction he had been consuming, again and again, to replenish his power so that he could keep on constructing those funnel-like glyphs. As Lord Governor, it would be unbecoming of him to stop Lu Yi, hence causing the turbulence without the latter's knowledge and disrupting the funnel-shaped glyphs were the fullest extent of what he could do, which he only did after ascertaining that Lu Yi had his just deserts. He could have chosen to not interfere, but Lu Yi would walk out of this encounter with a huge amount of liquid energy, which was greatly endangering the stability of this city and the rift's existence. In the meantime, a satisfied Lu Yi was examining his spoils. His soul had grown spiritually stronger, and he had managed to collect 3 to 4 tiny flasks of liquid energy. Despite their relatively tiny size, the flasks, which were originally used to store pills, could fill at least 30 drops of liquid energy. That would make at least 100 droplets of liquid energy now in Lu Ye's possession. Liquid energy which was the essence extracted from the swirling pool of divine purification in its gaseous state. Lu Yi wished to get back home fast. The droplets of liquid energy would make a great gift for his mentor, Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect Tang Yifeng. And then there was also Shui Yuan. Still in the real lake realm, the droplets would be extremely useful once she began her attempt at the divine ocean realm. Lu Yi did not forget Li Baxian as well. While like Lu Yi, Li Baxian still had a long way to go before reaching the state where the potency of one's spirit substantially affected one's strength and power, Lu Yi was confident a soul that was spiritually stronger and more potent would nevertheless be a great boon. On that note, Lu Yi reflected on and re-examined himself. He had been so busy in the pit that he had not reassessed himself just now. But now he realized that he felt starkly different. In the past, Lu Yi could only rely on the flow of spiritual power in his body to examine his condition. Even so, this method of probing would only provide a vague idea of what was going on in his body, not unlike feeling with his hands without any visual representation. But now that he had grown spiritually enriched, he could picture himself more coherently. It was a similar transitory feeling he sensed when he was in the state of astral projection earlier. That way, he could more accurately reassess himself and make correct decisions. If he were wounded somewhere he could not physically see, Lu Yi could now project a sixth sense to properly probe the wound. And the use of this divine sense was not only limited to himself. With this ability, he could now sense and see everything within 30 meters of his position. Everything that was close to him, especially within 3 meters, he could see with his sixth sense with tremendous clarity. The further an object was, the more unclear it would be from him, making distance one of the only weaknesses of this ability. He immediately thought of a great use for this newfound divine sense. He no longer needed to worry about being ambushed from behind by any ghost cultivators. He had relied on his 9-realm scroll to prevent him from being attacked by any ghost cultivators who managed to creep up on him from behind. Glyph. Insight could only help him so much because constructing glyphs required time. This newfound divine sense, on the other hand, was a self-subsistent ability without any blind spots. That easily made it more convenient and better than glyph. Insight. Lu Yi had encountered only a few ghost cultivators, and while most of them were skilled in surreptitious methods of assassination, barely any of them posed any potent threats to him yet. Nevertheless, Lu Yi was certain that he would one day encounter a ghost cultivator strong and deadly enough to be a menace, and this divine sense would be the very object of his salvation and triumph. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 288, The Perpetual War. The benefits of having one's spirit enriched were more than just a heightened sixth sense. While it might still be some time until Lu Yi was able to freely perceive and manipulate his own spirit, the boons of his visit to the pool of divine purification ranged from his everyday life to fighting. Many things had changed. Lu Yi had noticed this back when he was still inside the shaft of the pool of divine purification. His control of spiritual power had become smoother. His diligent practice in the construction of glyphs had seen his control of spiritual power rise far beyond most other cultivators of the same rank, and this new enrichment of his spirit appeared to have further strengthened this skill. Lu Yi channeled his power and a ball of flames burst to life above the palm of his hand. He tossed it forth and the glob of fire contorted in midair as he willed it into what he wished, a beautiful phoenix. The flaming bird flew in the air with a streaming trail of cinders in its wake, soaring up into the sky. At long last, Lu Yi thought, finally after so long my fire phoenix looks normal. It really was an emotional moment for Lu Yi. He had never been able to create anything more than a fiery, plump chicken even as he progressed up the ranks of his cultivation. For this reason, he had been actively reluctant to cast the Fire Phoenix spell just so that he could spare himself the embarrassment. Then he reached the 7th order and learned the Fire Dragon spell. In the sky, the flaming phoenix warped and assumed the form of something else, a slithering dragon of fire. This was not ordinary spell casting anymore. Even spell cultivators of the 8th and 9th order could not perform something like this. This was a higher order of fire manipulation that most cultivators in the battlefield could do. Lu Yi dispelled his power and the flaming dragon was gone, dissipating into the air. He had always been somewhat dissatisfied with the force of his telekinetic attacks, and it was due to the fact that he could not yet construct glyphs and apply them to his hiltless knife to enhance its speed and damage during flight. He had tried doing so before, but applying glyphs to his hiltless knife was just too difficult and his attempts had all ended in failure. The reason for those failures was that he still needed more finesse in controlling off-body spiritual power. He could employ telekinesis without a hitch, but constructing glyphs and applying them on his hiltless knife were altogether different conundrums. His initial thought was that he would first need to progress his cultivation rank further before he could try applying this method in combat. But now Lu Yi thought he should maybe give it another go. He extracted his hiltless knife from inside his storage bag and cast it out. The small blade took to the air, zooming around like a little star. The hiltless knife sparkled as he mentally applied glyph Windwalk on the weapon. Flying weapon manipulation was all about speed and agility. Having glyph Windwalk would increase both attributes up to an incomprehensible level. That would make it both unstoppable and deadly to usual Spirit Creek realm cultivators, even 8th and 9th orders. Those who had begun transitioning to heaven-grade cultivation disciplines might be able to survive Lu Ye's newfound prowess, but not if they were caught unawares. The hiltless blade gave off another gleam. This time Lu Yi had cast glyph sharp edge. Satisfied, Lu Yi stowed away his weapon. Being able to apply glyphs to his flying weapon would make it deadlier, but he noticed the time he was able to maintain its flight had shortened. For a cultivator to use telekinesis to remotely manipulate his weapon, one needed to have a certain amount of spiritual power stored in the weapon as sustenance for it to fly. But the use of glyphs would also deplete the spiritual power, thus cutting short the amount of time it could remain in the air. But Lu Yi was not too bothered. The use of telekinesis to attack enemies oftentimes did not involve long durations of flight. Under most circumstances, Lu Yi would have already begun hacking at any enemies with inviolable if they managed to survive the first telekinetic offense. Maybe he should start to consider using more flying weapons. Lu Yi could have been using more than 2 flying weapons, but he did not want to be overwhelmed by the distraction, hence he stuck to using just 2. But now that his spirit had undergone an enrichment that had seen it far stronger and more potent than before, he could fight while mentally keeping control of 2 flying weapons with hardly any difficulty at all. By the time he could call upon 100 swords with just 1 impulse like Li Baxian, he would have no one else to fear in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. But that would need more than a strong spirit and a powerful mind. He would need to rely on his talents as well. That was exactly the reason Li Baxian remained such a singular figure in the battlefield that hardly anyone could come close to comparing, even after so many years. From his many triumphs and victories, Lu Yi had loads of weapons suitable for telekinesis, including those with non-opal weapon enchantments. He easily found 2 that he deemed to fit his needs before stuffing spirit pills to replenish his power. Next, he began work on enchanting the weapons in preparation for battle. With Jujia still in deep meditation, Amber still in deep slumber, and is still nowhere in sight, that left Lu Yi all alone in that enclosure with the small cottage. Nevertheless, Lu Yi did not feel bored with all the manuscripts and tomes he could spend his time poring over. That was when he discovered another benefit of having his spirit enriched. He could read more quickly and understand the contents of whatever he was reading with greater efficiency than before. The days passed swiftly enough. A studious Lu Yi was still in deep study when he felt a strange force descending on him. He slammed the ponderous tome shut and got to his feet. Not far away, Jujia rose up as well. They strode abreast, heading out of the enclosure when Jiyan came looking for them. "It's time, brother. The lost city is fading." "Yeah, we felt it too." They left the enclosure together and rendezvoused with Gu Kanyang and the others. It was necessary to prevent being separated from the others during the process of being transported back to the Spirit Creek battlefield. There could be a risk of reappearing somewhere else, all alone and surrounded by enemies. Therefore, regrouping with the others could help to reduce the chance of that happening. Everyone stood together in silence. Each of them could feel the drawing force growing in magnitude, until it reached a point where their vision started to blur, and everything around them twisted into a discombobulating whirl. By the time they could coherently perceive their surroundings again, the entire group found themselves in the middle of nowhere in the wilderness. At the same time, the Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan was in his chair at his court complex. The captain of the Xianyuan City Watch came to him. "They're gone, my lord." The Lord Governor waved a hand gently and said, "Do it. Undo the enchantment." "At once, sir." The order was relayed to all levels of the City Watch, and one after another, the enchantments cast over the city were removed. The whole place trembled, a rocking earthquake, as the lost city began to undergo a massive transformation. The lost city was every bit a dilapidated and battered city during Lu Ye's stay. But that was only just an illusory facade. The city-wide enchantments were removed and waves of air rippled before they dissolved, revealing the real lost city of Xianyuan. The sprawl of buildings and structures was gone, giving way to endless rows and layers of defensive lines filled with magical wards and engines of war. These valuable spirit artifacts could have easily fetched prices of astronomical value in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Yet here, they numbered so many like 2 a penny. In the meantime, more fog billowed out of the pit where the pool of divine purification resided. Out of the thick, murky plumes, spectral figures emerged in endless streams. Most of them were clad in the garb of the Xianyuan City Watch while the rest looked like ordinary civilians. Unlike any other apparitions that Lu Yi had encountered before, these were all powerful real lake realm and divine ocean realm apparitions, with only a handful of cloud river realm ones between them. No one in the Spirit Creek battlefield, or even in the real world of Jojo, including Tier 1 sects and orders with centuries or millennia of glorious history, could boast of having a force of such strength and power. Grim-faced and somber, the apparitions stepped out of the fog, looking like they were spoiling for a fight. For each of them new war was coming. A long, endless war that had endured for many, many years. If Lu Yi were here, he would definitely be able to recognize some of the faces here. The faces of the Xianyuan City Watchmen whom he had slain. No one knew that the spectral sentinels of the Xianyuan City Watch were indestructible. No one knew that so long as the pool of divine purification remained, so would the apparitions of this city live on. One could destroy these apparitions and reduce them into nothing more than gossamer dregs that dissipated into nothing but air, and they would still emerge anew from within the fogs of the pool. That was why the pool of divine purification held the key to the existence of the lost city, and all other parts of the Rift of Fortunes. Lu Sanbao stepped out of his gambling den, his eyes gleaming with purpose and clarity. He kicked and soared into the air, heading straight for the Lord Governor's court complex. The girl with a zither left the brothel and paced pensively along the streets, making for the same direction. In the meantime, the scholar was still at the seminary he was studying at. He dropped the piece of paper he was holding, a half-written monologue, shaking his head, and he sighed heavily. Sound trumpets. Let our bloody colors wave. And either victory or else a grave. At the abattoir, the butcher reached for his honing steel and worked on sharpening his blade. At a street corner, the blind fortune-teller tossed a coin and read his signs. Ill omens, he muttered under his breath. They were 5 of the few apparitions that were under Amber's control until the Lord Governor released them, and they were all divine ocean realm cultivators. The level of strength and power they displayed before was just a facade caused by the enchantments placed upon the city. The only people unaffected by the citywide enchantments were the Lord Governor himself and the Lady in Red. And this was why the Lord Governor forbade Lu Yi from taking the apparitions away from this dimension. Amber could not take them away. The moment the apparitions were transported away from the dimension of the Rift of Fortunes, the apparitions, once free from the influence of the enchantments, would regain their full strength. That would kill Amber, for it could not yet contain the power of so many divine ocean realm entities. In a matter of minutes, the lost city of Xianyuan, which looked like it just survived a war, turned into an entire city bustling with spectral entities rushing about to take their respective places at the defensive lines, readying themselves for war. Another war. A real one. The spectral defenders stood at their spots, silent and unmoving, as they took in the presence and whiffs left by those who were here not long ago, the smell of living humans who had just left. Lu Yi and the rest of the human intruders won't have noticed their own smells lingering around, but for these spectral entities who had long survived without their own physical bodies in their perpetual war for eons, the smell of human flesh was just too conspicuous to ignore. It was this smell of human flesh that had anchored the sanity of these spectral protectors of humankind for ages. The only thing that had kept them from faltering, or the years of fighting would have corrupted them enough to give up or even defect. In their never-ending war, they had died again and again, only to emerge once more to resume their place to resist the menace that threatened to destroy all mankind. The sheer amount of stress would have turned one into a mindless killing beast. It was for this sole purpose that the Rift of Fortunes appeared sporadically around the Spirit Creek battlefield and the real world of Jojo, for humans to enter different parts of the rift, and as living reminders to the spectral entities that resided inside the rifts about their duty to safeguard the well-being of all mankind. The Lord Governor sat in his chair, his eyes closed in deep contemplation, flanked by both the captain of the city watch and the Lady in Red. The former commanded every Xianyuan City Watch sentry, while the other led the rest of the civilians that made up the militia force in this interminable conflict. The Lord Governor opened his eyes, his gaze distant and somber as he panned upwards. Quietly he said, "So it begins. Let the war resume." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 289, Departure. The Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan had just finished speaking when a spiral popped out of nowhere in the middle of the sky. Small at first, the vortex gradually grew at a noticeable pace, spanning more than 300 meters as if the sky was about to regurgitate something. Where it connected to, no one knew. But the heads of every apparition manning the defensive lines of the lost city arched their heads upwards expectantly, like they knew what was going to spring out of the swirling vortex overhead. Countless eyes trained on the vortex spinning ominously in mid-air. Next, a quadrupedal, exoskeletal being of almost 10 meters in length peeked its three-headed torso out of the vortex before crawling out and clinging to it like an insect hanging upside down from a ceiling, the many ommatidia of its compound eyes reflecting the entire landscape of the lost city below. More buzzing filled the air and another insectoid monster came crawling out. Then a third, a fourth, and so on. In mere minutes, the entire sky was a massing swathe of insectoids threatening to overrun the city. One could almost wonder if a hand had unlocked a hatch that led to an insectoid nest, for all of a sudden, a massive deluge of more insectoids, each of varying shapes and sizes, rained down from the vortex. In just 10 seconds, the defenders' visions all filled with the same jet-black vista of impending death and destruction, and more were still crawling out of the vortex. Kill them all. A voice bellowed like a war horn. Rays of light of myriad colors screamed into the air, smashing through the ranks of insectoids. Scores of insectoids, both weak and powerful, fell as soon as the columns of colorful lights hammered through the insectoid horde and reduced them to sickening pulps of hemolymph and bug viscera. Nevertheless, the first volley daunted the insectoid advance not one bit. Fueled by a mindless impetus maintaining their charge, the insectoids surged forth like an incessant tide, a flood of black that the apparition's defenses could barely staunch. One would fall and 10 would rise up to take its place, ripping and tearing in their rage-like frenzy to destroy. One after another the apparitions fell, their spectral forms turning pale with every hit and damage they sustained until they ultimately vanished in a puff. In barely an hour the first line of defense crashed. The next defense line would fall an hour later, followed by the third and fourth after that. Apparitions perished in the hundreds or even thousands. Deep inside the Lord Governor's court complex, more apparitions emerged from the fog. The imprints of the souls they left in the pool of divine purification allowed them to resurrect their spectral forms to rejoin the fight. Every ghost that stepped out of the fog hurried forward to bolster the ranks of the crumbling front lines in their desperate attempt to resist the insectoid horde without so much as a beat of hesitation. They might not die just yet, but that did not mean that they did not know the feeling of being dead. Whenever an apparition suffered a blow strong enough to kill it, they truly felt what it was like to have their bodies destroyed. The stress of dying so many times compounded their suffering and anguish, chipping away at what remained of their sanity. In just hours since the war resumed, more than half of the lost city was lost to the insectoids' merciless invasion, even though the apparitions were finally showing signs of being able to hold back the insectoid onslaught. The apparition army stopped the insectoids from advancing from one half of the city to the other. This current stalemate, although far from an ideal situation, would have not been possible without the tireless and ardent defense of the apparitions and the pool of divine purification. Without the magical power of the pool to revive the apparitions, the lost city would have long been an insectoid-infested, but otherwise barren and desolate wasteland. The magical power of the pool of divine purification was exactly the very beating heart the apparition defense hinged on. Such was the oath that every single resident of the lost city of Xianyuan, from the Lord Governor of the city and down to the most common lowborn, made to use their city as a base to mount the defenses and the pool as the very quintessential crux to help the defenders circumvent death and achieve power strong and potent enough for them to keep the insectoids at bay. One must not commit the error of mistaking this as something to be celebrated. For the apparitions of the lost city to be revived again and again just so that they could rejoin this savage and perpetual war with no end in sight, only to experience once more the torment and pain of being destroyed and killed, there was no glory or triumph, only suffering. Back when the lost city of Xianyuan was not yet mysteriously lost, it wielded prestige, power, and influence that even the Tier 1 sects and orders of today would salivate with envy. It was for the sake of the entire world of Jojo that the whole city had to make such a terrible choice and forfeit their own lives. Someone needed to step forward to preserve humanity back when the threat was evident, and the lost city of Xianyuan was not the only one. A total of 17 other clans, sex, and orders had also made this terrible choice. All 18 powers and the pocket dimensions they were now confined to made up the cluster of interconnected dimensions now known as the Rift of Fortunes. Meanwhile, the Lord Governor of the Lost City peered at the vortex in the sky. He could sense a foreboding presence leaking out of the spiraling portal in mid-air. A pinprick-like tingling of dread that was only more distinct than the last time he had this feeling. Time really is running short, mused the Lord Governor. This city might last this time. We might still succeed next time or perhaps even the time after. But the day when we fail will come. It will surely come. If everything is still not resolved until then, the destruction of Jojo will only be a matter of time. Let's hope that it will not be too late. The Lord Governor suddenly thought of the young lad who had managed to surprise him. Him. He could be the one. A flying vessel resembling a ship gradually approached. It was the Lofty Plume Court contingent. The 4 nearest outposts had dispatched contingents of cultivators to come here when news of the Rift of Fortune's reopening got out, but somehow, the Loft Plume Court contingent got delayed. That was why only 3 gained entry into the rift and why the Hidden Light Sanctuary was at a disadvantage right from the start. But the Lofty Plume Court cultivators did not leave. They stayed around, waiting to receive their allies in the event of their return. The leader of the 100-man-strong contingent was the prolgate of their outpost here, Zhou Pei, and a longtime friend of Gu Canyang. Being near each other had made both the Lofty Plume Court and the Hidden Light Sanctuary develop close ties to each other. Gu Canyang and Zhou Pei exchanged a few words as soon as they met. With communications all cut off between the lost city of Xianyuan and the world outside, those outside did not know what was going on inside at all. Zhou Pei could barely hide his astonishment the moment he heard that it was the lost city of Xianyuan that had opened itself this time. He knew how perilous it was being there, and despite the odds of being outnumbered 2-1, most of the Hidden Light Sanctuary cultivators still lived to walk out alive, prompting Zhou Pei to express his marvel and praise for Gu Canyang's leadership. The legate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary blushed. Never had he been in such an embarrassing situation before. As soon as he stepped foot into the lost city, he was captured by a bunch of spectral guards and locked behind bars in the dungeons beneath the city. He would have been dead already if it wasn't for Lu Ye's timely rescue. He quickly stopped Zhou Pei before the latter could sing any more praises and whispered the truth to Zhou Pei. The latter's face lit up with excitement. The name of Lu Ye of the Crimson Blood Sect was also, for a time, the talk of all cultivators in these parts, and so he was familiar with the story of the Battle of Golden Tip. But Lu Ye was only just a 5th order back then, and therefore cultivators of greater ranks did not pay much attention to the news. However, in just such a short span of time, the central figure of the Battle of Golden Tip had added more entries to his long list of feats by making it into the inner ring regions of the battlefield and becoming the hero of this episode as well. If anything, his single-handed annihilation of the House of Wintry Blossom's contingent would henceforth be another legendary tale in these parts. It was this accomplishment of his that had helped the Hidden Light Sanctuary turn the tables against the Thousand Demon Ridgeside and survive this time's Rift of Fortune's appearance. Naturally, Zhou Pei would love to make his acquaintance and be friends with him. The flying vessel rose up into the air. The Loft Plume Court acolyte at the wheel steered the flying ship in the direction of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. At the same time, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain both received word about the Rift of Fortune's closing. Next, they were informed about how none of their people had got out. They could not believe it. So many of their acolytes had gone inside and barely anyone from the Thousand Demon Ridgeside got out. Those who did were friendly independents. It was they who provided an inkling of intelligence as to what happened inside the lost city of Xianyuan, although few could comprehend the staggering losses. More than 600 cultivators had entered the rift with the Thousand Demon Ridgeside at more than 6/10 of the whole number. They had the advantage on their side. But none of their own acolytes survived, while the Grand Sky Coalition side traipsed out of the rift with more than 100 cultivators living to tell the tale. None of the Thousand Demon Ridge independents had anything resembling a coherent account of the events within. By the time the Thousand Demon Ridge side realized that the tables had all been overturned, it was already too late to salvage the situation, and the independents immediately went into hiding. They waited in silence until the rift closed. But they did hear that someone from the Grand Sky Coalition side had found ways to manipulate the apparitions of the Lost City, which would be the best explanation for the Thousand Demon Ridge defeat this time. The Divine Trade Association too was vigorous in its attempts to ascertain this rumor. Despite its neutral stance, this was one news that could well fetch a very good profit, hence the association was very interested to know what methods were used in the manipulation of the apparitions. The implications could be huge, especially since no one had ever been able to accomplish anything like this before. News of what really happened in the Lost City would undoubtedly reach the ears of every other cultivator in the battlefield. The Hidden Light Sanctuary acolytes might honor their word to remain tight-lipped, but the independents friendly to the Grand Sky Coalition side might not. Perpetually beleaguered by poverty, if enough spirit stones and pills were dangled right before their eyes, they would sing any secrets with the alacrity and vivaciousness of a canary to the Divine Trade Association with hardly any scruples. But Lu Yi wasn't too bothered about this. It was Amber and not him who could manipulate the apparitions, so he doubted that anyone could so easily replicate the method. The flying ship arrived at the Hidden Light Sanctuary 2 hours later. The defensive ward was halted temporarily to allow the ship to land. Zhou Pei and his men did not stay long. They had been out in the wilderness for almost a month just so that they could ensure the safety of their allies when they returned, and now that their job was done, it was time for them to head home. But Zhou Pei spared no hesitation in offering Lu Yi an invitation. That night, Gu Kanyang arranged for a feast to thank Lu Yi for his help, both in saving his life and defeating their enemies. The feast ended with merriment and joy. The next day, Lu Yi roused up a sleeping Zhu Jia and led him to the outpost Sanctum of Providence. With his ninth order well within sight, it was time Lu Yi found himself a suitable heaven-grade cultivation discipline, or he would have to risk wasting valuable time when he could not progress any further, and early preparation never hurt. He had enough contribution points to get himself one, so all he needed was time to find the right one. As for Zhu Jia, who had spent heaven knows how long in the ninth order, he had not the slightest idea what to do. With Sima Yang now no more and with his loyalty now towards Lu Yi, the latter felt that it was his responsibility to take care of Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia did not have enough contribution points, but killing enemies was not the only viable method of earning contribution points. Zhu Jia could also sell items back to the Vault of Providence in exchange for points. With an abundance of spirit artifacts including flying conveyances, Lu Yi could give them all to Zhu Jia so that he could gather the points he needed. Prices that the Vault of Providence offered in exchange for goods were oftentimes obscenely low if compared to its selling price, but this was the only way Lu Yi could come up with on short notice. Zhu Jia needed a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, and he needed one on the double. Even the seniors of the other sects and orders did this when they wanted their younger acolytes to have proper weapons and tools. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia stepped into the Sanctum of Providence. This was Zhu Jia's first foray into the Vault of Providence. Yet, despite his blank and simple appearance, Zhu Jia was no fool. He immediately understood the ways of searching for what he needed in the vault after just one round of explanation. He activated his battlefield imprint and began going through the contents of the vault while Lu Yi began his own search. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 290. Heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Heaven-grade cultivation disciplines were numerous, but the only way for a cultivator to have access to that many cultivation disciplines of such excellence would be through the Vault of Providence. For this reason, contribution points have always been the single most important commodity for any cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Cultivation disciplines each had different directions, and with a total of 360 spiritual points, cultivators had an infinite selection of paths to choose from, just so long as the cultivation discipline was suitable. Pick a good and proper one and the cultivator could be faster and stronger in battle. Pick the wrong one and the results could backfire badly. The link between spiritual points and cultivation disciplines was never coincidental or arbitrary. Spiritual points could be next to each other, but they might not be linked. Bonds flippantly established could incur disastrous results. The many cultivation disciplines that could be found all around Zhou were disciplines tried and tested through the generations. For all their strengths and weaknesses, they were all cultivation disciplines that all latter-day cultivators could rely upon at least to not fail. Cultivators could disregard the instructions in the cultivation discipline they selected and link spiritual points however they wanted to, but they would be lucky to find no permanent damage to their bodies and health. The rest might find themselves permanently impaired with spiritual points getting damaged, or the flow of their spiritual power in complete disarray. No cultivator would ever wish for this to happen. That said, in spite of the importance of cultivation disciplines, they were not the biggest factor behind a cultivator's true strength and power. A gifted cultivator could adopt a lesser cultivation discipline, and he or she would still be able to be dangerous and deadly. Lu Yi found almost 100 different sorts of cultivation disciplines suitable for him inside the Vault of Providence, but the difference in price between the disciplines was absurd. The most ordinary one could cost 1,300 contribution points while the best one was priced at a mind-boggling 5,000 plus contribution points, a stupefying 4-time difference. But by Lu Ye's own reckoning, the difference in training efficiency between both disciplines would only be 1 or 2/10 at most. The same could be said for the difference in yield output. An additional 1 to 2/10 of increase in power might be what many cultivators were willing to pay for, but the 5,000 contribution point price tag was what made it somewhat unrealistic. A cultivator who picked the most expensive cultivation discipline would progress faster and become stronger than most, but how long would it take for him to hoard enough contribution points before he finally had enough to purchase the cultivation discipline and begin his training? Even acolytes of the strongest and richest sects and orders barely come close to that amount come the day they reach the 9th order. The late Sima Yang, for instance, was only aiming to gather 1,500 contribution points, although it was a pity that he did not live long enough to see the day he achieved his purpose, or he would have already been using a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Feng Yu, too, in her capacity as legate of the clan Feng outpost, had been skimming contribution points, although all she had managed to collect was 4,000 plus contribution points, and all of them had been surrendered to the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi examined his battlefield imprint. Identity: Acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. Spiritual points: 155 unlocked. Position: Spirit Creek battlefield. Contribution points: 5,132. Lu Yi needed an additional 200 contribution points if he wanted to purchase the most expensive cultivation discipline. The successful invasions of both the Clan Feng and the Redoubt of Wrath outposts had raked in such huge rewards for the Crimson Blood sect that after Wuxia had purchased all the different levels of blessings she could for their outpost's divine opportunity column, she had still been able to give Lu Yi a stipend that brought his total tally up to 5,000. Lu Yi had spent 2,000 on 10 Flame of Earth and Spirits, where he gained the new glyphs, Burster, Conceal Spirit, and Insight, among others. That made his contribution points total no more than 3,000 when he set off from the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Part of the amount that had brought his total up to 5,000 came from the sale of the spoils he got from Silverlight Island. The storage bags he looted from the Sky Pillar sect acolytes contained a huge abundance of spirit artifacts. All that, plus storage bags that were empty, were all sold to the Vault of Providence. Aside from the usual toll for entries into the Rifts of Illusions, Lu Yi specifically refrained from using his contribution points. Nevertheless, he understood full well the importance of having a good heaven-grade cultivation discipline, which would dictate his future progress when he ascended to the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi extracted more spirit artifacts from inside his storage bags and sold them to the Vault of Providence. With the prerequisite amount of contribution points needed, he purchased the cultivation discipline he needed. Unlike his purchase of Inviolable, nothing appeared. At least nothing corporeal. A tiny glowing spark appeared and flew into his forehead where it vanished. A warm sensation swept all over him from head to toe, followed swiftly by a torrent of information flowing into his mind, allowing Lu Yi to learn everything he needed to know about this cultivation discipline. The Great Sun Valurium Technique, that was the name of this cultivation discipline, one that, unlike the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, did not carry any affixed spells or techniques of its own. But that did not make the Great Sun Valurium any less complex. Nevertheless, its quaint and bizarre nature was what Lu Yi wanted. From the Golden Liberation Technique he retrieved from Manager Yang to the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, he traded from the Mystic Sect, and finally the Great Sun Valurium Technique he obtained today. Each and every step had been an immersive learning experience for Lu Yi. It might still be some time before the Great Sun Valurium Technique meant anything to him, but that would come in due time. Lu Yi checked his contribution points tally. Barely 30 plus points. There was not even enough for a round inside the Rift of Illusions. Lu Yi peered at Zhu Jia. The hulking giant of a man was evidently still in a deep dive down the countless illusory aisles of the Vault of Providence. Was he lost somewhere inside? Lu Yi wondered. He gave Zhu Jia a gentle shove and the lumbering big man awoke from his tour. Lu Yi handed him a storage bag filled with goodies he specially prepared beforehand, saying, "Keep what you want and sell the rest." Zhu Jia took the storage bag and went back inside the Vault of Providence again. Lu Yi did not know exactly how many contributions points the contents of the storage bag would fetch, but he was certain that it could rake in at least 2,000 points. The loot from most of the enemies that Zhu Jia and he had killed as a duo were all with Lu Yi. Almost every single one of the enemies were 7th order armed with spirit artifacts of their own, hence one could safely guess that the gear that they used would most definitely be of quality. Each of the spirit artifacts, every one of the dozens or hundreds of them, was worth at least 20 to 30 contribution points, so Zhu Jia would have quite a substantial amount if he sold them all. More so, since there were also flying conveyance-type spirit artifacts included inside the storage bags, which were more valuable than the rest. A quarter of an hour passed before Zhu Jia finally woke up from his trance-like state and bobbed his head to Lu Yi, indicating that he was done. Lu Yi led him out of the sanctum of Providence. They were just outside when a popping sound made them stop. Lu Yi could hardly resist the curiosity and amusement to swivel his head back to look at his burly companion, who returned a blank look. They resumed walking and another pop came. Lu Yi looked left and right. There was no one else. They quickened their pace and with every step, more popping noises came. To the uninitiated and the uninformed, it might seem like Zhu Jia was expelling flatulence. But Lu Yi knew better. He understood exactly what those noises were. The sound of the membranes of the spiritual points bursting open. Lu Ye's memories harkened back to the mysterious item reminiscent of a mutant core that Zhu Jia showed him. His cultivation rank might have been stuck in the 9th order for quite some time, but that did not mean that he had been idle at all. He had been amassing all the spiritual qi he accumulated in the tiny item. All he needed was a suitable cultivation discipline and he would be able to unlock more spiritual points in one go. But Lu Yi was rather surprised to find Zhu Jia's spiritual points unlocking in such quick succession. Most other cultivators needed time for the progression to be gradual, including Lu Yi himself, who needed to channel his own spiritual power to force open the membranes to unlock new spiritual points. This was difficult and time-consuming enough, especially for low-tier cultivators. But as he rose up the ranks of cultivation, unlocking spiritual points had become markedly easier, although not yet like Zhu Jia, who made unlocking spiritual points as easy as a walk in the park. Nevertheless, Lu Yi knew part of the reason was because of how much spiritual power Zhu Jia had been saving up. The membranes might have not been able to withstand the sheer pressure of spiritual power surging with the force of a breaking dam. All the way from the sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi counted at least 59 pops. That would mean that Zhu Jia had unlocked a total of 59 spiritual points in quick succession. With 180 spiritual points at the start, Zhu Jia had increased the full total to 239. Just one more spiritual point and he would be able to reach the next order in his cultivation. Clearly, this was intentional on Zhu Jia's part. As soon as they got back to their lodging, Zhu Jia immediately began to meditate. Lu Yi could only surmise that he wanted to replenish the exhaustion of spiritual power from his mutant core. Since their time together in the lost city of Xianyuan, Lu Yi had observed Zhu Jia to be a diligent and extremely gifted person, who never wasted a moment meditating to save up as much spiritual power as possible. With Zhu Jia's studious vigor rubbing off on him, Lu Yi extracted a book and began reading. The enclosure of their lodgings, accommodations the Hidden Light Sanctuary maintained specifically for guests, was tranquil and peaceful enough. While they recuperated from their adventures in the Lost City, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain never stopped their tireless pursuit of information as to the fate of their acolytes. By the time they discovered the truth that the deaths of their exploration contingents were orchestrated by none other than the notorious Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect, many within the 2000 Demon Ridge orders swore vengeance. Out of the two, the House of Wintry Blossoms reserved the greatest loathing and contempt for Lu Yi. The Battle of Golden Tip saw the house lose just one member, yet now the hatred had intensified 100 times. But with no other way to exact their revenge, the House of Wintry Blossoms joined up with Sunlit Mountain in venting their anger on acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary, And the hostilities had ramped up in recent days to include acolytes of Lofty Plume Court as well. The whole area turned into a massive and chaotic battleground for a two-way skirmish, and casualties were piling. Gu Kanyong was listening to a report by Ji Yan a few days later about another encounter between their acolytes and some assailants from the House of Wintry Blossoms in Sunlit Mountain. At length, he nodded and said, "Have everyone maintain constant vigilance and be wary of any ambushes or traps." "Yes, sir," answered Ji Yan. Another youthful-looking man beside him in robes of white broke his silence. "What of Ju Jia, brother? Do we really have no other way at all?" The man in white was the prolgate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. As Gu Kanyong was accustomed to leading sorties himself, it was usually his duty to keep the outpost safe. A formidable body-tempering cultivator like Ju Jia had always been a much-coveted addition to any sect and order. It was only his attachment to Sima Yang that had prevented anyone from trying to recruit him. But now that Sima Yang was no more and his future was still uncertain, the prolgate clearly believed that having Ju Jia would be a tremendous boon to the Hidden Light Sanctuary. At the very least, his presence on the battlefield would help to greatly reduce casualties. Gu Kanyong shook his head and said firmly, "No. We forget about Ju Jia. Brother Yi has not only saved me, but he has saved us all. If Ju Jia wishes to stick with him, then he's one of the Crimson Blood sect. To try to recruit him now would not only risk angering Brother Yi, it's dishonorable." "But I heard that Ju Jia is not yet an actual member of—" Gu Kanyong shot his deputy a scathing look to cut him off. The prolgate swallowed hard and responded, "I understand, Brother Kanyong. I shall perish all thoughts of recruiting Ju Jia." "Good." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 291, Ward Breaking. The debate was still ongoing when the man in white lowered his gaze to examine his battlefield imprint. He had received a message. He checked the new transmission before he looked up again. With an odd look at Gu Kanyong, he said, "Brother Gu, is our guest a student in the crafts of ward casting?" Gu Kanyong paused to think. "I heard that he is being trained as a glyph weaver. He could cast and use glyphs, and we know that glyphs and wards are closely interrelated branches of magic. Why? What is going on?" "It appears that Brother Lu is near the peripherals of our outpost's defensive ward. He seems to be studying how to undo its magic." "Undo its magic?" Both Ji Yan and Gu Kanyong yelped in unison, their faces replete with shock. If wards could be cast, it was only natural to expect that they could also be broken. Even so, defeating the magic of a defensive ward had, under most circumstances, been highly improbable for cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm. Those who were exceptions could only break simpler and elementary ones. Wards as complex and sturdy as defensive wards of outposts and strongholds often were impossible for them to defeat. Such was the prime reason that the invasion and successful capturing of an enemy outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield had always been a rare occurrence. More so, since virtually every outpost in the battlefield had a defensive ward potent enough to keep it practically impregnable. Perhaps he is learning ward casting as well. Send word to everyone else. No one is to disturb Brother Louis. Just leave him be, ordered Gu Kanyong, who was not at all bothered by the report. In the meantime, at the edges of the Hidden Light Sanctuary defensive ward, Lu Yi really was studying the subsistent operation of the defensive ward in its dormant state. He needed to find the weakness in the defensive ward if he wished to break it, and to do that he would need to employ a methodology that would force said weakness to reveal itself. Every defensive ward had its own weakness. No ward was perfectly undefeatable. But the more complex a ward was, the fewer weaknesses it would have. Most of the defensive wards that outposts in the battlefield utilized ward keystones that could be bought from the Vault of Providence, but those who maintained and operated it understood almost nothing about how the defensive wards worked. The defensive ward of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, for instance, was controlled by Wuxia using the jade tablet that corresponded to the ward. Despite her apparent lack of understanding of the sophisticated intricacies of a defensive ward, she had had no problems in handling the defensive ward at all. The same could be said for Hidden Light Sanctuary. The ones in charge of the defensive ward knew little about ward casting, making it difficult, if not impractical, to expect them to know how to strengthen their defensive ward. But most would just deem such notions as superfluous since defensive wards in the Spirit Creek battlefield were only expected to hold up against invasions conducted by cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm. Lady Yun's training of Lu Yi whenever he went back to the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold often began first with the dismantling of glyphs. She would construct various kinds of glyphs for Lu Yi to practice breaking them apart. Similarly, if defensive wards were like glyphs, then defeating a defensive ward would be akin to dismantling glyphs. Then again, Lu Yi was no fool. He knew that the construction of defensive wards involved more advanced glyph construction, especially those that encompassed the length and breadth of an outpost. An outpost's defensive ward, for one, could easily carry more than 10 separate glyphs. Lu Yi did not understand enough about ward casting before he set off on this trip, hence he had not had the chance to properly examine the Crimson Blood Sect outpost defensive ward. But he had been reading a lot about the subject since he began his journey. As his knowledge about magical wards grew, he could already cast small and simple wards of his own, like the ones he attempted back when he was still in the lost city of Xianyuan. But Lu Yi could read every book about ward casting in Zhou, and he would still not improve much if he did not have a chance for a practical way to test what he had learned. Examining the Hidden Light Sanctuary ward, Lu Yi realized that the magic was way more complex than he expected. The defensive ward appeared so immaculate that he could not find any weaknesses at all. And with no weakness, there was no way to know how the ward should be defeated. Lu Yi closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual power on his eyes. The detailed runic shape of a glyph came into view. Glyph, Insight. The 11th glyph from the Tree of Glyphs had been especially instrumental in his defeat of a ghost cultivator during his attack on the Thousand Demon Ridge mines not long ago. Lu Yi reopened his eyes. The world around him looked completely different. Myriads of colorful hues surged into his line of sight, making the world around him strange and surrealistic. He could see Aites twisting and dancing around him, shimmering and gyrating uncontrollably. He knew what they were. Ambient spiritual qi flowing in the atmosphere around him. The ability to see the flow of spiritual qi and energy. That was the function of glyph, Insight. Quite some time ago, Lu Yi discovered that the use of insight was not restricted to finding invisible enemies. He had realized back then that this glyph could be especially useful with ward breaking. With his insight-enhanced sight, Lu Yi studied the workings of the Hidden Light Sanctuary defensive ward once more. It was different now. He could see the flow of spiritual energies in the phosphorescent magical ward, like the swirl of water on a lake's surface. Only the flow of the spiritual energies came from one direction, and that was because magical wards were actually not in a semisphere but, in fact, a full sphere. With one half above the ground in full view, especially when the magical ward was fully activated. Stronghold and outpost defensive wards had another half of the shield underground. Hence the flow of spiritual energies in one direction would ensure the continued and perpetual operation of the magical ward, so long as enough sustenance was supplied. But with the rich ambient spiritual qi in the atmosphere and the different levels of blessing accorded to every outpost's divine opportunity column, defensive wards had more than enough spiritual energy to use and to hold up in reserve. This would allow wards to be strengthened during the occasion of an invasion. On most days the defensive wards would be kept dormant with a minimal amount of activity, so that they could be activated at a moment's notice. To most people, an activated defensive ward resembled a transparent semisphere of water. But to Lu Yi, through his insight-enhanced sight, the shimmering shield of the defensive ward was a huge dome composed of thousands of tiny yin and yang element pieces, plus glyphs glowing like stars twinkling back at him here and there. It would not take a genius to guess that these glyphs must be there to amplify the defensive capabilities of the magical ward, augmenting its strength and increasing the efficiency of the spiritual energy to all quarters of the shield, among others. The whole magical ward was like one big enchantment, made up of a tightly knitted amalgamation of glyphs. But unlike enchantments cast upon spirit artifacts, this would be one that would only come into shape and operation if and when spiritual energy was channeled through it. That would explain what Lady Yun had told him before about how ward casting was actually just a branch of glyph weaving. Lu Yi studied the link of the glyphs, finding patterns that were familiar to him. That was because the glyphs he had been using were not the only things his tree of glyphs had. There was also a plethora of techniques to bind glyphs together. Unlike ordinary glyphs, they were useless if used individually. but they were essential knowledge for anyone wanting to learn the applications of being able to bind glyphs together. Lu Yi went on with his observation. Still, the hidden light sanctuary defensive ward yielded no discernible weakness that he could exploit. He paused for several seconds, then he decided to step nearer for a closer look. As he examined the phosphorescent ward, he slowly paced around. After almost a quarter of an hour of strolling, he finally halted and stared intently at a certain part of the ward. Unlike every other part of the ward that he had observed, there was something different about this particular spot. If the parts that he had seen before were perfectly flawless, then here he could find traces where the bindings were visible. These traces were the weaknesses that he had been searching for, the points where the ward was exposed. By his reckoning, Lu Yi knew that he must be somewhere in the middle of two of the ward's keystones. The defensive ward of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost consisted of 16 ward keystones. Although the distances between the keystones were enough for them to function and activate a viable defensive shield, the spot where the parts of the shield met would be weaker than the rest of the shield's other sections. If one were to liken the ward shield to a jigsaw puzzle, then the Crimson Blood Sect's defensive ward would have 16 different parts in its shield when the ward was activated. Even if the bindings between each part looked well done, the spots where the different parts met would forever remain the weakest links in the entire shield. Most people wouldn't have realized this, and Lu Yi would have missed this too if he did not have his insight-enhanced vision. Lu Yi exhaled with relief. His intuition was right. With the help of glyph insight, he had found a way to detect weaknesses in a magical ward. Lu Yi drew Inviolable out of its sheath with deliberate slowness, all the while keeping his gaze transfixed upon the exposed binding. He channeled spiritual energy into his trusty weapon. Inviolable responded with a gleaming shimmer running down the length of its blade. With dual sharp edges activated, Lu Yi put his entire weight behind his weapon and drove Inviolable forward. The saber's tip hit right where the exposed binding was, and Inviolable gave off a violent shudder and a hum, radiating a pulsing shock wave of spiritual energy. The defensive ward gave an involuntary shudder, and its otherwise calm surface twisted like a rumpled fabric. Lu Yi withdrew his saber, but he wasn't stopping just yet. He pummeled the same spot again and again, the weapon in his hand now a blur of countless afterimages stacked upon each other as he pounded the exposed binding with dogged ferocity. Boom! 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 The signs of distortion on the shield's surface began to deepen and stretch further. The commotion sent the entire outpost into a panic. Every hidden light sanctuary acolyte raced around to find out what was going on. Cries of "Attack! We're under attack!" could even be heard reverberating down the hallways and corridors. No one knew where the attack was coming from, but there was no mistaking the signs. The shield was distorting, and that could only mean that the shield was under attack. Gu Kanyang, his white-robed deputy, and Ji Yan were alerted at once. The white-clad prolgate of the outpost immediately extracted his jade tablet to activate the shield and increased its strength to the fullest. The entire outpost went into complete disarray until word finally came that it was their guest Lu Yi who was behind the ruckus. It was he who had been attacking the defensive ward. There was no attack at all. The corners of Gu Kanyang's eyes were still throbbing as he listened to the reports by one of the acolytes. You mean he caused all that alone? Yes, sir. I saw it myself. He was using his weapon to attack the defensive ward's shield, said the acolyte who had not been far when he saw what Lu Yi did. He had witnessed everything. He too was caught between bewilderment and shock, for he had never seen anyone who was able to cause such a disturbance to the ward's shield before. If Lu Yi, now just an 8th order of the Spirit Creek realm, already possessed real strength and power to threaten the integrity of a defensive ward, then maybe he could even break it down with just one single stroke if he became a 9th order trained in a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Let's have a look, beckoned Gu Kanyang, who had clearly arrived at the same conclusion. With his prolgate and Ji Yan, plus a mob of male acolytes in tow, he hurried to Lu Yi. They arrived to find Lu Yi sitting on the ground recuperating. Lu Yi had stopped when he sensed that the defensive ward was being strengthened. At that moment, he learned that his actions must have unsettled the entire outpost. But what he did not expect was that the commotion was big enough to have rattled the whole outpost. Brother Yi, were you attacking the magical ward just now? Asked Gu Kanyang. I had an idea, that's why I wanted to test it. And were these attempts fruitful? Gu Kanyang cocked an eyebrow quizzically. I'm afraid it only opened doors to more questions. Sorry everyone for the alarm. No problem. Gu Kanyang waved a hand at Lu Yi. Whatever it is you wish, feel free to just put your ideas to the test. The Hidden Light Sanctuary is at your service. This was more than just wanting to repay Lu Yi for his assistance during the exploration of the last city. If Lu Yi could really defeat a defensive ward by himself, the implications could be groundbreaking. Invasion of enemy outposts was often seen as one of the most rewarding endeavors to undertake, but few ever attempted it due to the presence of defensive wards. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 292 Penetration. If Lu Yi were to succeed in discovering the methods of ward breaking, then woe be to every Thousand Demon Ridge sect and order that cross his path. With Hidden Light Sanctuary being the first to attempt such an invasion with Lu Yi, the first where invaders would not have the shields of the defensive wards to contend with, the rewards and loot would surely be handsome indeed. Gu Kanyang was so excited that he was willing to bear the risk of having his defensive ward damaged. To put it in another way, one could argue that the legate of Hidden Light Sanctuary was really hoping for it to happen. Naturally, Lu Yi caught on to Gu Kanyang's gist. Thank you so much for accommodating my request, Brother Gu. Gu Kanyang broke into a burst of merry laughter. This is the least of what I can do, my friend. If I may, who is the one handling the operation of the defensive ward here? Asked Lu Yi. Gu Kanyang motioned to the white-clad acolyte beside him. This is Wei Li. He's the one in charge of the control of the defensive ward. Wei Li stepped forward, greeting Lu Yi as he asked, How can I help you, Brother Lu? Please, I'm the one doing the begging here, said Lu Yi. I just want to request that you lower the strength of the ward back to its earlier state. When the ward was activated to its fullest, Lu Yi stopped striking at the exposed weakness because he knew that to continue would only be fruitless. If he wanted to study ways to defeat a defensive ward, then the best way would be to start with baby steps. That meant that he should start by determining the methodology with the lowest difficulty before moving upward. Wei Li immediately produced the jade tablet in his possession. The humming din of the defensive ward operating at full blast gradually ebbed. Gu Kanyang and everyone else exchanged a few more words with Lu Yi before they took their leave and left him be. The study of ward breaking was an undertaking that demanded both time and patience. Knowing that, the acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary decided to not dawdle around. But they left the place with full knowledge that the outpost's defensive ward would be suffering a lot of abuse in the days to come. But Gu Kanyang was not worried at all. In fact, he turned out to be anticipatory of Lu Yi's success. Extremely supportive, he even instructed his deputy Wei Li to provide whatever assistance Lu Yi might need. When the commotion had finally settled down and everyone was gone, Lu Yi reactivated Glyph Insight. He returned his gaze to the exposed bindings of the defensive ward's shield. What he was doing before the interruption had allowed him to understand that brute strength was not what he could rely on to defeat a magical ward. Regardless of whether its bindings were exposed or not. It might work, but only if the enemy outpost did not immediately increase the shield's strength to its fullest, which was more than likely to be impossible. Anyone would have quickly done just that at the onset of an invasion, like Wei Li had done earlier. Hence, Lu Yi knew that he needed more than just brute strength. He needed to depend on his knowledge of glyphs. Lu Yi observed the flow of spiritual energy coursing through the many yin and yang elements linked together as he racked his brain for ideas. He lifted a hand and placed it on the phosphorescent surface of the shield. He channeled his power in the spot where his hand glowed with pieces of yin and yang elements forming and linking together, spreading across an area of more than 10 meters wide. Lu Yi was unable to do anything like prior to his exploration of the lost city of Xianyuan. Even with his skills as a talented glyphweaver whose control of spiritual power already outstripped many of his peers, he could still not quite accomplish something like this. He could not construct such a wide radius of yin-yang elements back then, but the enrichment of his spirit in the pad of divine purification had greatly improved his control of spiritual power. That had helped him to surpass his former limits. Ward breaking could be described as being akin to unlocking the magical seals cast on storage bags in some ways, since wards were a form of magical seal, albeit bigger. But ward breaking was comparably more difficult. Magical seals on storage bags could easily be unlocked given time. All one had to do was to construct glyph elements that could counter those of the magical seal, and the magic would be defeated. But the trick would not work against magical wards, since they usually operated perpetually, and defeating this brand of magic demanded speed and efficiency. Assuming the defensive ward in question was not in manual control. Magical wards operated by manual control changed and shifted indefinitely, and any opportunities to defeat it could show in the first second only to vanish in the next. Hence, to defeat a magical ward, Lu Yi would first need to find and determine the weakness in any exposed bindings that he could find. Next, he would need to quickly construct the corresponding elements that would counteract against the ones in the bindings to nullify them. That would undo a portion of the ward's light shield, making a hole for entry through the defense. The first part of the task was easy enough with glyph insight. It was the second part that posed the biggest challenge. Lu Yi took a break before he attempted a second try. The whole attempt was not at all easy, even with his incredible control of spiritual power. The yin and yang elements that he needed to construct in a matter of seconds numbered up to the thousands. There was no room for error. One mistake and he would have to start all over again. Acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary from that day forthwith could see a lone figure sitting all by himself beside the shield of the outpost's defensive ward, plus the occasional hums and tremors from the ward. The acolytes at first would still fidget and flinch at the disturbances, but as days passed and the number of the incidents gradually grew, most, if not all, eventually became accustomed. Prolgate of the outpost's way, Li would receive sporadic messages from Lu Yi, with requests for adjustments to the shield setup. With the unconditional support and cooperation from the Hidden Light Sanctuary people, Lu Yi made steady progress in his study. Countless times he was battered by failures, but he did not let them keep him down. He just kept coming back for more with new ideas and adjustments gleaned from his mistakes. The manuscripts and books Lady Yuan lent him played a huge part. Many a great difficult conundrum he had solved with the help of these invaluable materials. A month swiftly flitted by like an arrow. Gu Kanyang and Wei Li found themselves back at the same spot they were standing just a month ago, the spot where the exposed binding in the defensive ward shield was found. Only this time they were standing within the ward while Lu Yi was standing outside. They were peering at each other with the glowing shield of light between them. "Let's do this," Wei Li called in a low voice. He took out the jade tablet used to control the magical ward and configured the ward's strength to the maximum. The radiance of the shiny shield of light intensified like a solid wall pulsing with rippling hues. On the other side of the shield, Lu Yi called upon glyph insight. He studied the exposed binding at the joint where two parts of the shield met, following its constant shift in its composition of yin-yang elements for minutes before he approached the shield. His legs flashed with a fleeting swath of brightness. Lu Yi had cast glyph windwalk. His walk turned into a sprint, and the enhancement of windwalk brought his speed to a zenith. At the same time, Lu Yi channeled his power. Hundreds of yin-yang elements formed and linked with each other, spreading all over him like an extra layer of skin. He rammed into the wall of light. But instead of bouncing backward, he planted part of himself into and through the shield, much to the incredulity and disbelief of Gu Kanyang, Wei Li, and everyone else. Like he was punching through a membrane. Lu Yi tugged and pulled himself out with a loud pop. Well, that's it. By the time Lu Yi withdrew his power, he had successfully demonstrated how he had defeated the outpost's defensive ward by penetrating its shield. He strode up to Gu Kanyang and Wei Li. His original intention had been to learn ways he could defeat the magical ward in its entirety. But his path veered halfway because he realized that his rank of cultivation was not high enough to undertake such an endeavor. Even if he could blast a hole through the shield, he lacked the means to keep the hole open long enough for anything to pass through before it closed up. Opening a hole in a defensive ward shield was like opening a hole through a waterfall's current. If a hole could be maintained indefinitely, an army could pour through the hole to engage the defenders of an outpost directly, conveniently circumventing the ward's protection. But Lu Yi could not quite make the hole hold up that lay with his present skill and capabilities. The tiny crack that he could make in the shield would quickly close itself like the never-ending water currents of a waterfall. Lu Yi was nearly disheartened enough to give up when he realized the infeasibility of his original idea. But going through Lady Yun's manuscripts and books led him to enough clues to come up with more ideas. The inspiration, followed by an almost a month-long period of trials and failures, eventually gave birth to this new outcome. Gu Kanyang and Wei Li were speechless. Seconds, minutes passed in silence with everyone present gawking at Lu Yi. But how is this possible? Gu Kanyang murmured, still unable to both believe and understand what just happened. The shield was still holding. Yet somehow Lu Yi had just penetrated with such ease that barely anyone could comprehend how it happened. The defensive ward is made up of keystones, and these keystones emit the different parts of the shield that guard the outpost. But where the different parts of the shield join up, there are weaknesses. All I had to do is find the exposed bindings and construct yin-yang elements that correspond to those in the bindings. That allowed me to blend into the shield when I got into contact with it, making it possible for me to enter through it. Gu Kanyang thoughtfully responded, I see. Deep inside, Gu Kanyang could only lament. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. To put it more bluntly, it's a disguise, added Lu Yi, to the benefit of those who could still not quite understand. I covered myself in a layer of spiritual energy that I used to construct elements that resonated with those of the exposed shield bindings. Here the shield was confounded into thinking that I was a part of it. This prevented the shield from rejecting me. The additional details at least helped Gu Kanyang enough to wade out of his quagmire of ignorance. Nevertheless, hearing all that, he was still puzzled. A defensive ward being confused? Is that even possible? It's just that every ward has its weakness, and Brother Yi has found the one for this ward, remarked Wei Li all of a sudden. So that means the weakness of our defenses is already known to him. That's an awfully direct way of putting it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But I still don't see how this could be useful for invasions. Gu Kanyang frowned. Lu Yi might have performed a miracle that no one had thought possible, but a lone person being able to penetrate a defensive ward hardly seemed like a useful application to be used for an actual invasion. Well, as a matter of fact, I have been doing some thinking, said Lu Yi, and he began to present to them a detailed plan. The more Gu Kanyang and Wei Li listened, the brighter their eyes lit up. By the end of Lu Ye's proposal, both Gu Kanyang and Wei Li exchanged anticipatory gazes. They could almost see the interest and enthusiasm sparkling in each other's eyes. If this turned out to be a success, they would be heavily rewarded by the leadership of their order. Hence, without further hesitation, Gu Kanyang readily proffered his assent. Since you have volunteered yourself to attempt such a perilous undertaking alone, Brother Yi, the Hidden Light Sanctuary sees no reason to get on board with your idea at all. So, I'll be expecting news from you, I presume? Leave the arrangements to us. Prolgate of the lofty Plume Court outpost Zhou Pei was in meditation at his chambers when he received a transmission from Gu Kanyang. How can I help you, Brother Gu? He responded. I bring you good news. That's a surprise. Let's hear it then. How interested are you in an invasion on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost? Zhou Pei could barely hide his excitement as he straightened up when he read the message. Hours later, at the area somewhere between the attendant lands of the Hidden Light Sanctuary and the House of Wintry Blossoms, a fight had broken out. The defeated party was routed, and they quickly fled. The winning side did not give chase. Knowing that this could very well be a trap, given previous experience, they knew better than to be overzealous in pursuits that could lead them well inside hostile territory. A young lass of the defeated party made up of Hidden Light Sanctuary acolytes cried from a safe distance, Just you wait, you impudent scoundrels. I will have Brother Gu give you a walloping that you'll remember for life. A member of the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost replied with a smirking retort, Only defeated dogs bark the loudest. The young lass turned indignant and roared with anger. But before she could recklessly storm forward to engage the enemies again, her more level-headed bunch of teammates quickly held her back. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 293, Nighttime Infiltration. As the Hidden Light Sanctuary party sounded their retreat, one could still hear the angry grunts and hisses of the young female cultivator as she was being dragged away, much to her livid disgruntlement. If I remember correctly, that young lassie's the daughter of one of the Hidden Light Sanctuary elders, remarked one of the House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes, before she added with a chuckle, guess Daddy must have been doting on her too much for her own good. If only taunting after being defeated would ever work. For years, the bad blood between the House of Wintry Blossoms and the Hidden Light Sanctuary was enough to make both sides more than happy to trade blows instead of just barbed words. If anything, the young female Hidden Light Sanctuary's taunts only exemplified how childish she was. That was why no one really took her seriously. But barely a day later, the House of Wintry Blossoms received a summons from the legate of their outpost, urging them to withdraw home with haste. Apparently, the outpost was expecting an invasion by the Hidden Light Sanctuary. The acolytes were stunned. Then they remembered their face-off against the female Hidden Light Sanctuary acolytes and the things she said. Her words were not merely taunts. She really could make Gu Kanyang launch an assault on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. Maybe they really had underestimated the authority that the young, irascible lass with the emotional maturity of a 10-year-old wielded at her fingertips. They realized. Maybe she really could rely on her father to overrule Gu Kanyang. The House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes understood that the situation had spiraled out of their control, hence they quickly reported what had happened to their superior. But all they received was an indifferent "I see." If the eye-gate of the House of Wintry Blossoms had other ideas, she certainly wasn't in the mood to share. One after another, House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes received summons to come back to assist with the defense. The atmosphere was nowhere as warm or friendly when the acolytes were reunited. No giggles or trading of tales or jokes, just melancholic somberness at the onset of what was expected to be a fierce battle. But no one was panicking just yet. With the shield of the defensive ward still holding, there was no need to. This was hardly the first time the House of Wintry Blossoms prepared for war, but every time the Hidden Light Sanctuary set its war dogs loose, they had always been sent home with their tails between their legs. But another piece of bad news came knocking on their doors soon enough. The Hidden Light Sanctuary wasn't the only one marching to their doorstep this time. Lofty Plume Court would be joining them as well. They had dispatched a force that was already on its way here. Clearly, they must have come to an understanding. Legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms Yume was going through the scouting reports inside the sanctum of providence of her outpost. 2 Grand Sky Coalition orders were coming to attack them, but she was barely alarmed. She had seen this coming all along. Like the rest of her sisters-in-arms, she was not concerned at all about the integrity of the defensive ward. But also like the rest of her sisters-in-arms, she was worried about whether this invasion was real. If the invaders were only here as a show of force, then she would not be too worried. But if this was a real invasion, she would need to be more careful. At the very least, she would need to be expecting a siege. A few seconds of quick thinking was enough to convince her that she needed to do something instead of just resting on her laurels. She immediately transmitted a few messages. Before long, every Thousand Demon Ridge order in the vicinity was duly notified about the invasion that both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were mounting on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. The messages she sent were not calls for help. It was too late for any reinforcements to arrive in time. But she expected that the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts would be empty by now, and by notifying the other Thousand Demon Ridge orders, she was prodding them to launch invasions of their own as reprisal. That should be more than enough to force the invaders to shorten the duration of the siege, if not call off the invasion entirely. To lift a siege with such a method was not uncommon in the Spirit Creek battlefield. This was how allied orders and sects assisted each other. Hours passed into the late hours of the evening when 2 gigantic ship-like flying conveyances came lumbering into view of the House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes, lining up alongside each other. One of the ships bore the sigil of the Hidden Light Sanctuary, while the other vessel was emblazoned with the livery of the Lofty Plume Court. The flying ships came to a halt somewhere 3 miles away and men began pouring out of their respective holds. Yume was hanging in midair, watching from inside the enclosure of the outpost with a grim look on her face. Both Grand Sky Coalitor's orals had at least fielded 400 men apiece, a number that was too big for her liking. Most inner ring area outposts had strengths of just about 500 to 600 strong. That both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were fielding 400 men each meant that they now had barely 200 men between them to man their own defenses. Needless to say, The House of Wintry Blossoms must brace themselves for what could be a long and fierce struggle. Could it really be true? Like those girls said, that young female acolyte had managed to get her father to strong-arm Gu Kanyang into launching this assault? Is he really so inept and soft? Something felt terribly amiss, but with the enemy invader now already fast approaching, it was too late for any more wishful thinking. The House of Wintry Blossoms would go to war, and just hope that more of its acolytes could survive to see the next daylight. Meanwhile, the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court acolytes assembled. The 800 men-strong force was the best the two orders could muster. On the other hand, the House of Wintry Blossoms had only 400 acolytes. The annihilation of the contingent led by Chu Qing in the lost city of Xianyuan had dented the house's strength by almost 2/10. Yu Mei had lost many a good night's sleep just because of this. With Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei spearheading the advance, the invaders marched for the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost. There was no need for barter. As soon as the invaders reached the walls of the outpost, the assault began without delay. Spells and spirit artifacts wheezed through the air, slamming into the phosphorescent shield that was the only thing now standing between the outpost and its invaders. Like a handful of grains peppering the otherwise peaceful surface of a lake, the projectiles that hit the defensive ward shields elicited ripples that numbered up to the hundreds or even thousands that swept in endless waves. Yu Mei was observing the assault begin at the plaza just outside the outpost's Sanctum of Providence. Her grip on the jade tablet used to magically control the ward's defenses tightened at each groan and tremor of the shield. At the same time, cadres of House of Wintry Blossoms acolytes scurried around the peripherals of the shield, making sure that the ward keystones were all stocked up with enough spirit stones to keep the shield running. The defense shield might have already saved up a rich deposit of spiritual qi, but no one could tell how long the invaders planned to keep up the assault. Hence it was crucial and imperative to ensure that the defensive ward did not fully exhaust its supply. Anyone would do the same in the face of an invasion. Rich was the ambient spiritual qi in the atmosphere surrounding the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost. The divine opportunity column must have been enhanced with many layers of blessings. That helped to further strengthen the sturdiness of the defensive ward shield. For almost an hour, the invaders battered at the shield, yet all that incessant onslaught seemed to have accomplished nothing. Aside from the ripples that propagated on the surface of the barrier of light, its glow seemed to have waned not one bit. Clearly, the invaders would need to do more if they wanted to wear out the shield. From the other side of the screen of illumination, Yu Mei focused her stare on Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei pensively, wondering what they were actually up to. The countless times they had faced each other in battle were enough for Yu Mei to know what Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei's aces were and vice versa. Beyond any doubt, both leaders of this invasion knew as well as she did that a straightforward assault would hardly yield any favorable results for the invaders. Still, the invaders did not look like they were about to call off the invasion anytime soon, and Yu Mei was beginning to feel that something was wrong. The suspense was killing her. If there was any consolation, that would be her earlier decision to inform her allies about the invasion. A coalition of cultivators from allied outposts was marshalling to launch an assault on both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts, and Yu Mei could only expect that they were already on the march by now. Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei had to withdraw the moment they got wind of attacks on their respective outposts. Yu Mei was still caught up in her train of thought when the jade tablet in her grasp emitted a sizzle. The sensation transmitted to her via the jade tablet was giving off the signal that the shield had been breached. Aghast, Yu Mei tore her glance to where the breach had occurred. But nothing. Everything in that area appeared to be fine. Was that just me? Or what? She wondered. But ever a cautious person, she quickly sent forth a squad of acolytes to head to that area to investigate the anomaly earlier. Unbeknownst to everyone else inside the outpost, Lu Yi had successfully infiltrated the outpost. The sensation that alerted Yu Mei about the breach occurred exactly when Lu Yi was making his entry through the defensive ward's shield, which would have not been possible at other times. But the cover of night and the diversion caused by the assault had robbed much of the defender's attention and no one saw him enter. As soon as he was inside, the first thing Lu Yi did was activate the concealment bracelet to mask his spiritual power signature from being detected. He would not have decided on going behind enemy lines alone if not for this immensely useful piece of equipment that Lady Yun had given to him. He could easily slip through the defensive ward's shield, But he would still be discovered without this bracelet. The concealment bracelet could mask his presence better than ordinary ghost cultivators could their own. The plan he had made with Gu Kanyang specified that the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court would launch an assault to cause a diversion while he would infiltrate unseen. Next, Lu Yi was to locate and assassinate Yu Mei and recover her jade tablet. That way, the defensive ward would be just as useless as a glass hammer. The plan was straightforward enough, and its simplicity would ensure its success. A complicated plan with too many moving parts and variables could easily fail when pieces fail to match. At the very least, the plan had been working well enough up until now, and the concealment bracelet would be his key to ensuring the success of the second half of the plan. For the sake of stealth, he had not brought Amber and E with him this time. Lu Yi found a secluded spot and hid himself there to watch. As expected, a squad of House of Wintry Blossoms acolytes came hurrying to where he entered through the shield. Back when he was still studying how to defeat Hidden Light Sanctuary's defensive ward, Whaley had told him about a tingly sensation the moment something foreign him slipped through the shield. But it was only a tiny and transitory feeling, and Whaley would not have noticed it if he had not been paying attention to it. But it was enough for Lu Yi to know that the legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost must surely have felt the same fleeting sensation, as proven by the appearance of this small group of acolytes. The 6 acolytes came and looked around. Finding nothing, they marched off to investigate other areas for traces of anomalies. Lu Yi did not move an inch. He could feel something unnatural somewhere 30 meters ahead. Something was swirling in the air. Something filled with spiritual energy. He would have not been able to detect the unseen object but for the spiritual enrichment he had undergone at the pool of divine purification had greatly increased his spiritual senses. He could sense the presence of anything within 30 meters of him. The closer it was, the stronger his perception of it would be. A ghost cultivator. As warned by Gu Kanyang, legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost, Yu Mei really was a careful person. On the surface, it looked as if she had just sent forth only one squad of acolytes to investigate the anomaly when in truth, there were 2. If Lu Yi had acted brashly, he would have already been discovered. The ghost cultivator dawdled around for a little while before she vanished and left after finding nothing. Lu Yi had not gotten a glimpse of her at all. But Lu Yi stayed there for almost another quarter of an hour before he finally felt safe enough to move further inside the outpost. The concealment bracelet had been helpful enough, except with one glaring flaw. He could not channel his spiritual power or move if he wished to remain undetected. At the moment, there was no telling if there were still people lurking around nearby. If he were discovered, then Lu Yi would have to withdraw the same way he came in. He could come in and he could still withdraw. Of that, at least he was sure. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.